Call to order this meeting of the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen. This is a regular meeting on Wednesday, April 8th. It is 5:01. First item on the agenda is the first Selectmen's report, or remarks, excuse me. I'd like to start off with just a reminder to our residents, particularly those of, in terms of our seniors and disabled, as well as there's also a renters rebate tax relief program that started at April 1st. And a reminder that as of May 15th, many of our tax relief programs, that's a deadline for applying for the tax relief program. So again, if you are someone who's interested in this, please remember that we did increase our income levels on that. So please make sure you consider that, and remember that you have to have the applications in by May 15th. That's the end of the homeowners program. And more information is available on the town assessor's website pages. On April 17th is officially declared Bat Awareness Day here in Woodbridge, and that was declared by First Selectman for a day, Violet. She is a fifth grader at Beecher Road School, and Violet spent the day, good portion of the day with me as First Selectman visiting the different departments, and also she took the time. She is very much involved with the project with the Girl Scouts to help the bats, and we being that April 17th is officially Bat Day. She did declare for Woodbridge, April 17th as Bat Awareness Day in Woodbridge. Earth Day is this year is Saturday, April 25th. There is much that's going on with this. It will run from 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock here at the town center on the green and in other areas of our town campus here. It's hosted by the Woodbridge Ad Hoc Sustainability Committee in the town of Woodbridge. The events and activities on the town include sustainable themed exhibits, Friends of the Library book sale, fix-it stations, tag sale, clothing free cycle, farmers market, beer and wine garden, drug take-back collection, seed exchange, performance and live music, games, food trucks, local shopping, and more. So this has been a very well attended and very well received event here in town for the last couple of years. This is their third time doing this. Each year we've increased the number of people. So please keep that in mind and try to come out for that. And I also wanted to remind everybody that April 28th at 7:30 at the Center Gym, we will have our preliminary budget hearing. And there's information is not up on the website yet, but we will have that up and with some additional information soon. I will have my second Neighbor to Neighbor will be held at the library on April 20th at 6:30 for those who would like to join us. It's just an open forum for us to have a one-on-one discussion or a 1-on-30 discussion in some cases with regards to what's happening here in town. Today we have a rather full agenda, so I will be trying to move things along a little bit so that we can get through this hopefully before too late an hour here. So we will get started with the second item on our agenda.
So Elizabeth isn't here, which is unlike her.
Mhm.
So it's possible when these first two items got flipped, she may still be planning for 5:30 or in traffic, so I'm not sure if you want to move on to the,
I think we can make
switch
some
to-
adjustments here.
I did try to reach her, but she just isn't really interested in it yet.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to make a motion to amend the agenda, despite its length. I think it remains very important for us to discuss the funding structure of the Community Cultural Center. I asked for that to be on the agenda in early March, and I'm asking again, and that it be added before agenda item 11, as I think it's pertinent.
So is that a motion?
That is a motion.
And I will second that motion.
Thank you.
Is there a discussion on what specifically are you looking for, I guess is my question.
Well, I sent it in an email to you. Do you
What
remember?
specific, no, I don't, I'm sorry.
It was just even a couple days ago, most recently. I think, though we've talked about the cultural center and its existence and budgetary needs, we have not discussed the funding structure of the entity, how to ensure fiscal security and stability of the operations of that new town center. And I think it would behoove us to discuss, especially in light of our budget and what we might be bonding for, to discuss the financial structure. So
We have it in the budget. We've put numbers in the budget for maintenance, for cleaning.
those numbers
for
could go
things.
to other things
So
if we come up with.
Recall, Mika, you were there, but not anybody else was, at the Board of Finance meeting on March 14th,
Mm-hmm.
March 19th, I suggested an alternative way of funding it, and we'd like to at least present that to our fellow selectmen.
We have
Your-
some ideas.
Well, yeah, your suggestion was to have a volunteer group
Why
run the center.
don't we actually have an opportunity to discuss it? I'll explain exactly what I said to the Board of Finance. So at least my fellow selectmen will know what the Board of Finance knows.
I'm not, my feeling is that it's not necessary that we do that this evening. I
It
don't
is
think it
before we
changes.
would ever possibly then fund somebody to be paid to do the work that we think that a nonprofit should do instead. So I think that at least you should give us an opportunity to discuss this alternative.
And it was asked to discuss in early March, well before a draft agenda was comprised. So out of respect for your selectmen, I think your team, I don't know, it's up to the board to
It wasn't
vote.
until the 19th that any ideas were provided in terms of what you were talking about as far as financing. We have done a budget for that building. We have, that's,
And are,
and if we're
Sorry.
talking, I'm sorry,
There's a motion to add to the agenda.
Yes.
That's where we are.
and
Yeah.
and there's a discussion on that motion, correct?
Yeah, well, we're going into the item
Yes.
essentially.
Just to have a
So,
discussion on the agenda.
We think it makes
Okay.
most sense as an additional item, otherwise I will raise it under the why we have concerns about this proposed new position.
Okay.
But it's most logical to bring that up rather than the position alone.
Any other questions in regard to this? All in favor of amending the agenda? All those opposed? Motion does not carry. We'll move on with the agenda. In the interest of Elizabeth not being here, the next item on the agenda would be the Sustainable Materials Management Round 2 Grant Resolution. So we will move on to that item. And
So can I just point out that there was a letter from the Sustainability Committee, and where is that? Is it under correspondence
the-
I put
related
in
to
both
this?
folders just to double, just because they were
Okay.
both, but it is in I
So,
received that today, that's.
I will say, and I know this isn't your fault, it's just, I don't know when the request came, but there were several, I think, important things in our packet that were added just this afternoon. That it's just
I put them in the packet as
disrespectful
soon
to
as I
assume
got
that we
them.
have the
Yes, we
time
understand.
to review it. So I haven't read that letter yet.
okay, you can take some time to do it now. It's a page.
That's not how I like to prepare for a meeting, but it's something I've asked for now for months, so I'm glad to see it,
Well-
and I appreciate
Well,
it
I
being
can say,
solicited.
having read it, they asked very specific questions that be clarified. So if you look at page 2, to ensure we're fully prepared, we recommend that the board clarifies, this is a sustainability committee, can the program be structured in a way that allows us to rescind or modify it after the grant runs out? If it proves unsuccessful, what is the expectation of the specific role and time commitment of our sustainability committee during phase 1? I think that's a critical question. I think we need to have that answered.
Not prior to the resolution. That will be answered at the time that we engage and move forward.
Well, don't we need to know whether the sustainability committee will support the grant? That's what phase 1 is.
That is what it is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yes, they said they would support it. They have questions in regards to the details on the grant in terms of what their time is. That's best expressed, and we are fortunate that we have someone here from Waste Zero who can help us understand the amount of time that'll take and possibly answer that question for you.
But the
So,
question.
Mark, if you would, I'm sorry, there was a question that I'd like to resolve.
Well, the question that Amy brought up was, or correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, number 2 on their list, what's the expectation of the specific role and commitment of the Sustainability Committee? So I don't interpret that as they're committing to leading this grant, this effort.
They have committed to participate in this grant.
Who would be the lead of the grant
In what sense?
in managing the grant, if awarded?
As always, with all grants, the town hall does maintain.
And we have capacity for that with everything else going on?
Do we have a choice, Andrea?
Yes, we don't have to go for this grant. It seems like it's not a priority relative to everything else we have going on.
So I think the nice thing about this grant is that it actually does not demand much of town hall, and that we're able to use our contractor for this, and that's what I think Waste Zero is here to talk about. That's what this proposal is about. The proposal, because I'm sure you've gone through it, does not ask the town to do much. It allows a contractor to do this work, a contractor who has a lot of experience doing this exact work in other municipalities throughout the state. So it's a low lift for us to do some important studies for our town.
And
I
to
don't think
educate
it's
our
much to
residents.
ask here, and I'd like to move forward with it, but if there's questions for Waste Zero, they're here so we can ask.
So I do have a question for Waste Zero. Do you ordinarily work with the Public Works Department? And when you're looking at these,
Can you
the
please come
feasibility?
up to the mic? Thank you.
Yeah. Who would you ordinarily engage
And
with
then you
in
can
our
introduce
town?
yourself, Mark, please.
So my name is Mark Dancy. I'm with Waste Zero. I live down in Milford, so I will probably be the point person who would take care of managing this. I've worked with 500 cities over the years, so this is kind of, we kind of know the ropes. But yes, we work with public works directors, sustainability committees, really any relevant player.
Okay.
And in terms of time, we're looking at probably 5 to 7 meetings that we would help organize, and we would help get the contacts at other cities and towns to appear by Zoom to talk to committee members. But we do want members of the community to participate, because the concept of phase 1 is to really be able to draft something that would work for Woodbridge specifically. And so we need the feedback of people in town to tell us what is important to the town, what are the challenges they see, and how best to communicate an education program if the town decided to go forward with that. And then that would be funded also in the phase 2. The education program would be funded by DEEP. So you'd be able to have a contractor to handle that, those as well. Now, in terms of managing certain aspects of the grant, that would, certain just paperwork, et cetera, would be done at Town Hall.
So just to be clear, I used to work at the Department of Environmental Protection. She currently does. We're not against having waste reduction. We're all for it. The question is the capacity of our town hall right now to engage in this effort. We don't know what the Sustainability Committee is actually willing to do. We do not have a Public Works Director. One of my questions is, has we even advertised for a new Public Works Director?
Have we
So,
submitted that yet?
No, we have a job description that we just finalized.
okay.
And we hope to do that in the next couple of days.
And will that be as a part-time job as was proposed, or is it planned to be as a full-time
The
advocate?
advertisement's for a full-time job.
Why?
That was a position that was,
But we discussed the benefit. I wonder,
Maybe we can stay on the initiative in
Well,
front of us here
so-
rather than that. I understand the
that's fine.
question, I just
So
don't
all I
want it to
wanted-
veer too far
All I want to
off.
say is, I just wanted to explain, our hesitation is our town's capacity to take this on, lacking a public works director, lacking clear direction from the sustainability committee that they'll be in lead without a public works director. It would fall on.
there is no, Amy,
it
just to
would-
shut,
will
just
fall on
to,
others who
just
already
to
have other
interrupt you
things
for a
going on.
moment. It was clear to me when I spoke directly to the Sustainability Committee that they're in support of this, and they will work with Waste Zero to get this done. So there is no doubt in my mind that they have bought into this and they will participate in this program.
okay, how about,
So-
let's consider then the capacity of our residents. So there are 7 meetings, you said?
So
And much of this is rooted in getting public input. That's what I heard you say.
yeah, so, correct. So I said
Okay.
5 to 7 meetings is
Okay.
typically what we do. It's really depends on what the committee that's assembled wants to do and how much they'd like to
And what would
dive
that
in.
time frame be?
So the grant, we'd probably want to do it in the next 3 or 4 months.
Yes.
But it's not, there's no requirement to do it in that time frame.
So our residents right now have a ton to pay attention to and contribute to. and we don't have the best history of getting the public input that we need to thrive. So we have charter revision, we have potential referendums coming up for major bonding. The budget, it's budget season, and I just, this to me, all due respect to your initiative, is a distraction from our priorities. And I have gone through enough with this town in this position to see success get bogged down by trying to do too much.
It's interesting because never mind. What we would like to do is identify whether we will move forward with, and let's explain what it is we're asking for. The state has provided us a grant. The phase one portion of the grant, I believe, is $15,000 to $17,000, specifically to educate our residents in terms of the benefits and the value associated with moving toward a unit-based programming for waste, for solid waste. So what you're suggesting is that we not accept the state's dollars for we would not accept this grant because our residents don't have time?
Because nobody has time.
Oh, I'm
And-
telling you, I'm here at Town Hall.
Well, I don't
We'll
think,
make
you
the
can't even
necessary
respond to
time.
my emails. I don't think you have time.
Well, may I speak? One, I would like to say the Sustainability Committee has had this topic on their agendas for at least the last several years. And they've been trying to get an initiative underway because I've filled out their surveys when they've sent them over the last 3 years. Sustainability has been actively trying to do this work for at least the last 3 years. It's mentioned in the POCD as something that we should be planning for and working towards. And
To a
as we've
payment?
discussed in, as we're trying to strategic plan, I would agree, there's an overwhelming amount of things that need to be done, and they all seem, you're making your diagram, they all seem important and urgent. I would agree with that, and I do think that, we need to start chipping away at those items, especially the ones that we've been trying to get accomplished for the last few years, and this may get us over the threshold of
So
that.
I appreciate that contribution, Maria, and I would say, as I have encouraged in the past for more routine report outs from our boards, commissions, and committees, if we actually got those, it would help I wouldn't have as many questions and concerns right here. I don't know much about the Sustainability Committee's efforts and interest and capacity to do this. So I guess I'll once again make a plug for more routine report outs from these organizations. I also think, though this might be a little bit of a deviation, it's probably time to address the ad hoc status of this committee. Which we've also talked about in the last term, and so another thing we haven't gotten to. And I
think that's a great thing to put actually on our action items, is looking at the ad hoc versus,
Yeah, well, that's an ordinance committee
Yeah.
issue, which obviously we dealt with housing last time, but I'd like to come back to this proposal. And the way I see it, as is outlined in the proposal, is that Waste Zero will provide the consulting and program management services. So again, it's really our boards and commissions that they might be interacting with, and our boards and commissions will not be taking a lead role in this. It's the consultant, the Waste Zero, who will be doing that. And that's exactly the kind of support that we need to move forward with our initiatives that don't overburden towns. Of course, we don't have enough capacity for lots of things, but in this case, this is well designed to do exactly that. It's a low lift. I'm excited to see it. It builds on stuff that we tried to do in our last term. It builds on things that sustainability has tried to do before, and I'd like to move forward with this.
And it builds on what we have outlined in our POCD.
our POCD, I'm not saying that portion of the POCD is questionable, but referring to the POCD doesn't give me much comfort. Can you tell me, is Zero Waste?
Waste Zero.
Waste Zero, thank you, contracted by the state through this grant? Is that why this didn't go out to bid, or did it?
So we're a vendor on a state bid, yes, for
Okay.
these kind of services.
So any recipient of this award from the state would be working with
Doesn't have
Zero
to.
Waste?
They don't have to work with us. There are other vendors on the state bid.
So why Zero Waste?
This Well, Zero Waste, because they've assisted us to the degree that they have, because of, as Mark said, in terms of his own experience, they also have significant experience with other towns like ours in the state. And they're the ones who the state has been using for this as well. So that's the reason, that's the answer to that question. But at this point in time, what we're really looking at is to move forward with the resolution. And that's for the grant, that's for the state. The state needs a resolution in order for us to participate in the grant. And that's what this is all, that's what the question on the table is right now.
So let me ask one more question. You understand we do not have a public works director. We also seem to have a debate about whether we should hire somebody part-time or full-time. I would assume your goal is go from phase 1 on to phase 2. Are you prepared to do the extra work needed to sort of start off over at some point? I see some value in waiting till we have a public works director and then starting this project. That's my concern. I think however much you might
Well,
rely on.
at this time, it's just a resolution, right?
Correct.
So we can time a beginning if we wanted to delay. But
How
today, we
does-
can pass a resolution. That doesn't mean work starts tomorrow, so.
But what
you
it,
know.
it doesn't,
It
when does
should.
this timing start with a grant? If we're accepting a grant, so then there's a time frame for the
There is a
grant, right?
timeframe.
That's all I'm trying to get at.
Mark, you want to say something?
Well, the way that we've described the entire process, it's basically an 18 to 36-month process. So when I said 3 to 4 months, that would be typical for the process to have 5 to 7 meetings, just scheduling people and getting all that accomplished with, a group and.
For phase 1.
Right, for phase 1. When you would launch, if you decided to go to phase 2, would really be part of the process of phase 1 that would say, hey, taking all the things into consideration, when is the best time to launch this? When is the best time to do the education campaign? But there are funds in phase 2 for a program manager to do all of that and to produce the outreach material, to do the mailers, to do the tabling, to be at the transfer station. There's not an expectation that the town's going to perform those roles. That's what the funding for phase 2 is for.
But there'll have to be coordination, right, with whoever is the public works director.
There would be a program manager, but we'd have to obviously coordinate to some degree with people within the town. So again, the phase 1 recommendation is going to be something that takes into consideration all the issues that you're talking about. I mean, that's what, in our experience doing this for this long, that's what makes successful programs is really looking at it from a local perspective and not saying one size fits all to a program.
Have we,
Had a motion yet, have you?
I have 2 more questions. Have we engaged Public Works and Transfer Station staff at all and gotten their input on this?
They're aware of it. Yes,
And
and
they're okay with that type of dynamic?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
And is the ultimate goal to people for their disposal?
So what DEEP has found and other states have found is that unit-based pricing can impact waste dramatically. So that is one of the objectives, is to reduce waste. But again, that program design is what would be discussed, and that may be something that is or isn't recommended by the committee after the discussion.
Okay. Well, I can say as a DEEP employee and environmental professional that is a highly controversial topic. If payment for waste, unit-based pricing, is actually effective in reducing waste. And at this time, when our townspeople are so burdened by their taxes and recent reevaluations, I think it's asinine to explore that as the solution. So I think there are much more effective ways. So I've
That's
said
one
what I
element
have
of
to
it.
say.
This also includes education as relates to food scrap disposal, composting, and things that are very important and not, and in any way, shape, or form, economically straining to individuals who might participate. From my perspective, the value that this brings is the fact that we can indeed provide that type of education, and it will be, and what we need as far as funding is concerned will be provided by the state in order to do so effectively.
And decreasing our waste is gonna decrease our tonnage, that's gonna, we could see a cost savings there, in our waste as well. And so being that there's no cost to the town, and we are getting administrative help with sending this grant out, that seems worthwhile to explore all of our options.
So with that, I would like to make a motion that we move forward and, well, I'll hold off since I'll be assigning it.
Okay, well then I'll move forward with the resolution. I'd like to approve the resolution to allow, to authorize the first selectman, Mika Cardoza, to execute all necessary documents and take all actions necessary to carry out the intent of the resolution as presented in our packet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Additional discussion?
When will the Sustainability Committee's questions be answered and by whom?
Once we engage with the consultant and we have an opportunity for the sustainability to meet with the consultant, which will be part of the process, at that point in time, they can ask and have answered any questions that they have. Any other questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Elizabeth, welcome. How are you? Thank you
Mark.
very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Give Elizabeth a moment to get started. I would like to introduce everyone to Elizabeth Moy. She is our South Central Regional Council of Government intern who has been working with us, who has started working with us recently. And we've asked Elizabeth to take a look at some of the plans that we had as far as some of the action items associated with our CCW master plan. So to that end, she has put together some ideas and some thoughts that we thought it would be best to present.
When you say we, who do you mean?
We, me, Elizabeth, and in this case Allison was involved since she's overseeing the interns.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It could be misleading saying the board asked, and I certainly didn't.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi,
everyone.
Elizabeth.
Thank you for letting me speak here today. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. So my name is Elizabeth. As Mika mentioned, I am an intern at SCROG, South Central Regional Council of Governments. I'm doing this internship as part of my academic program. So I'm currently a Master of Public Administration student at UConn. And as part of our program, we have an amazing opportunity in our second year to do an internship, in which I'm at SCROG, and they also offer on-loan projects to their municipalities. So I've been working with Woodbridge, doing a few things. So I've been working with the Sustainability Committee and planning Earth Day, specifically with the volunteer coordination of it all. I've been working with Allison for the Sustainable CT application, as the spring certification is coming up next week, actually. And of course, I've been working with the CCW, so looking at the master plan and thinking of ways that we can start implementing the action items listed into it. So I'll go ahead and get started. So as a guiding point for me of what to work on, I looked at this table that was put into towards the end of the master plan, and it divvies it up into these 4 different sections with specific tasks for years 1 through 4. So I focused on that very first top left one, which covers community access and programming. So this is year 1, foundation and early action. We have engaging volunteers, creating a friends group, beginning the invasive species removal, and starting with low-cost projects. So these all tie in together as the action plan really emphasizes the need for these volunteer stewardship groups, which would be the friends group, to support with some of the invasive species removal to relieve some of the burden from the town of doing it. So based on
No burden
everything.
to us, but I understand.
No, I'm sorry.
Capacity.
Yeah, it was a capacity issue, yes.
Yeah, so based on that and with some of the direct suggestions in the plan, I've brainstormed some community event opportunities. So we have Weed and Wine. I know this is an event that has been successful in other communities. I personally worked on a farm where this was a hit. So as the name suggests, you would have residents come in to volunteer to weed. It doesn't necessarily have to be weeding. It could be whatever type of maintenance is needed on the land at the time. Enjoy some wine. It could also be a fun opportunity to tap in your local vineyards if they want to participate and kind of just get that community building aspect to it. Muttrat, this one's plain and simple. I know everyone loves their dogs. I personally like to bring mine wherever I can. So I thought this would be a good way to get people to get interacting, go on the space, get their steps in, and bring their dogs. Trail maintenance and cleanup. So as I mentioned, invasive species was a really important part of the action plan. So working on this, hosting service events. This could also build upon those second Sundays that Andy Danzig hosts, the Trail Master, that's already doing cleanup. And I will be meeting with Adam Parsons later in the month to talk about specifically what property maintenance currently looks like and what type of service work volunteers can actually be doing, so that once we start hosting, hopefully, these volunteer service events, we know what type of work people will be doing. And then birding walks, that's just a fun one. The goal with this is it's accessible for all ages, it's fun, it connects people with nature, and it's easy to have. So in order to firstly have all those events come to life, we need to do some campaigning to get people interested in it, and get that community buy-in and engagement. So these are just different campaign ideas I had for how we can build that interest. So firstly, we have a photo competition. This one's pretty simple, just asking residents to, when they're on the space, take some pictures. If you're on a hike with your dog, take a picture. If you saw an interesting looking bug, take a picture. And then we could tie this into the opening of the community center. So maybe printing those pictures out and creating a little art gallery of everyone's pictures. So it just gets people on the space, it gets people interacting, and it gets people directly involved, that they get to see the pictures they took displayed. And then another idea was a student campaign for public awareness of the invasives. So again, tying back into the invasives and getting younger residents and those school-age children involved. So once we identify the main invasives we want to focus on, this can be an educational opportunity. We could work with Beecher, Amity, or whatever age range we feel is relevant for this to make their own public awareness campaigns about these things. So as an example, I put a picture of one I found with examples such as the spotted lanternfly. So this would just be a good way. All ages, it also will naturally tap into the parents of these children. It's educational, and it re-emphasizes the invasives. And whoever wins this competition, per se, we could print that poster out, use it for educational materials, for trail walks, or just disperse it through online, in person, whatever we want to do. Another idea was the visioning and memory board event. So I thought this would be a good idea to build off what's in the CCW master plan right now. I noticed there's a lot of little sticky notes where people put their input and shared some of their favorite memories, for instance, childhood memories of sledding. And there's also a lot of visions already put into it in different categories. I think it's AR1 that talks about a communal open space. So this event would build off of that and kind of kick off the friends group by having people reflecting on their own memories and more deeply thinking about what they want to see of the space. And we also thought recruitment efforts for this can start on Earth Day. We do plan to have a Friends of CCW table there so that we could start the recruitment efforts, start collecting those memories people have, and just gauging interest. And then for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to be talking more about the renaming initiative. So I'll get right into that. So I'm not going to go through the background since I know you're all familiar with it, but as the renaming initiative suggests, it would be an opportunity for residents to provide their own ideas for an official name for the property. It's easy because anyone can join. It doesn't require time, money, or too much effort. So here's a sample flyer I made for promotion, and we can also tweak it however we see fit. We could disperse this on the town website, through the e-news, on social media, or just through physical flyers in heavy trafficked areas like grocery stores, schools, the library, and places like that. As for collecting the actual recommendations, we could utilize the town website, which already has a form builder in it, and embed it directly into there. So for what the form would look like, it's pretty simple, just first asking for the name suggestion, and then I also thought we could start collecting the memories here, and then gauging interest in those community events that I talked about in the first slide. So here in the Dropbox, we have the birding walks, the trail maintenance service days, the group dog walks, and then also the space for others so people could put in their own suggestions. That way, once we start planning these events, we know what to focus our energy on based on what people would be interested in. And then as a second optional part of the form, we could start collecting contact information for people interested in receiving future updates about the CCW. That way, once we do start hosting those fun events, they'll be the first people to know. And then also, just to make it a little more accessible, we could do physical survey boxes in different public spaces for people who aren't as active online. And then in order to build engagement, which I feel is important so that we don't just post this renaming form and then forget about it, we could utilize social media to keep it fresh in everyone's mind. So, for example, we could do name of the week where we pool responses from the forum, maybe highlight a really good one. So, like in this post, I have like, thank you to Girl Scout Trip 1234 for XYZ suggestion. Let us know in the comments what you think. I think this can also be a time where we start posting about those and like teasing those future community events to get people interested and just like keep this fresh. And then as for the actual decision, I feel like you guys could go about it a few different ways. So if you just want to pull some like 5 final names that you think are the best and vote among yourselves, or also do like a community vote. So again, pulling those like final names and then doing another survey to just bring it back to the community to vote. However you guys would like to do it. And I think you can make this ongoing for as short or long as you would like.
Thank you, Elizabeth. May I ask?
She's got a couple more.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Just as is my last slide, just to like tie in, because I know it's a lot of information, some of the long-term goals of this is just to continue building the existing community interest that we have, while also actively engaging some broader members of the community, creating meaningful resident involvement, encouraging community interactions that can be supported by the future community center, and then just having that established group of interested individuals so that whenever the Board of Selectmen, you guys, and the town decide on what the future of the space is, we have those people that are involved in participating.
Elizabeth, thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
guys.
it. It's very well done, and certainly appreciate the energy and the time that you've already put into this and some of these ideas that you've come up with.
She worked really hard on it.
May I ask
She's
a
been
question?
reading
Yes.
lots of our documents.
Yeah.
Yes, any questions?
Yes.
I have a question. I was just wondering, in proposing this naming process and community engagement, do you have any suggestions for the length of time, that each part of it should be left open?
I feel like that could be really up to you guys for how ongoing you want it to be. I was thinking like a fun announcement day could be Earth Day, but that might be too soon. So honestly, I feel like it's for whatever you guys think would be good.
But you didn't find, looking at other towns, what the process should be?
No, I did not.
Okay, and the other question I have is whether for these naming processes, is it helpful to throw out some ideas or some, to get the conversation starting? For example, there's a history of this farm where one of the founders of the signers of, was it the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence? I don't remember which, but
He
there's.
signed
I
all,
think it's
all
both.
founding
That's his claim to
documents.
fame is that he
Yes.
signed all.
Roger
all.
Sherman.
Right. So
One of
it
the
sort of
few.
seems to me that,
It's one of the things we mentioned when we
Yeah.
thought up when we started discussing, when Elizabeth, myself, and Allison started discussing this, we specifically mentioned the historic
And there were
element
some
of it.
ideas from the last Board of Selectmen that discussion. There's some things I'm sure what she could pull from or do some research on before she.
Mhm. But also, I thought the idea of actually polling folks for their memories and for what they feel is that you might get some really, really good ideas from that perspective. But to your point, Amy, I felt the historic aspects of this is one certainly an area we can go toward.
Yeah, and it might be just helpful to start people thinking about it, to at least put forward, here's one area that could be relevant. The other thing, when you mentioned trail maintenance, I just want to be very careful, but particularly because it was right next to bird walking. There was a controversy quite a while ago that there was mowing going on in the fields of the Fitzgerald Park when there were ground nesting birds. So whatever trail maintenance, property maintenance we might go forward with, we need to be sure that it's compatible with the diverse uses of the habitat. So just maybe if you could flag that for everybody's recollection when you're talking to parks, public works, about how people could be helpful, we need to think about the timing of any clearing of invasives, et cetera.
We can bring it up in our next meeting with the trail masters.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, thank you. I have a few questions. How are you soliciting the Friends members? I know you mentioned sign up at Earth Day, but is there targeted outreach, direct solicitation? Is there a desired number or cap? And are you aware, I believe there's already a group of abutters, I forget what they call themselves, but a neighborhood group. Maybe they're just self-identified as such. So has any engagement with abutters taking place, or?
Not specifically with that, but I feel like recruitment for this group could be really open. So as I mentioned, specific recruitment at Earth Day, I feel like we can also just put it out there on social media, on the town e-news, to kind of gauge anyone who might be interested. We could also do targeted recruitment. I know in the master plan there's like a list of existing community partners, which I compiled all the emails for as well. So I think that targeted outreach would be good.
That'd be great.
As well. So a combination.
I think
of all.
that would probably, for whatever it's worth, yield you the most success. We don't, I don't know what our social media engagement is or the newsletters. How long are you working on this? And so a question speaking to longevity, especially with the name of the renaming, which I think, I certainly understand the value behind that as a fostering community engagement and kind of refocusing attention on the property. But we don't know what we're doing with the property yet, even though there's a plan. We didn't vote on the plan, and we don't know if it's being sold or parts of it or not. So I guess a question / concern is, what if we go through this whole process of naming the property and then it's not our property anymore? Like, might there be a different approach to engagement that might have more longevity?
I think I tied that into kind of like my last point, like no matter whatever the future of the space may be, I think if we're going to be using it if it's going to be a community space, it would be nice to get that initial engagement and involvement in there.
And how long are you with us?
So I'll be here towards mid to end of May. So I'm kind of hoping to be here for the initial foundations of the group. I also have done some event planning so that once we pass it into the hands of the residents, they have that as a guide for themselves.
Okay, so then what's the plan in your end of, I mean, that's like a month. So I don't understand how this will carry on. And will there be a town liaison to the Friends group? Will it be like a formal group? Like,
It'll be similar to the
Okay.
Friends of the Library in the sense of they're their own group.
But-
And they interact with the town. Hopefully we will, as we will be discussing later with the community coordinator position, that would be the individual who, from a town staff perspective, would engage with that group or any other group that has that type of a function and that type of a goal in terms of their.
it might be worth engaging the Historic Society, given our aforementioned Roger Sherman, and in the master plan,
It would be, that's a great idea.
there's a goal to showcase history, and I feel like that can have a longer lasting impact, and they can be a group that can facilitate and foster the work once your hard work has terminated.
Yeah. And I also feel like, lost my train of thought there for a second. Oh, the group can, like, once it's formed, decide on their own what type of structure they want for the event. Like, how frequently do they want to meet? How formal do they want to make it? I know I personally just volunteered with another similar group, Bates Friends Forever in New London, and they're similarly a group of residents that come together every Saturday and come do some maintenance on their trail. So whatever the group might want, they can do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Elizabeth, thank you very much. Well done. Our next item on their agenda would be the Woodbridge School District update from,
Maybe public comment, but we're early.
right, we're early, so I'm thinking, look, good timing. Excuse me. If you want to switch something.
Well, we could move the consent agenda, or do you have to?
Yeah, let's move it.
Since we're early for public comment, we could take care of it.
Why not have superintendent go?
Well, I think it might be connected to the Beecher topic after that, but.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I was wondering if we want to consider, I see out in the audience right now I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
The members of representing Voice. And I know that it's under here as a ordinance item, but just in the interest of their time, because that may be a little, that may come down a little piece, maybe we want to have them come up if it's agreeable to the board.
They came for public comment.
Oh, okay. If it's okay with the rest of the board, I'll make a motion that we move that agenda item to the next item.
Which one?
The
ordinance committee.
Ordinance
update.
committee
Good
update.
voice.
They're here for
He
public
just
comment.
wanted to
Oh,
give
I'm
public
sorry.
comment.
I'm
They just
sorry.
wanted to give
Thank
public
you.
comment about it.
Very good. Thank you very. And,
So we want to move the consent agenda?
yeah, we'll
We
move
can
the.
also give a strategic plan update. That'll fill a whole minute.
Why don't we do the
We'll
strategic
condense
plan
our
update?
4-hour meeting from the other day into 90 seconds.
Why don't we do the strategic plan update
Okay.
right now? That's good.
So Maria and I met and we did further work on the strategic plan. Thank you. We're sorry, Mika, you weren't available, but I hope you'll like the end result. We continue to make our efforts to prepare a document that will be helpful to the selectmen. We, to that end, ask that we have a dedicated meeting, a special meeting, to discuss this document. My understanding is right now we're working on possibly Wednesday, the 29th. I don't know if you've heard from everybody.
I thought it was the 22nd.
So the
But that didn't work.
22nd,
It didn't work.
Steve and Lauren aren't available, and on the 29th, Andrea isn't available.
Okay.
So that's the availability I've received. I haven't.
As I briefly mentioned before, there's a lot of work to do, and it's, as far as right now, what we presented to you, what's in the packet, are the themes and the goals. We certainly need to have a full board discussion of those, but then even the action items underneath those, and then prioritize those action items, which just seemed to us like it was going to be a much larger conversation than just an update at a regular meeting, that we needed a full working session in order to really go through that. We have there's a lot on there,
And-
and a lot to prioritize and a lot to think about.
I appreciate that. I think that is the right way, allocate sufficient time to discuss. I didn't think I said I couldn't do it on the 29th, but we reserve the fourth Tuesday,
You
the-
had to finish it the 7th.
No, that was on the
22nd.
22nd is inland wetlands, so I have to be home
Okay,
by
right, okay.
7:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood.
No, yeah.
I read
Yeah,
emails
yeah.
so
No,
fast
so
these days.
I never objected to the 29th. I never heard Lauren address the 22nd.
And I just got her, was it this morning, I think, your date for the,
It's either late last night.
I
It's
can't
probably
remember,
last
but
night.
she confirmed the 29th and you're not available on the 22nd.
Does the 29th work for everyone?
What time?
Do it the same time we usually do, 5 o'clock, or if we want to move it, makes it easier for
I could-
5:30?
I could do it at 5.
At 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we could, can we really leave this agenda to just this topic?
Sure,
Because
nothing
if-
will come up between now and then.
Well,
No,
if
but-
it does, it can wait till May,
Yes, agreed.
mid-May, is our thought. Because we really,
Yeah.
we thought the March 25th was gonna be about strategic planning. And I will say, I hope Maria and I have made some progress. So you'll have a better document to look at, and we might even try to fit another meeting of the two of us and Mika, if he's available, before the 29th to give you as good a product as possible. But everybody needs to weigh in on this.
So Allison, if we can set
Did
it
we say
up,
at 5 or 5:30?
5 o'clock.
Oh, we're
I
right.
think that's what we agreed
That
on,
works
yes?
for, yeah, that works.
Okay.
Everyone? All right.
And thank you, Maria and Amy, for,
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if this room is not available for some reason, we'll just have to find another room.
Right.
I just want to make a quick
No,
comment
it
too.
seems that it is. I'm checking this
Good.
calendar now, yeah.
About our work. I think to the point of communication among the board, between the Board of Selectmen and all the other boards and commissions, and also communication to the public, I think that this document is hugely important so that everyone has the understanding of the goals and objectives and the priorities of the goals and objectives that we put out as a board. And so that's why I think really the full working session is necessary. I think this is a huge communication piece to both the residents and, to bring in all of our other boards and commissions. And I think a lot of the action items really are tasked to a lot of the other boards and commissions. So I think, more communication between the chairs and between our board is what's going to come out of this, which will be very
I would be
helpful.
thrilled.
Yeah.
What do we need to do in advance of that meeting in preparation?
So we'll try maybe to meet one more time and give it a little bit more work, and then
Okay.
we'll distribute it, at least a week beforehand, maybe a
Okay.
week beforehand, so you all
Yeah.
can review it.
Okay.
Have a good bit of time to review it, so.
So what is on there are the themes and the goals. We started getting down to, some of the tactics or action items. I think, looking at, as we were presented today, the action items from the Country Club of Woodbridge Action Plan, this was one of the things in the year 1 to 2 that was on there, that Elizabeth presented. But we also looked at some of the priorities, the POCD implementation plan at the end had a list of short-term, ongoing, medium-term, and long-term goals. So we were also using that as a guide, as far as action items. if
But
that's-
didn't that need
Although,
to be edited?
yeah, well, let me just, in
Yes.
fairness though, it was not something that either the full public or the selectmen had ever given comments to. And so take it with a grain of salt that we
Right.
looked at those action items,
Okay.
because that doesn't mean that they're good. It's just that they are a
Yeah.
document, so we looked at them. And Lauren, you sent some comments on our last version. We appreciate that. We did try to incorporate them. You had given me some comments as well, so I shared those with Andrea, and we tried to incorporate those. We welcome if we can send, the current version, you're welcome to send us comments. It's an iterative process, but we're just trying to keep improving the document.
Thank you for your efforts.
So-
Thank you.
Okay.
So that really did only take a couple of minutes.
So,
maybe-
I'd like to, I could move into the Sustainability Committee appointments.
Okay.
Sustainability Committee appointments, there are 2 members, Daniel.
Do we need to make motions?
Do we need to
We don't need to make a motion, we can.
No, we don't have to.
We
If we
can.
don't need to, why waste the time?
And Paulo Campos are the 2 individuals who we've identified and are needed on the ad hoc sustainability committee. So we have, for building committees, we have taken a vote. So that's the reason I put action as appropriate here. I recognize that it's not necessary to do that, but it is a practice we've been using. So with that, I will make the motion that we appoint Mr. Griffiths and Mr. Campos to the ad hoc sustainability committee. Is there a second?
Second.
So may I ask a couple questions?
Please.
So,
We happen
I
to
don't
have
know
the
if-
chair here. So
yeah,
they
I
might
don't
be
know
able to
whether we
answer.
have a limit on the number of this ad hoc committee, because you also have a resignation later, so I don't know whether the resignation needs to come first.
The
A
resignation
limit
is
is in
submitted,
number.
it's just effective immediately. It does not need to be acknowledged by the Board of Selectmen for it to be effective. So
It's-
once
she's the
it's
person
been
that's
turned
all-
in, it's effective immediately.
Okay,
As it does-
so, yeah. So then my separate question is, Mika, you say it's not necessary to do this. I would like to understand at some point, what is the legal foundation for suggesting that you do not need to have a full Board of Selectmen appoint people on ad hoc committees? Because I do not understand that.
Well, I know Nick is working on some documentation.
I responded to that at the last meeting, and I said that's being reduced to writing, which I am about 95% there. But I mean, again, the bottom line is there's no prohibition against him in effectuating his role as administrative and executive officer of the town. I mean, what authority do you have that says that's not under that umbrella?
Well, no, what I want to try and understand is there were never such things as ad hoc committees until more recently. And I wanted to understand why the structure was set it up this way. Nor do I think is it useful or fruitful to have this notion of adding more and more solo authority to the to the first selectman as distinguished from the Board of Selectmen. I don't think that's in keeping with the innate structure. I agree with you, I don't have anything in particular in the charter, but nor are you pointing out to anything that's particular in the structure. And so I just think
No,
it
there's
is a
no-
better
it's-
practice. I think it's a better
Yeah.
practice for these kinds of things to be done by the Board of Selectmen as a whole. That's.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a policy call for you guys to make, and you're right. I mean, there isn't an express provision in the charter that says the first selectman has the authority to appoint ad hocs.
Yeah.
But I think the case law supports that in the provision that is in the charter, and absent a prohibition or a delegation in the charter or the code to some other body, I mean, it doesn't fall specifically under the Board of Selectmen powers either. So I think that's where we are. I mean, you make a fair point, but, you know, I think you could make it to the
To that
charter.
end.
I mean, it's a gap, is I
Yeah.
think, that
To
because
that
we
end.
never had ad hoc committees until
To that end,
recently.
what I've been trying to do is adhere to the normal policies we follow with our commission and boards. So in virtually every case, we have been taking a vote on those, what could be considered an ad hoc committee, which is also a building committee, is an ad hoc committee. When you come right down to it, there's no ordinance that says that building committee exists. So, and again, to that end, from a practice standpoint, we're trying to follow the general process that we've been following, which is the reason I suggest that we take a vote in this case. So, your point in terms of, generally speaking, my personal sense is that ad hoc committees should be formed for a very specific reason, for a very specific time frame. So if there's anything to consider, it's like, how long do we want to limit that? And I'm open to consideration to that, which is one of the reasons we did housing commission, along with the fact that there was legislation coming down. In this case, I do feel sustainability is at a point now where it should be a full commission, but that's an ordinance issue, and that's something that will be taken up with ordinance.
Yeah, and we discussed in the last term going through the list, because there's some overlap in some of the ad hocs, and some aren't really active anymore, and just going down the list and seeing what our plan is and mapping that out, which I think would be a valuable practice.
As we can, we will.
So we have a motion and a second to appoint the two members to the Sustainability Committee.
My only question is, has the sustainability, existing members and chair been engaged on these potential,
Yes.
on these
Recommend.
candidates? And
Yes.
do you feel good about them?
I recommend it.
Okay,
That's,
that's all I needed to hear, Hillary. Thank
they
you.
were proposed by me.
Okay.
And coming to our meetings and offering wonderful contributions.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Do we-
No, you good?
I
Motion
just didn't know
carries.
whether we needed to put their names on the record.
He
That's
did.
all.
I did.
We did.
He did.
We-
Okay, all right, I
we
missed
did.
that, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are close enough
Yes.
at this point in time. So we will open up for public comment, and the board does invite members of the public to step forward for public comment, and speakers are asked to state their full name and address for the record and try to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. The board may limit the total time allotted for public comment on any single topic or topics to ensure the meeting runs efficiently. As for selectmen, I ask that comments be made in a respectful and orderly manner. The board does not engage in dialogue or respond to public comment at the time they are offered. Matters raised may be referred to the town staff for review, placed on future agendas, or otherwise addressed by the board as appropriate. And with that, I'd like to ask if anybody would like to come forward and provide public comment.
I do have a list of some names that pre-signed up, and then I also did promise the students they could go first because they have other places they need to be. And then I will go in order on.
Allison, I also
They
wanted to
probably
point
have
out-
homework to do
I'm
too,
sure
so
they
we
have
need
a
to.
life outside, ladies.
I also wanted to point out that if I'm not mistaken, we did receive correspondence
Yes, and
for
I'll read
public
the
comment.
names of the public correspondence received.
Okay,
Oh, yep, you want to?
so with
Yeah,
that,
yeah. I told you I would let you cut the line. I gave them a, getting this many boys this age together at the same time.
for
And
this.
all in ties,
It's no
very
small
impressive.
feat. It was very good.
I was also impressed when they came into town hall and they presented for us. It's been a long time.
All right, my name is Hillary Drum. I'm 11 Mulberry Road, if I have to say that. And we just wanted to give public comment in regards to the program that we've proposed called VOICE, which stands for Voices of Youth Civic Engagement. And here with me today is Rory Luciano, Evan Griffiths, Josh Anton, Luca Sarapilia, and Kieran Onofre. And I will let them take it away.
Hi, my name is Roy Luciano, and today we are proposing an initiative called VOICE, which stands for Voices of Youth Civic Engagement. This will allow for the youth of Woodbridge to participate in the committees, commissions, and boards of the town. And this would allow them to be non-voting advisory members and also allow them to voice their opinions and also ideas to the committees and commissions and boards. And this would overall just benefit the town and also the students immensely. Thank you.
My name is Evan Griffiths. but we noticed that a lot of the decisions that the town makes deeply affects the town's youth, and we think it would be really great to have their perspectives on these decisions as non-voting advisory members. This would also help to build a group of people that in the future would be knowledgeable on how town boards and commissions run and be able to participate on them in the future.
As Evan said, this would allow the students to learn how government works from the inside, and they would become more knowledgeable about how the government runs, and it would also improve their college and job applications in the future. This has already been going on in Hamden for 4 years, and it's been very successful, and it just proves how students can improve the local government.
Just state your name so everyone.
I'm Josh Anton.
Thank you.
I'm Luke Sarapilia, and so the program is targets to have up to 2 students on each board, and is open to all Woodbridge residents in grades 10 through 12. And so for the selection process, we have a very simple one-page application, and the selection will happen in the spring from May through July, so that students are ready to join at the start of the school year in September. And then, so I'm just gonna say what I think Evan said before. These are non-voting seats, and students are there so that they can advise and listen and offer feedback. And then the final decisions will all still remain with like the voted on members. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Kirian Onifray. So currently there's a disconnect between the people on the boards and towns and commissions and the youth population of Woodbridge. And there are consequences of these policies that the boards make, and Voice can close this gap. And again, this program requires 0 financial investment from anyone, but in turn, it offers a massive return of civic engagement and community spirit for everyone, and allows more people to give more opinions and advice on all issues. So we ask for your support to implement Woodbridge Voice for the upcoming academic year. Let's invite our students at the table to build the future of Woodbridge together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are they going to Orange or?
This
Are
is
they going to
public
Orange?
comment.
But are they going to Orange or? Is
No,
if
these
this
are-
is an Amity initiative, are you going to the Orange and Bethany?
So I can.
That's my
start
question.
now and answer
Just
that.
like that.
So actually, we have approached. I did send FYIs to both Orange and Bethany to let them know, because this would be a Woodbridge-specific initiative, so that it could include all Woodbridge residents, whether or not they're Amity. So it could be private school as well as homeschool. So we did let the other towns know so that it could become a full Amity initiative if possible.
But it wouldn't be Orange students or Bethany
Correct. Orange would go to
students.
Orange,
Okay.
Bethany would go to Bethany, because again, the students, what all the boys, I will speak for them now, had brainstormed about it is like, you should be advising and doing projects on things that affect you.
Your town.
You know, we want it to be, you know, what they know, what
Thank
they're
you.
actually having.
Thank you. I just want a clarification on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up, I have Nicole Donzello. Then after Nicole, Scott.
Good evening, everyone. Nicole Donzello, 55 Hickory Road. While I support the town of Woodbridge in various capacities, I'm speaking tonight specifically in my role as the chair of the Use of Publicly Owned Property Commission. Regarding my presentation at the March 25th Board of Selectmen meeting, I'd like to provide clarification for the record on the CUPOP property review process, as I want to ensure my initial explanation was fully understood. In adherence to our charge, CUPOP is undertaking a long overdue comprehensive review of town-owned property, the first in over 40 years since 1982. As chair, I directed this commission to move beyond a cursory review and produce a substantial audit-level report. This process involves rigorous deed, environmental, and easement research to determine the best potential use of town-owned property. We then produce a public detailed report complete with all supporting documentation such as maps, deeds, recommendations, and public comment, posted directly to town website and provided to the Board of Selectmen. Most returning board members confirmed receipt of the reports during my presentation. The research and reports are entirely driven by the dedicated volunteers of CUPOP. I am profoundly grateful for their unwavering commitment to this process. Prior to my tenure, no such reports were accessible on the town site. I have initiated comprehensive reviews and a corrected, transparent digital registry of town assets. My goal is to ensure all boards, residents, and stakeholders have the data they need, fostering transparency and acting in the best interest of the town. I can state with confidence that we have achieved that goal. Our reports on town-owned property contain the comprehensive data required for the Board of Selectmen to make informed decisions efficiently and with confidence. Now, in other news, I am pleased to provide an update on CUPOP's collaborative effort to revitalize Peace Park, as identified in the 2025 Plan of Conservation and Development. Since November of 2024, CUPOP, with critical input from the Recreation Commission and participation from Conservation as an ex officio entity, has developed a comprehensive plan to modernize this vital space. After extensive public discussion over 14+ meetings, I am proud to report that this past Monday, the town submitted a congressional directed spending grant application to fund these improvements. This project addresses long-standing needs to providing a fully ADA accessible pathway, splash pad, bicycle playground, indoor accessible restrooms, and a universal year-round activity slab, which could be used for ice skating, which I know is one of the identified initiatives of recreation. While Peace Park is a beloved community asset, its outdated, non-compliant infrastructure currently limits access for seniors, individuals with disabilities, and families. This investment will complement the town's only accessible playground and replace the remaining barriers with safe, free, multi-generational opportunities, improving public health and fostering a more equitable and connected town. We have widespread support for this project from residents, the Woodbridge Volunteer Fire Department, Recreation Commission and Department, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Ad Hoc Committee, Amity Youth Lacrosse, and others, with many submitting letters of support. We expect a decision by October, and I hope to report good news in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask, point of order, that to me was a CUPOP update, not a public comment. I'm confused.
Nothing
So-
precludes a commission from making a public comment so.
I'm asking a question to the first
We've
It was
selectman.
even had
okay.
Board of
David,
Selectmen
we had
members
Board
who
of
have
Selectmen
given-
go up there, so yeah.
and given
it's-
Yeah,
public
but to
comment.
make a comment, not on behalf, not an update on behalf of the board. I'm just saying because we can't engage or ask questions, I would prefer that be a report out so we can.
It would have had to have been given to us enough in advance to
Okay.
add to the agenda.
Okay.
I appreciate the update, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you,
Lauren,
and
I
as-
wasn't being rude, I was asking a question.
And as indicated, I am available by email and telephone if anyone has questions, as I indicated
you,
when I
Nicole.
reported last week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That wasn't to me and I didn't appreciate it, I just had a
Please,
logistic
folks,
question.
let's order. Let's please move on.
Is up next, and then Cindy, and then Sheila.
Good evening. My name is Scott Hunter. I'm here to provide comment on the fair housing affirmation. I think it's worth taking a moment before you vote to consider what the fair housing affirmation actually commits the town to do. I do note that this item has been moved to the end of the agenda. I trust it will still receive the priority attention and consideration it warrants, and that given the gravity of the claims made against the town for violating the law, it will be the subject of meaningful discussion this time. I'd like to begin by saying that once you adopt the fair housing affirmation, it's not the state's, it's yours. We are in a moment where governments have grown comfortable certifying compliance without meaningful examination. Courts in Connecticut are beginning to look more closely at that, and so should we. So regardless of whether there is discussion, let's be clear about what you're agreeing to. That all people are afforded the right to full and equal housing opportunities to live in the neighborhood of their choice in this town. That this town will actively support that right, and that the town will carry out affirmative marketing reaching all groups and not limiting access directly or indirectly. Those are not words. Those are enforceable obligations. So as you think about housing and education strategy, the question is simple. Do you mean what you affirm, or is this being treated as a requirement to secure funding rather than a commitment to be carried out? And if the strategy discussions you're having about housing and schools do not align with those commitments, then the board needs to answer for that. You have entrusted the first selectman with a responsibility to ensure compliance and to enforce the law. That responsibility is not contingent on having the votes. It exists precisely for moments when leadership requires standing up to a board. April is Fair Housing Month, a time to reflect on its meaning and obligations. This is my contribution, marking the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, a landmark civil rights law, and for me, the same year I came to this town. There comes a point when silence is not neutrality, it's participation. When I hear statements that we speak for the rocks alongside proposals to confine multifamily housing to isolated areas bounded by highways, waterways, and other physical barriers with little connection to the rest of the town, I have to ask, are those voices expanding opportunity or deliberately limiting where it can exist? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cindy Kruger. I live at 10 Foxton Way. And like so many of the families here, we moved to Woodbridge for our excellent public schools. I'm the mom of a current Beecher student and a Beecher graduate. In addition, I've been a very active PTO volunteer for the last few years, both as president and in other board roles like fundraising and education enrichment for the school. My husband is currently the president of the Woodbridge Club, and like all of you, we spend a lot of personal volunteer hours in this town to try to make Woodbridge sort of the nicest place to live possible. That's our goal, and I think it's a shared one. Many years, as the many years I've spent as a Beecher parent and volunteer, it's given me a lot of insight into what's going on at the school and where the opportunities are for improvement. I'm here tonight to support the recommendation to build a new school and take the appropriate actions to get there, to bring Beecher into the modern era. Our kids deserve a physical learning facility that matches the educational excellence of the curriculum that they get to experience and the staff that we are so lucky to have there. We want to inspire our students and prepare the leaders of tomorrow. In our family's experience, we have noticed that Beecher is suffering from a number of issues related to the physical facility. As you design a new facility, I hope you will consider adding appropriate space for special ed. We have a special ed child, and we've noticed that windowless rooms and use of spaces that seem like closets are very difficult for learning, and we think we can do better. We have some of the best staff and programming in the state, and we think that we should utilize them in the best facilities as well. When we go to parent-teacher conferences, we always wear layers because we just never know. Is it going to be hot? Is it going to be cold? It's the same at PTO events. The school is not even in heating nor our ability to expect what's going to go on. We think everyone should have a comfortable physical environment. I often see teachers in the hallways on carts. This is inappropriate. We really need to have a space that can have appropriate educational classrooms for regular classroom special ed and for our special teachers, because we want to have music and health get the attention that they deserve as well. At PTO events, and I'm sorry to expose this, but we have experienced sewage overflows in the bathrooms. And I don't mean like the toilets overflowing. I mean the sewage is coming up from the bottom. We have mice that could go on a diatribe for a very long time if anyone wants to talk to me about why mice should not be in our buildings, and they're not inevitable. They are not in my house, and they do not have to be in our school. In a new school, we hope we could address these basic issues that, frankly, we just have a very old building. A lot of parents put in comments tonight about various issues, and they're really all good for consideration. I hope you will. I'm not saying everything that could possibly be needed to be addressed. And I do want to thank Vito and the custodial staff because they do keep the school running, and that's important. But I do ask also that a new building be designed with enough storage, so there's tables and chairs to do educational enrichment for the students. And we hope that there could be an all-school assembly one day in a space that could accommodate the kids. There are many opportunities to fix and enhance the space that our children have. And we feel that Woodbridge should aim to have best-in-class facilities to go with our best-in-class educational ambitions. So I hope you will consider that.
Thank you.
Hello, Sheila McCrevin, 63 Center Road. I did send you some correspondence that I hope everyone did receive. I understand that you did. And I just wanted to come just to highlight. So the correspondence I sent included some information about the previous project at Beecher Road School, the renovation that took place about 10 years ago. My concern is that in the material being submitted to the state, that it be accurately depicted so that we can get a fair kind of analysis of the cost difference between renovating or adding a wing to the existing building versus knocking down the building and building a new building, right? So I think it's important to recognize that roughly 10 years ago, we installed equipment, a lot of equipment, very expensive equipment, and did complete renovation, window wall renovations of the A, B, and C wing, and some roofing that was in need of replacement at that time. Since that time, we've done more roofing, of course. But all of these systems would seem to me that they have useful life left in them. So just a careful analysis of what really has to be renovated to have the best Beecher facility we could have. Having served on a previous building committee that took many, many years to get forward some very needed renovations, I understand that it's a long-term planning process that has to take place. I'm just asking that everyone make sure that we have our information up to date and we're making some accurate projections so we can take the best steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Hamilton. I'm at 28 Park Lane. And I'm here to just make a couple of comments, very lightweight compared to everything else, about the Community and Cultural Center. So I am a member of the All In for Woodbridge community group, which is just some people who love Woodbridge and want to make many of the things available in Woodbridge known and have people participate in those things. I do want to start by thanking the Board of Selectmen. I drive by all the time and see the firehouse and lights on in there, the old firehouse, and so we're very excited about the renovations that are taking place. And I'd just like to ask that we continue that support for the Community and Cultural Center in the budget, furnishing the center, appointing someone to coordinate the activities and make it easy for us to use the space and have programs there, and have a vendor for the cafe when it opens. I think Woodbridge residents are excited to have a space that can be used by everyone. So not the senior center, not for kids, not for recreation only. To have a space that does all of those things for us. For maybe not somebody who just needs just a gym or just some of the other activities we have. So anyway, I just think that our town is a wonderful town, and I think this space could be a real comfortable, open, welcoming environment for everybody to use. So thank you.
Thank you.
Then Andrea, and then Laura, and then Kathy.
Hello. I'm Andrea Weinstein, 11 Cross Hollow Road, and I'm here to echo what Margaret said and add my spin as well. And thank you all, for supporting the Community and Cultural Center. I speak as a citizen of Woodbridge for nearly 26 years, chair of the Recreation Commission, and a member of the building committee, where we're working to transform the old firehouse into a community and cultural center. And I'm on that committee with our esteemed chair, Sandy Stein, and Bob Tucker. And a host of other people have participated in this. This is not a one-person or a three-person process, that's for sure. I just want to echo, and we've heard this and talked about this before, that we've waited so long to have the old firehouse become a place to gather. It's been, about 20 years since the fire. It's been 4 years that the building committee has been meeting and working towards trying to really envision this space. There have been many people who've participated in this process, including, and of course, the directors of the Recreation Department, the Library, and Human Services, and then the group that that was just mentioned, the All In for Woodbridge, where people can just kind of speak about their people's dreams for this, like this gift we have, this community and cultural center. And it's really open to anyone. So if anyone, I'm sure you're all exhausted after the huge amount of meetings that you're involved in, but come and participate. And maybe you have dreams that have not been spoken about there. So it's open to all. A group, no, I won't repeat that. I will say that now we're in that moment. It's so close to being opened. It's like low-hanging fruit, you know? It's a community and cultural center for the whole community. It's not for any one group. It's for all to enjoy, an intergenerational space, a welcoming community space. We just need a staff member to organize and be responsible to ensure that it's utilized to its fullest potential as a gathering place, as a welcoming center for all to enjoy. So my personal wish, and many, probably everyone in this room has or I hope everyone in the room has this wish, that to make it happen for the community, to please vote and agree to have the Community and Cultural Center staffed as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be able to open the Community and Cultural Center on 06/5/26? Wouldn't that be a nice celebration? We can envision that there will be community members who want to get involved, but we need a designated staff member to bring it all together. You know, thank you for your attention. We look forward to gathering together in our lovely, inviting Community and Cultural Center. And I bring my comment, I know not a moment too soon. I see item number 11 on the agenda is Town Hall reorg review, which includes communications and community coordinator position, which seems very relevant to this topic. We look forward to our town's youth involved, as was so eloquently expressed this evening in public comment. Clearly, our youth want to be involved in decisions that impact the town, impact them as youth. And thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see
Good
you
evening.
all again.
Thank you.
I'm Laura Ferrante Fernandez, and I'm back again. And I'm also representing the Woodbridge Community and Cultural Center. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to address the Board of Selectmen again, since we believe that the new Community and Cultural Center is most important in order to build community, connections, and continued involvement to improve town participation and communication. We can't emphasize enough the importance of the Community and Cultural Center for our town, since it will become a resource for everyone, and all town residents will benefit from building community and connectedness. Once again, I want to remind everyone that the renovations have all been done through grants. The town did not have to pay for any of the renovations. Kudos to all of you for this huge accomplishment. We now support the creation of a position to oversee the Community and Cultural Center. I cannot stress enough how important it is to have this individual who will become the face of success in the planning and the scheduling of the center. The person will become an important cog to oversee and run the community and cultural center. Some of the important duties for this person would be the scheduling of events, bringing in much-needed revenue, making sure that everything runs smoothly, etc. He will also coordinate and run and facilitate new programs and events while collaborating with the library, human services, and recreation. The individual needs to be a welcoming face for new residents and the community overall. Not having a person to orchestrate this symphony of town events would be disastrous to our projected plans and to our center. As an educator, I'm always learning, and that is why I'm always volunteering. Life is short. I choose to make a difference while always being respectful and working with all our neighbors. We are all also anxiously looking forward to having a coffee tea shop with delivered baked goods, which can also serve ice cream. We realize that the cafe cannot accommodate cooking or baking there, but minimal delivered food and snacks can be served. Hopefully, all this would be needed next will fix for 3 tubs of ice cream with vanilla, chocolate, and maybe a 3rd tub of surprising daily choice. Oh, and don't forget the cones. Everyone I spoke to loves this idea too. Everyone is enthusiastic about the opening of the new community and cultural center. I support the idea of opening this initiative up to town businesses. What a wonderful gathering place it will be. People could walk, jog, and then meet their friends to chat and brainstorm about enhancing our little town with neighborly love. Again, thank you for your time and for listening. Hopefully we can all work together to get this done. Keep your face always toward the sunshine, and the shadow will fall behind you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathy Wick, Rimmon Road. Like many town residents, I have numerous questions about the proposed Beecher Road School project, the process it has undergone thus far, and the road we are heading down, which I'm concerned may be leading us over a fiscal cliff. First, I'd like to be sure that you all are aware how little most town residents know about the project. I've been asking everyone I encounter about it, and very few people know what's going on. When I tell them that the current preferred option is to build a brand new school and demolish the existing one, the first question I get is, why would we want to do that? The next question is, well, what are the other options? This obvious question raises a significant concern for me, since my understanding of the planned sales pitch is that we will not be getting objective information on all the options. We will be getting pushed towards a single option. Residents deserve to know about all the possible paths forward, not just the ones that a small subcommittee has chosen without any meaningful in-depth analysis of the financial impact on the town. Second, I'd like to register my extreme disapproval of tax dollars being used for an outside consultant to mount a propaganda campaign. I was frankly appalled when I read that the Board of Education had transferred budgeted educational funding towards such a purpose. This action immediately raises suspicions. If this project was right for the town, it would not need a taxpayer-funded propaganda machine behind it. As far as I know, no other capital project in Woodbridge history has been handled this way, and for good reason. Third, why has the Board of Finance not been involved as yet? My understanding is that they will need to sign off before a referendum is held. Wouldn't it make sense for them to weigh in much earlier? It's shocking to me that this entire project has been pursued with essentially no financial analysis. If I was planning a major home renovation, or for that matter, any major purchase, my first question would be, what is the budget? I would then proceed within that constraint. Of course, we all highly value education, and if money were no object, would love to have a brand new school. But alas, since we live on planet Earth, money is an object. Very simply, I do not believe we can afford even the best-case scenario that is being proposed. One estimate I've seen shows that families with modest Woodbridge homes will see an increase of over $2,000 per year from this proposed debt alone. The amount of borrowing on the table threatens to make Woodbridge completely unaffordable for a vast number of residents, especially our seniors. Fourth, I spoke recently to a longtime town official who told me that before the state reimburses a project like this, the project undergoes an extremely thorough audit. Apparently, it is routine that the state reimburses 10 to 15% less than they promised at the outset. So I would suggest that the cost estimate must include a robust contingency fund that anticipates that our audit result will be typical and we will receive, at best, 15% less than we were promised initially. Finally, one comment on an entirely different matter. I noticed that the town is seeking a vendor for a cafe in the new community center at the old firehouse. Over the years, this idea has been discussed, similar ideas, not necessarily that exact location, but for a commercial cafe in the center of town. This idea has been rejected many times. The Economic Development Commission discussed it and rejected it within the last decade. They felt there was not enough traffic in the location, and any business it got would be taking customers away from existing town businesses. I looked at the EDC's agendas and minutes for the last 6 months and saw no mention of such a project. Was the EDC consulted before the RFP for the cafe vendor was released? If not, perhaps they should have been. Also, it's my understanding that such commercial activity is not allowed by current zoning. If my reading of the regulations is correct, I would suggest that it seems inappropriate for the town to seek a vendor for an activity that is prohibited by its own regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come forward for public comment?
We've got a few more. We have
Okay.
Bob, and then I can't read. Marlon. Okay.
I thought the pile was your statement.
What's that?
I said I thought the pile was your statement.
I also have something else. I will pass a written letter here I'm going to read to you that I'll give to you. Okay? First of all, congratulations on the cultural center. I was on recreation. We were working on that building for quite some time, so kudos to Sandy and the group, and also recreation, Andrea, in that way. All right. I'm going to be submitting a letter to you here, and I'm requesting a meeting with you, Mika, with at least one of my neighbors, maybe two of my neighbors. And the request is to discuss the lights that are being discussed at Acorn Hill ball fields. I'm here tonight to request that meeting to review the original agreement concluded with the neighbors of Acorn Hill in 1995. The neighbors have done their part, contributing to the town formerly with the landfill that contaminated the reservoir and the neighbors' drinking water, the transfer station, and the multi-use fields at Acorn Hill. I'm going to read here a motion that was made on June 14th, 1995. The board voted Sheehy and Ekstrom to refer to the ordinance committee the request to adopt an ordinance prior to any use of the Acorn Hill Road fields for organized ball field purposes. That's an important comment in there. Prior to use. Prohibiting the use of all-terrain vehicles on the property, no lighting of the playing fields for night games, no loudspeakers installed, and signage requirements imposed. The vote was 5-0 to 1 abstaining. You'll see that in the package that I passed around to you on page 12. I highlighted it. Then on November 15th, there was a number of things in the minutes back and forth, and one of the things I learned in going through the vault, apparently I guess the ordinance committee actually didn't keep minutes at that time until they reported back to the Board of Selectmen. I know myself recognize that. I know in speaking to Nicole, she discovered the same thing. However, On November 15th, 1995, the Ordinance Committee made the following recommendation. Regulation of all-terrain vehicles and lighting at Acorn Hill Road. Mr. Sheehy said that the committee suggested that a committee governing this area be established by the ordinance instead. Okay, someone's going to police it. Okay, they're going to police what was originally agreed to. As much as this could have been handled differently, it is clear the fields were not to be used until the items prohibited were regulated. It is the interpretation, if the interpretation is that was not followed up on, the fields should not have been permitted to be used. That is clear in the motion on June 14th, 1995. Apparently, a resident made a request of CUPOP noted in the November 2025 minutes and followed up over the last several months, leading them to schedule a visit to fields in Oxford to see their lights. As much as CUPOP does believe the state funds used will open up a request for the use of the fields, we dealt with the same, they believe that it will not open up an issue with the fields. We dealt with the same issue when the playground at Pease was built, when I was on recreation. And we all knew that the potential of others from out of town using the park would occur, and they have. I served on the Bethwood Baseball Board for 20 years, up until January 2023. And clearly, I'm aware the need for lights in the fall is not warranted, based on the number of players and the schedule. They mostly usually play on the weekend. Part of what we taught as a league was sportsmanship, teamwork, and integrity. As a commissioner of the league for many years, I stressed to the coaches, many of who were board members, to be ambassadors of the league. I don't believe the proposal of the league shows integrity to the town and to the neighbors of Acorn Hill who supported them in the fields to start with. I remind you that in 1995, the neighbors organized and retained legal counsel to reach the resolution for the ball field and the transfer station. I hope this board can quickly recognize the commitment made to our neighborhood and do the right thing so we can focus on other priorities of the town. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to meeting with you, Mika.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to pass around a copy of the letter that I
Thank you.
just read to you. Thank you.
Point of clarity, are these minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
I've run into Bob in the vault, my favorite place. He's been collecting them.
There's actually,
I'll put all this in the minutes too, in
Thank you.
public record.
I can give you a full copy of that whole package from that because there was a lot of discussion at that meeting aside from what I gave you.
Thank you, Bob.
Marlo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marlo Teneri. I'm resident up at 74 Acorn Hill Road. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. My family's been here in town for 5 generations. My daughter's the 5th generation, live up on Acorn Hill. We have a long history here in town, and that property where the landfill is, the ball fields and so forth, belonged to my great-grandfather. So, you know, I've watched his property go from what was cornfield, pasture lands, and farmland as a young boy. And I remember hearing stories about my mom riding in that vegetable wagon, taking the produce down to Main Street in Ansonia. That road is named after my great-grandfather. So I take a lot of pride when I come before a board like this, and I speak about our family history out there on the hill. And it kind of saddened me to watch what happened when the town took that property over many years ago, and they turned it into a sand and gravel pit, a landfill, destroyed that trout lake we used to swim in and fish in as kids. It was every color of the rainbow. pre-settlement ponds down below that, the contamination that ran down toward Paulson's Pond, into Bladen's Brook, and down the rivers, and eventually into the Sound. And back in 1995, when our neighborhood formed this group to help revive that neighborhood and bring it back to more residentially compatible position, we negotiated with the town. We came before the Board of Selectmen. We went back and forth in several ways. We were instrumental in getting that landfill capped and in proper design of the transfer station in lieu of the landfill. So it was tucked down in back, out of sight. Sound was deadened with natural barriers. And I looked at that and I said, yeah, that's the right thing to do. And as time went by, there were various proposals for the use of the remaining land out there, and not all of them were logical or made good sense. And then at some point in the mid-90s, when the baseball fields were proposed, we sat there and we thought about it as a neighborhood group. And having owned that land in the past, the neighbors were kind of upset over that, and I thought about it and I said, you know what? If we can get together with the town and negotiate reasonable conditions upon which these fields can be implemented, I think I can live with that. It would do my heart good to see the kids out there playing baseball. The Fathers League would benefit, our community would benefit. That neighborhood's done a lot to help support this town over many decades. We've made a lot of sacrifices as a neighborhood, and we haven't gotten a whole hell of a lot in return, quite frankly. But I thought this would kind of put all that to rest. So, as a neighborhood group, based on my recommendation, because our family's opinion carried the most weight with that neighborhood, because we were right there front and center on these fields. And I suggested that, hey, let's get behind this and these ball fields. Let's make it a reality, because there was a state grant that was available with a limited window of opportunity, and it wasn't going to happen. We were going to miss that window. The ball fields wouldn't have gotten built. So we decided to get behind it. And we negotiated with the Board of Selectmen and Ann Birdwhistle, Rick McGuire, who was an assistant at the time, and we reached an agreement. And when you go back to the minutes that Bob referenced earlier, Board of Selectmen minutes from June 14th, 1995, they call a meeting to order, they have various discussions on that topic, and eventually they go on to approve it, but not before Mr. Engstrom made a presentation on the fields. And he clearly suggested in his presentation that the field would not be lit for night games. The board goes on, they approve it conditionally, and then immediately afterwards, the action they take is a proposed ordinance. The board voted to refer the ordinance committee the request to adopt an ordinance prior to any use of the Acorn Hill Road fields for organized ball field purposes, prohibiting the use of all-terrain vehicles on the property, no lighting of the playing field for night games, no loudspeakers installed, and signage requirements imposed. I don't know that it could be much clearer what the negotiated agreement was. It's right here in black and white. I was there, I partook in this, so it's not hearsay. You're talking to somebody who lived it. And that was our agreement that we reached with the town. And that request for the ordinance prohibiting those activities, including lighting, is a clear indication of our pre-negotiated agreement that was reached with the neighborhood group and the town, and was clearly understood by all involved that the state limitations were the foundation upon which we as a neighborhood agreed to support those fields. Because without that grant, without our support, these fields wouldn't be here today, so we wouldn't have to have this discussion. And I'm disappointed that I have to come here from Coop-Pop over the last couple months and then maybe here at this board tonight to try and fight for something we already negotiated on, we delivered as a neighborhood, and now the league and Coop-Pop are maybe entertaining the idea of, well, let's not talk about what we should do, let's talk about what we can do. And they're trying to navigate their way around this and trying to find a way to get those lights out there. And I find that appalling. I think it's disrespectful to the neighborhood. I think it lacks integrity. And shame on anybody who can find a way to support that. We don't deserve that as a neighborhood. We delivered on our promise, and we supported these fields ever since they went in, the last 30-plus years. I'm asking that if it comes in front of the Board of Selectmen, that you people do the right thing by us. That you simply look at it for what it is, say, hey, look, we had an agreement, they delivered, we're gonna deliver, and that you just honor your word. Otherwise, you're gonna tarnish the reputation of the league, and more importantly, the reputation of this board and our administration here in town. How can people trust a town that makes you a promise, the neighborhood delivers, everybody gets what they want, and then later on, well, we don't have to honor previous agreements from the board because there's precedents that say we don't have to do that. I'm not asking what you have to do. I'm asking what should you do. What you should do is honor that agreement. And I hope to hell everybody here and the rest of the folks in town want to do the right thing and just need a reminder what that is. I think this agreement should be honored, and I don't think there should ever be lights out there. And their presentation at Coupop suggested, well, lights have changed, technology's changed, and there won't be so much off-site lighting. Well, that completely disregards the fact that we're gonna have after-hours activity, heavy traffic, people running late for games, zipping up that street because they're 15 minutes late for a ball game late at night. My position is when the sun goes down, so should the activities. Give us some relaxation and some residential feel to that neighborhood. Don't take it all away from us. Putting lights out there is just too much. It's going too far. And I just think it would be wrong on so many levels if the town were to support that sort of request to put lights up out there. They want to put in 8 60-foot tall light poles so they can have night games. I prefer if they just come up and gave me a hug and a handshake and said, thanks for all you've done. Thanks for supporting us 30 years ago so we have these fields today. We're not going to stick 8 60-foot light poles up your ass so that you can't sleep at night.
Thank you.
It's just not right. So I guess maybe it's a little bit forward because the board hasn't heard that presentation yet, but it's coming. And when it does, I hope you folks will do the right thing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Could I ask a
Thank you.
clarifying question? Is this group of neighbors, are they organized, is there a whole group of people to speak to, like the neighbors in the surrounding area that spoke previously? Is there still an organization of neighbors in that area?
Some of them passed away. Steve Fiore's gone. Arthur Bogan is living somewhere else in the state. He's in his 80s. I am one of the survivors out there. John DeLisio is. I think it was a little bit before Bob Hill's time. But yeah,
I'll be meeting with Bob. I'll get more details.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Notice that it's funny, our neighbors on the street, the sign people, they happen to maintain the email list and communicate with our neighbors on a regular basis. And it just so happens that the former owner of the property who was on the email list actually emailed me back and was talking about the fact that we are the protectors of the neighborhood and said, make sure you keep up the fight that we made back in 30 years ago. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to step up, please?
Well, hello. I'll keep it short because I left my family at home. My husband is battling with 3 hungry kids and trying to wrap up dinner. But I'm here to represent at least another 7 families that are in the same situation as I was tonight, you know, coming back from work, trying to feed kids, taking them to activities, and they couldn't be here, but I asked their permission to speak on their behalf. But I'm here to talk about the rec center. You know, everybody's excited about the rec center. My neighbors are very excited about it, so I'm just here to ask, you know, that you guys please make sure there is a budget to.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, when you say rec center, the community and cultural
yes,
center?
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
I just want to make sure.
Sorry,
clear.
yes.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You know, to, where was I? Oh, to make sure there's a budget for someone to run it and, you know, the other activities. I have a spicy child. He's neurodivergent, and just coincidentally, I have other 3 neighbors with spicy kids. And, on the weekends we find ourselves on a pilgrimage trying to find places where to take them. We go to the park in Orange because it's fenced, and so it's safer for the kids. And last weekend I ended up taking my child to Norwalk. They have an amazing museum there with a water table, for sensory stuff for him. But it's a 15-minute drive. And then on the way back, because of traffic, it was like an hour and 15 minutes. And then he ended up bawling because it was so long and it was so boring. And then I ended up crying, the last 15 minutes because I was tired of all the whining and complaining. And at that point, I was like, oh, the community center needs to happen so then we don't have to go so far away to find something to do. And all of our neighbors agree, we don't want to just sit here and ask, we need this, we want that, we want sensory this or indoor playground or whatever. Everybody's willing to put in the work. We know we're going to need, money. But everybody's willing to do galas, fundraisers, whatever it takes to make it happen and to help, get dirty and help put things together. People are ready to donate training, a train table, train, so then there's a little space for train lovers. So everybody's excited, everybody wants to help. Let's see. We also believe we go and we spend the money at this children's spaces. We're paying $20 to get in, and the parent has to pay. So we're spending $40, $60 on top of whatever souvenir you have to get on the way out so the child won't cry. So, if the community center here has a little cafe, like they were talking about ice cream, the parents are going to pay for the ice cream. So it is going to generate some money. It shouldn't be seen as a drain on our taxes. Let's see. And again, we're very excited. Parents are more than happy to help in any way they can to make it happen. We don't want to put everything on just you guys, but the community and everybody else that I've spoken to, even people without kids, they're more than ready to hop in and help with fundraising and whatever else is going to be necessary. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can you put the last name, just spelling your last name? Griffin. Griffin. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to step forward for public comment? Anyone? Anyone? Oh, I think you used more than your 3 minutes.
Andrew Weinstein, this was just to say, can I say a quick?
We generally
Don't? Okay.
And we have a
I
long
was just gonna
agenda,
say
that's-
the lovely banners look great and it
Thank you.
feels like a community that's happening. So I
Thank you.
just want to encourage more of this.
Thanks, Andrew.
Jim, should we recess a moment?
Yeah, could we
After
have
public
Yes,
a
after
few
public
minute
comment would
recess
be
and
a
then we
good
start?
time. Why don't we plan to get back at about 7 o'clock, and 7:05, and we'll go from there. So thank you. our,
Before Superintendent starts, I just wanted to read the names of the public correspondence we received.
Oh, thank you.
yes, please.
That
Thank
I
you for
did,
that.
and
Thank you.
remind everybody that they'll be in with the minutes.
Please.
So we did receive public comment, from Monica Phillip, Kristen Turkos, David Vogel, Ms. Shumley, Jean, and Yosande Bisalant. I might be pronouncing it.
Bislante.
Thank you. So many names. I'm the worst. We did get another public comment from Hillary Drum, 2 public and 1 Ms. McCrevin as well. So those are all in the packet. They all will be attached to the minutes as well as everything I collected tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, for that. Our next item on the agenda is the Woodbridge School District update, and with us is our superintendent, Superintendent Montini.
Thank you, First Selectman Cardoza. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share a brief update from the Woodbridge Board of Education and Beecher Road School. Our April enrollment, I'll start with enrollment as I usually do, currently stands at 875 amazing students. This is 6 more than reported last month and 3 less than last April. I'll begin with a few calendar updates. As you may know, our last day of school changes with each snow day. Maybe you didn't. Apparently not everybody knows that, but with winter behind us, although certainly it hasn't felt like that the last couple days, we're hopeful that we can say with confidence our last day of school is Wednesday, June 17th. Today, we conclude our last parent conference day. We have 4 throughout the year. Communication and partnerships with our families is something that we value tremendously at Beecher. Parent-teacher conferences provide opportunities for our parents and guardians to connect with the teacher to discuss academic progress, social development, and overall performance in school. Our families are our partners, and our students benefit from the strong relationships that we seek to establish. Next week, we head into our April vacation. Shortly after April vacation, we'll begin with our spring assessments already. Time has flown. And our spring assessments are one way that we measure and identify strengths and opportunities as they relate to achievement and growth. Often we share that information with you in the months to come. Our kindergarten registration is now open. We are excited to welcome our new young learners to school next year. We've scheduled a visit for our new kindergarten students and their families on May 26th at 4 p.m. I am truly looking forward to it. I love kindergarten, the excitement, the joy, the magic, sometimes the tears, but they're short-lived. Yes, there's tears, but we get over the tears and then it's magic and joy. Our kindergarten teachers do an exceptional job. And if you can't find me some days, if I'm having one of those days or like a day where I'm at a never-ending meeting with a really huge agenda, I'm going to go you're going to find myself in kindergarten for a little while. So I'm going to stick with kindergarten for a moment. There's been a recent change in legislation. I'm not sure if you may or may not know that in 2025 there was a change in the mandatory age requirement of kindergarten. So essentially they are sticking with the same day, but they're getting rid of the provision for early entry, and that's the change. So you must be 5 years old on or before September 1st, which is a good thing in my opinion. Connecticut was one of only 2 or 3 in the country that certainly they were the youngest. A couple of states allow local control over that, but most it's 9-1 and age 5. So beginning with the 27-28 year, the provision allowing early entry is unavailable, making September 1 a strict cutoff date moving forward. So our board is currently transitioning. We're changing our policy. So we've already done early entry assessments for some, but our policy by the end of this year will change and revert to the new law, and we'll be on that consistent date. So I'll share with you, and the last thing I'll share with you today is a partnership of which perhaps you're aware. As you may know, the Beecher Road Student Council and the Woodbridge Town Library partnered to curate a collection of decodable books for our youngest readers. They held an open house to showcase the collection a few weeks ago. Decodable books are simple books that are written for beginning readers. They essentially contain specific letter-to-speech sound correspondences that match what the students have learned. So leveled in a sense of if your sound letter correspondence and books to match that allow them to decode or sound out the words as opposed to looking at pictures or other cues. So students in the Beecher Road Student Council, they raised funds to purchase 60 books that were donated to the Woodbridge Town Library. Friends of the Woodbridge Town Library donated bins to house the collection. And based on the efforts of many, our youngest readers and their parents now have a section in the library to support early reading instruction and acquisition. So that certainly aligns with our approach to teaching reading, which is a really nice benefit for this town. Special thanks to Eric Worthman, Director, and Emily Cantor, Head of the Children's Services at the Woodbridge Town Library, for their collaboration and willingness to partner with us. I'd also like to thank our Student Council representatives and their faculty advisors, Teresa Nikuzi, Beth Green, Kayla Widmeyer, and Jackie Taylor for their work on this project, and Principal Annalisa Sherman, who every day and in every way models, cultivates, and emulates a culture of love and joy of reading throughout our school. Communities are stronger when they work together, and Beecher Road is fortunate to have the support and partnership of the library and beyond. And with that, I'll conclude my update, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Just a question with regard to the kindergarten registration. Are you seeing any trend in terms of how it compares to what was projected and/or what?
I would love to have that data, and I asked that same question. It's still relatively early, only having been open a few weeks.
Okay.
So I will. I'll be prepared the next time we meet with some initial data around that. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Please.
I was just wondering, since we will be discussing a very significant proposal for
Yeah.
construction, I was wondering what is your personal your prior professional experience with construction projects? And also the same question with respect to finance director at Beecher for the Woodbridge Board of Ed.
Great. So my experience with building projects.
Yes.
Yes. We, in my previous job, we renovated our high school. So I was involved primarily once the application and things were filed. I was heavily involved during the construction phase, going to the meetings, monitoring. It was a renovate to new, so we did actual construction in sections and had the high school open. I will say that I would not recommend that in an elementary school. Especially if there's not enough space to actually house or take a particular wing offline. You know, in a high school, it's a little different with staggered schedules, open periods, etc. So it was an extensive $80 million in 2015 project, which included essentially taking the high school, which is larger than Beecher, although Beecher is more comparable statewide to a large middle school or a small high school. So we did a complete renovate to new.
And were you superintendent or principal at that
I was
time?
assistant superintendent at that time.
Okay, okay.
So I went in a district, I went to all the building committee meetings. The superintendent didn't. The superintendent happened to be new. So the superintendent that left actually was involved on the front end, sort of application. And then when I came on board, it was essentially when they were breaking ground, and served as liaison, monitoring, building committees, spending, change orders, all of that. Ensuring the educational spaces were appropriate.
So were you engaged in the whatever town approval process, or was it only after you said at the groundbreaking?
Yeah, I was engaged when I was in my role as a principal, so contributing to ed specifications and all of those meetings. But I did not support for the high school the application to the state of Connecticut or anything like that.
And what about the finance director's experience?
I'm
with
not sure.
construction?
I'm not sure of her experience. She's worked for some larger districts, worked and smaller too, both in Danbury and Sherman. So I can't speak to her level of experience with that.
Yeah, I ask as one of my questions going forward is who's actually supposed to be running the money, whether it's the Woodbridge Board of Ed,
So,
finance director.
It's been my experience that when we have a capital project, it's typically the town that controls the money, and the town keeps an eye on the budget, and the town controls the fund.
Correct.
Was that your experience
Yes.
when you were working on it?
It was.
Okay.
Now, the building committee that was appointed in my previous district had the authority to make monetary decisions within the budget. They could do change
Correct.
orders, Yes.
Correct. This
So
is
there
the
are some,
process.
yeah, the state process, exactly.
Yeah.
Some communities, you have to take that and have their board vote on those things. I'm not sure how it works here, but yeah, the building committee made all of the decisions in terms of, you know, if they had a vote on publicly, you know, change orders, what have you, but they also manage the money, the project. Oftentimes you'll hire a clerk of the works, somebody that will be embedded through the bidding process to serve as the, you know, owner's representative. There's lots of different ways of doing it. And just point of clarification, most every school uses a school construction project, has some kind of a communication referendum support. It's either in the large architectural firm or they hire them separately.
Well, it was
Just so you know.
in the, to my recollection, it was in the initial contract, there were $30,000 allocated for the pre-referendum communications and support. And that's why that public comment was made that an additional, 20 or 30 were taken from what could be educational, allocated to education to do that because at some point it got over budget. I mean.
No, that is not a correct understanding.
So
You may have heard that, but that's
please
not a.
clarify.
Yeah, so.
And I'd
We
like to
should-
know
let's-
Mr.
let's-
Montini's role in that decision-making process, in part
Let's-
because it was brought up in public
Let's
comment.
take that as the next agenda item. Let's finish with the
Sure.
report here.
Sure.
And we'll
Sure thing.
take it as the
But
next
then-
agenda item. But let's
I'm sorry, I
take,
thought this.
No, that's fine. I just don't want to
a
point of-
question.
no, this is the superintendent's report.
Yeah, and I was asking him what his role in that decision was. If I,
And I just wanted to clarify that is an incorrect understanding of what happened. So he wouldn't have a role in that because that's not actually what happened.
so can you speak to what happened
Can I speak to what happened with my?
with the pre-referendum dollars?
So, Chris, I think
Again,
what she's
I'm sorry.
referring to
Let's-
is in CSG's
I'm sorry,
original
Maria.
contract.
Let's just stick with, we're going to stay on the agenda.
Yeah.
The agenda item right now is your report
Got it.
in regard to the school. So let's just stick with that. This-
Can I
this
ask,
is-
all right, then
Yes.
can I ask another question?
Please.
What is the current status of your budget, and would you be able to pay for Antonasia Associates' request for additional dollars, which are being presented to us as taking money out of what is budgeted for boiler replacement, which I understand to be a pretty necessary item in our town? I wonder whether the Waterbridge Board of Ed has money.
I can tell you the status of our budget. Just having had a finance committee meeting is a favorable variance of approximately $70,000.
Thank you.
I can't answer on behalf of the board, but that's certainly something that I can discuss with the board or in my next meeting with both Mika and Tony when we.
Just want to
when we
understand.
meet.
Yeah, I appreciate the number.
Sure.
Yeah.
Chris, is there anything else on your report? Is there anything else as relates to?
Nothing else in my
That
report.
we
and
would
I'll-
normally
I'll be here
discuss
for
as
the
part of your
next-
report.
I'll be here for the next few agenda items too.
You may want to stay right where you are. I have a feeling there'll be some questions.
Several.
So with that end, we will.
Next few agenda items.
There's our next agenda. Our next agenda item is indeed the Beecher Road Building Infrastructure Resolution.
Sure. So what we have.
Ask our liaison to.
Sure. So what we have in front of us this evening is part of the state process to ask for grant money for this project. Part of that process, the state requires that we pass these 3 required resolutions. These resolutions and passing these resolutions get us to the point, checks off one of the other requirements in order to apply for state grant funding. This entire process, this building project, is contingent upon receiving that grant money and a referendum passing in town. So what we have in front of us is a part of the process of the application for grant funding. The 3, I can just introduce them before we make the motion about them, so I, can answer any questions or explain anything about them. The first motion is that we, as the Board of Selectmen, authorize the Woodbridge Board of Education to apply for and accept or reject the grant funding from the state of Connecticut. The second is establishing the building committee that will oversee that proposed project. And the third is that as the Board of Selectmen and the legislative body of the town authorizes the preparation of schematic drawings and outline specifications for the proposed project. I just want to spend a moment on this because what the state is asking us to resolve has really been done already. Those schematic drawings and outline specifications along with their full cost estimation has already been done. That's the work that the committee has already been doing. And this says that we accept that work and move those schematic drawings into this grant application.
So can I request that we need to take up these two items together, because item 2 in the resolution refers to the building committee, which we have a separate charge. But in order to discuss 2, we need to look at the charge to the building committee.
Well, 2 just says we are going to appoint a building committee. The state just wants
Yes,
to know
but
that you are.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, one of the problems that, and Andrea and I took a lot of time, we have a whole summary of questions because I think it facilitates the discussion. And we want to be organized and we want to be productive. I'll tell you right from the get-go, one of the problems here is it has the Woodbridge Board of Ed in this resolution applying for money to the Commissioner of Administrative Services, right? And then you have the building committee applying for grants and the building committee charge. So one of the questions
Department of Ed, right?
yeah, well, I'm not sure, some of these things are changing, so, but at one point, the one thing referred to applying to the Department of Ed, and the other applied to the Department of Administrative Services. So, we need clarification of that, and also who's applying, whether it's DAS or.
So
whether
it's
the
a
building-
collaborative? Well,
That's
do
just
you want me
nice.
to, can I answer? You asked a question, so I'd like to answer.
Yeah.
So it is a collaborative effort on all of them, on the parts of both the Board of Ed, the town, and the building committee. It's in both of their charges because they both need to play a role in that. So I didn't write these resolutions. These are the resolutions that were given to us and the wording that the state is requiring.
So then that's the question, which is that if the state is saying that the Board of Ed is supposed to apply, then shouldn't the building charge say that the building committee will work with the Board of Education in preparing the application, for example? Right now, you got two different things. I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer. These words matter, so I don't understand the process.
It is the charge of both of them. So during this process, the building committee is also going to have to deal with parts of the grant, and so it's written into both of them. The Board of Ed is going to have the building committee is advisory to the boards. And so the Board of Ed may have to take the formal vote, but the building committee does act as advisory. And so that is what the process is. And we're following the same process that all school building committees across the state of Connecticut are following.
I don't think it makes sense, though, to the average reader if you don't specify that the role of the building committee is to cooperate with the Board of Ed in its application, right?
So are you saying change the building committee charge?
Yeah, I think that you can't, apparently I'm being told that you can't change the language of the resolution, so then we need clarification in the building committee charge as to what their role is vis-a-vis the Board of Education, who's going to be the actual applicant to the Commission of Administrative Services.
The applicant is the Board of Education.
Right,
But the building committee is advisory to them.
And we would need to clarify. We have a number of questions about clarifying and actually the substance of the building committee charge.
And also there's an update to your charge as promised.
Well, I just saw a document was added 2 hours ago.
Yeah, because we were still talking to members. So there is an update to your charge.
To look at that, obviously.
Okay, well, you can look at it now.
But, I mean, so let
But
me.
again, these are things, appreciate the updates. We based all of our preparation on what was given in our packet in advance of the meeting, not during the meeting.
Well,
Like,
you
that's-
were advised, though, that it was going under legal and regulatory.
Yes, that's
Sure,
fine.
sure.
We will deal
I'm
with
just
it.
saying.
We will see whether or not the update answers the questions or not, but we will have to march through our questions based on what we had. So the first was, so you're saying
Well,
let me just.
point of order, though, we are working right now on the resolutions. The actual building committee is item 7.
But to
Okay.
Amy's earlier point is these are connected, so I think she was trying to facilitate
So
an
I
approach.
think actually what you do is you have a choice, Maria. You have probably 4 people out of 6 who will vote for this as it is appeared. You have 2 people who have substantial questions. We'd like to understand in toto the process in order to understand the 2 documents that are presented to us.
Sure.
You can, as a matter of Robert's Rule of Orders, you can go right through and you can ignore what our questions are and you can vote for 2. We would rather be cooperative. We would rather have our questions resolved and work with you. And our big concern is to make sure everything is very clear and in turn that the residents are fully informed about the choices that will be before them. And right now the documents, even what you may have added, don't get there. So I think that's what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to be cooperative by taking the time to list everything. Unfortunately, it's based on a slightly old document. Apparently, some things have changed, but we can work through and figure that out.
So, yeah, Mike, I absolutely want to work with everyone. My comments were not to not hear all of our questions and all of our discussion. I was just merely pointing to the fact that there are 2 separate items on our agenda, and the first is the resolutions. And the resolution regarding the building committee from the state of Connecticut is merely a point of process that the town will appoint a building committee. And then we can certainly take up, and I'm more than happy to answer all questions about the building committee, the charge, take suggestions. I'm not suggesting that I don't want to hear questions or concerns. I just want to make sure that you're understanding that it's 2 separate processes, and the resolution is merely telling the state we are going to appoint a building committee, and then we can take up the charge and the appointments under the next item. That was my only, that's all I meant by that suggestion, not that I wanted to go to a vote without discussion or without engaging the entire board.
Okay, so then with respect to 1 on the resolutions, it says that the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen is authorizing the Woodbridge Board of Education to apply and accept grants.
Or reject.
But I mean, our charter controls who does the bonding, and there's nothing in here about the bonding process and the need for town approval.
Right.
So I don't understand how this is an appropriate, I mean, and if we are being told that this is the state language, we're stuck with it. I would like a motion that expressly acknowledges that the only reason we're passing this is because we understand, and the Board of Education need to understand, that absent a vote in accordance with our charter for the full bonding, and I have questions about what that language would be, then the Woodbridge Board of Ed is obligated to reject any grant.
So I'll go back to.
Because otherwise there shouldn't be a motion.
Right. So
Because
I'll
you're
go
giving
back-
them authority they don't have under our charter.
Right, so I'll respond to that. I'll respond to that by going back to how I introduced this, and how I introduced this topic of the resolutions. And that is that these resolutions are required to apply for state grant funding.
Understand.
They are not they are not to approve a project, they are not to go out to bonding. That the going out to bonding and approving a project is contingent upon receiving grant funding and upon the passing of a referendum.
I mean,
So
I think we're
these-
speaking at cross purposes. I'm looking at the express language, and
Right.
it says that we are resolving that the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen is authorizing the Board of Education not only to apply for grants, but to accept them.
Right,
And we
or
don't have the
reject.
authority to do that, because the charter says that we can't tell them that they can apply,
So why don't
accept
you
a
just
grant.
modify it by saying comma,
we allowed? That
subject to
was-
the
that-
requirements of the town
Can
charter?
we modify this text?
That's why.
Because Maria's making
As-
it seem like this is
No, that's-
No, I'm not.
has come
Hold-
from the state.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
That's
want-
not how I'm making
let's-
it seem. This is the language that came to us from our grant writer and the language that the state is required.
So I'm saying the motion has to be changed.
The language, here's my suggestion.
Okay.
The language that has been provided to Maria by a consultant who literally does these and knows exactly what the state needs to check the box when they're going through their grant review.
Okay.
This language in some form needs to be there. For example, number 1 that you're pointing to. I mean, I personally have no problem putting a comma at the end and saying subject to the conditions and requirements under the town charter, something as general as that. I mean, you wanna, it sounds like, drill down on a whole step-by-step outline, which I think is a waste of time.
Not in this one, but in,
Yeah.
I want to do it for the building charge so that people understand.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't
That's
need it in,
transparent.
I don't
This-
need it for this, I need
yeah,
it for the.
This is like
charge.
more of housekeeping. I get what you're saying, because you read number one, and anyone else who reads number one after you guys approve this, presumably, is gonna say, okay, so the Board of Ed has the final call on whether to accept or reject the grant, right?
Which
So, I
they
mean,
don't.
that's- Yeah, and I agree with that. Under the charter, it does need to be
So a
bonded.
revision is
Simply-
required.
But simply adding, as what you said, keeps the language as it is, which was recommended, and addresses any concerns as relates to what you're suggesting, Amy. So
No, it
seems as
doesn't
if
keep the language, he's modifying it.
it retains everything that has been included in the language. And we're just adding what's subject from our perspective, what we feel is required.
Is this just a formality then, Nick, as I understand it? Because it's contradictory. Adding that comma, that clause, subject to provisions in charter or whatever, contradicts that the Board of Ed has the authority to accept or reject a grant.
No,
Yes, this is a housekeeping for the grant application,
Yeah,
to
but-
answer your question.
I don't
asked
think
if
it
this was a
contradicts.
formality.
I don't think it contradicts. In
How?
some cases, it may be true that the board has capabilities for another town. In our case, it does not.
Correct.
So if it does in another town, it applies. If it, in our town, we're specifically
This is-
indicating that we're following our charter, so whatever, in this case, that wouldn't apply.
Okay.
So it just simply doesn't apply.
Okay.
To Maria's point, this is in order to move forward with the application, okay? So the
Because the
second item
Board
is-
of Ed is the
the
entity
applicant.
that's
We've-
doing the
Yes.
application.
We've identified a way to fix the concern that you expressed for number one. I don't know that there's a concern with number two. Is there a concern with number two? To go through your
Well,
questions and concerns.
So we can't resolve that we've hereby established a building committee until we do. I'm sorry. Until we actually establish it, we can't say that we've done it.
Well, we can, in that I'm not signing this right now. This will not be signed right now. So it's the second item, the next item on our agenda is to establish. So when I do sign it, that's when it becomes.
You may not get our agreement to the charge. That's the problem.
So I guess it's really.
In which
a
case, it will
conversation.
not have been,
That
in which
remains-
case, you can vote for two, but you want, you, but.
That
but
remains
the-
to be seen.
yeah,
Correct,
yeah, yeah.
correct.
So I'm trying to, they are integrated, and so I'm trying to get them to be viewed in an integrated way. So, as I said, I would like Nick to actually write down what the language is he's proposing, and we can put that into one, and I can at least hear it again. With respect to two, I have a timing issue, which is I can't vote to resolve that it's hereby established when it's not been established yet, and I have questions about the text and the membership. And then with respect to three, you're telling me that all the schematics and drawings and outline specifications are there, but the Antonazzi proposal says that they need to do extra work for the 4 extra kindergarten pre-K rooms.
That is not the only reason that they needed to update that. I can.
But I mean,
discuss that.
from looking at it from, the outside, Maria, I'm like, well, wait a minute, does that mean the schematics aren't all done, and that there is extra work done because they gotta do this extra thing about the 4 pre-K?
It has
and
less to
It's
do
very-
with the
it's very-
pre-K and more to do with population projections.
Maria,
But
if I might-
be that as it may, that doesn't change what these resolutions are. And you could say the same thing if we established the building committee first. You'd say, why would we need to establish this? Well, we only need to establish it because of the resolutions. So we could play, chicken and egg with that as well. But these are the resolutions that need to be passed to go forward with the grant application.
In the wording in number 3, from my interpretation, is that it's not relatively, it's broad. It says authorizes at least the preparation of schematic drawings. We have schematic drawings, and they've been substantially vetted and provided by the professionals who we engaged to do that. And an outline specification for the proposed buildings. It does not indicate to me that you need final drawings for this project in order to move forward with this resolution.
I'm just trying to understand whether or not, Maria had said earlier that everything was done, but then I see something in the funding proposal for extra dollars for Antonazi to do more work, and I'm trying to put it all together. That's
Understood.
all I'm trying to do.
So I can,
Okay.
I mean,
Also-
point of order, that's not part of this discussion, but if that is what is holding you back from understanding, I'm happy to explain that now. I was gonna save that explanation for the funding request, but I'm happy to explain that to you now if you'd like, if it makes a difference.
It does make a difference
It
because
does.
Sure.
we are not hearing, we're not, look, the purpose of our trying to do this document, which took a lot of time and which was an effort to not just come up in here and say, oh, I don't understand that, but to be very specific, offer you detailed comments to try and help us to get to a better understanding of what these documents are and what they should be. And I think you have the authority, Robert's rules, to go forward. You can do whatever you want, but
Well, my
we
question
won't,
was,
we
did
will
you
not
want?
vote for, I will not vote for these. I don't know what Andrea will do, but I will not vote these under these circumstances
Right.
because I don't feel I have the full information to back up a yes vote.
So my question was, do you want me to explain that to you now? I was going to wait until the funding request to talk about it, but I'm happy to give that explanation now, even though if it's okay with the rest of the board, it's a little out of order. It's not technically under this item on the agenda, but I am more than happy to explain that. And also, I am always grateful for the work that you put in and the questions, but I would have also loved to incorporate any changes with the discussion. I mean, I'm just getting these now, so I would have been happy to incorporate
and we
them,
did all of this
before the
based
final
on
draft.
the documents that we received yesterday and tried to put them together. We had our package, which we thought was as yesterday.
Okay.
We spent time in the evening, the nighttime, the
This
morning.
was also
worked on
Easter, and there was a lot going on.
No, I
leading
know,
up
I was
to
just-
this
No,
meeting,
but it has
so-
nothing to do
It's
with
okay.
Easter.
Well, for
It's just,
me, I-
for all of us, yes, but
I-
for all of us, we are trying to work together, but
Right.
we're also trying to make sure that if this is done properly. And
Yeah.
I do not, I don't
Well,
see
even
it
right
being done.
before just so I would have had a chance to read through them, because, we could always incorporate things
I was
into there.
working on them
Would
till
you
3
like
in the
the
afternoon.
explanation of Antonazi's extra work?
Yes, I have to go back to that part, and I'm not very good at it, to find that.
Okay.
Before
you're ready,
you
I'm
do
happy
that,
to do that.
Maria, because related to that is there was public comment made by previous selectman McCrevin about the work done 10 years ago. There were, she mentioned significant equipment, windows. What is the remaining life of those things? Like, were those represented in the specs as needing to be replaced? Or no, because they're only 10 years old? Windows last for much longer than 10 years.
So I can speak to that if you would like. The scope of the construction project from 2014 to 2016 is significant. What is also significant is the amount of work that the building committee did that was not done at that time, and the impact that that had on all of the projects. So I can give you a little bit of background on that. In the year 2000, which was only 3 years after the kindergarten wing, cafeteria, and library were put into the school, this town commissioned a Beecher Building Committee 3 years after that project was completed to do a full education specification and feasibility study on the campus, because adding that addition did not solve the space issues of Beecher Road School.
But you're talking
That-
about 2000?
Yes.
I'm asking about the.
I understand that, but this is the full explanation of my answer. Okay. 3 years after that was done, that feasibility study found deficiencies in ADA compliance, in classroom space, in not integrating special education spaces, in storage space. And at that time, plans were drawn up, a full feasibility study was done to solve all of those problems at the campus. It was not moved forward at that time in the year 2000. There was another building committee in 2008 That building committee was also convened for lack of appropriate classroom spaces, in addition to other infrastructure questions at the school. That committee went and had an architect draw up additional plans. So we have plans from 2000, we have plans from 2008 to have appropriate classroom spaces. When the building committee was formed that ultimately did the project in 2014 to 2016, that building committee looked at the work of the previous two committees, the problems that those feasibility studies identified. That building committee also did the full engineering of all of the water incursion and site work. That site work that we just completed last year was engineered in 2011. There was other work that building committee looked at. Ultimately, they went through with the scope of their project, the projects that were actually done.
Yes.
Because they only cherry-picked certain projects, we ended up with some concerns. For example, because the roof was still leaking, and because the water incursion was not taken care of at the same time that project was done, this town paid $350,000 in the 2 years after that project was completed because the air handlers could not handle the humidity from the water incursion. When I was on the Board of Ed, we also did another infrastructure project that also helped with the HVAC because of the water incursion. This building committee, or the Beecher Infrastructure Upgrade Building Committee, took on 3 challenges that we've known about since the year 2000 at least, because that was the last time a full comprehensive feasibility study and education specification study was done for our district. So the scope of that project was deep, and no, those things weren't identified as needing to be replaced, but none of those things fixed the challenges that have been identified over the last 26 years, that we still do not have appropriate classroom spaces for our education and programming for our current students. We certainly do not have the capacity for our population projections, and we have a building that, though those things were fixed in the last 10 years, we still have some very serious and very costly infrastructure upgrades that we need to make to a building that is not serving our students or our residents well. So yes, we've seen the scope, and we have done a full capital improvement summary and planning, and no, those things were not identified as specifically needing to be replaced, but in the context of the whole building and the other projects that need to be done, in order to continuously rehabilitate the building and provide classroom space for our residents and our students, those projects did not meet all of the things that we need to do, and that's why this project is moving forward to ask for grant funding and to ask the residents at this time.
There were 2 items that you have on your list of questions. I know there's a 3-page list, but there's 2 items that relate to the resolution.
Yes, so one of them was
One
the
of them I think
fact
they
that you had both the
Thank you.
building committee and the Board of Ed listed as applying for and accepting state grants. So that was trying to understand which entity is doing it. It sounds like the answer is if the state requires that the Board of Ed be the one applying and the building committee is in an advisory role, then the charge for the building committee needs to make that clear that they are advisory and will assist the Board of Ed in the application or something. But rather than it saying that they will apply or authorized to apply. And then I think that you're saying that what I'm hearing is that Nick will provide a suggestion for language with respect to resolution item number 1.
Can I jump in on that, though, as I'm reading this again? So, yeah, I suggested something along the lines of conditioned upon any further town approvals as required pursuant to the town charter or code of ordinances. But, I mean, you're putting that out there in the context of, yes, there are these other obligations, i.e. a town meeting vote to a referendum, to do the project, to get the money. That's not what this is saying. This is saying they're applying for the grant.
No, it says they're authorized to accept a grant.
Or
But
reject
they-
it.
Correct.
And they
They're
would
the
not
applicant.
accept a grant unless the town has approved going forward with
Correct.
the entire project.
Right, but
But
they're
they're-
the
So we
applicant.
can't authorize them to do that without expressing the contingency that their ability to accept a grant is contingent on the town vote.
So
Getting
the
the
school construction,
referendum green
yeah.
light first.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what, yeah, I mean, that's, we don't
Right,
have
but
the
the-
authority to say that to them.
Yeah, the state process recognizes that, unless there's some town out there in the state of Connecticut that has this money lying around, that this would be subject to the town charter and ordinances and to a vote by the town. It's, the reason why the Board of Ed is in that resolution is because the Board of Ed is the applicant.
I understand that.
Right.
So when
But I'm saying-
when the money is accepted, who's it, is the town accepting it or is the Board of Ed? And when I say that, I mean, who's on the, whatever paperwork is signed, who's listed as the,
Yeah.
thank you, Chris.
But we put it in, but it goes to, it's just like everything we do in core now with a roof, just
Right,
a smaller scale. Donna and I would input the paperwork. The money goes though in core to the town.
Right.
So,
Would
and
you
I
be
would
willing
have
to
to,
speak
because
into
you
the
just
mic
said, you said.
For those listening.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
because you said before, Tony, that the town runs the money.
That's correct.
Yes.
So,
The town borrows the money, the town pays the invoices, the town runs all that.
so does
Or
that
is
mean
the
that the?
applicant, which means they would be the one at the end of the day if the town accepted or rejected the project. Essentially, the Board of Education would have to meet on that and accept or reject based on, because they're the applicant.
After the town.
After,
Is there an issue
So
with
that's the piece that's
adding what Nick is
No, it's not
suggesting?
missing. This is not changing any of our processes in town. The state recognizes the Board of Education as the applicant, and
Yes.
that's why the language is the way it is. That doesn't mean that that supersedes our town charter or ordinances and processes.
So what is the issue with adding that, I thought we've moved on from this. What is the issue with adding that clause about the charter?
I might have made it harder again, because then I was like, wait a minute, we're just applying for a grant. Why do you
Correct.
need to do
No,
this?
but-
And I mean,
It says you're accepting it too, they're authorizing it
If
to.
we add the, what Nick's.
Because they
comment-
would have, as the applicant, they would have to accept or reject it and then bring it.
I understand,
to
but
the
it has to be subject, there are giving them authority.
this, I don't know,
to
Amy,
apply.
This doesn't
I don't
give them
think
authority.
you guys voting yes on this binds anyone or anything. It does not give the Board of Education, sorry, Chris, don't get this. It doesn't, like, you guys approving this as is, I do not believe grants in any stretch of the law the Board of Education the ability to affirmatively on its own accept or reject a grant, which it sounds like is your concern or you want to be more clear about it. I get it. But
It's a-
legally, I don't think. I mean-
My challenge is that I, as a member of the Board of Selectmen, does not have the authority to say in a resolution that I'm authorizing them to accept the grant in contravention of the charter, which I
Yeah,
took
but
an
this,
oath
that's
of
not what this
office to uphold.
says. This
It
doesn't
is.
say it contravenes
Yeah,
the
it does.
charter or
But
supersedes.
let's-
Well,
And you
let's
then
can't-
why
ask
you
can't
guys-
we just
you
add that
can't-
clause? What's the big deal?
I don't care.
Yeah,
It's your
so,
guys'
so
vote.
let's move on.
We need to move on.
Yes.
Chris, did you
I
have
was just
something
going to say
Or
that,
Superintendent?
the state, you have to pass a referendum before you get the money anyway. So you,
And they
it's part of,
recognize that
it's part of,
obviously.
it's part of the process. You can't apply without giving them the date of the
referendum date.
referendum, and they won't write it into legislation without having the community having passed the referendum anyway.
I understand
Yeah.
all of that. However, I went to law school, I practiced law for
Yeah,
many
yeah,
years. I take very seriously what my authority is as a member of the Board of Selectmen, and I simply do not see that under the charter, I have authority to pass a resolution that says that in turn, they are able, the Board of Ed, to accept grants without putting in a condition that it is conditioned on, all our charter provisions.
We're going to move on
It
from.
is, it is, this does not supersede town charter or ordinances, and our Board of Education accepts or rejects grants all the time and then brings them to us. This is the same. And this is the language, I mean, you can make an argument, you'd like the state to have better language, that's absolutely totally
Let's-
fine, but this is what we
I
are.
think
Is
we've
there
already
anything
discussed
you're
there's a
aware, is there
simple
anything you're
solution.
aware of?
I'm not
that-
sure
not
that
gonna do
that's, I'm not
Feasible.
sure that that's feasible to add in this. I think that
They're
they
not
need
doing
these
it.
as is.
So fine, vote 4-2, or 4-5-1, whatever, I'm not voting for this.
And again,
under these
this is
circumstances,
to-
because I think it is technically incorrect, and it's in contravention of our charter, which I have to abide by.
Well, I would always abide by our town charter and our ordinances. But I also feel like a project of this size and scope, that in order to take the burden off of our taxpayers, I think that we need to apply for the maximum amount of grant funding possible to alleviate that burden from them. And so I would support passing these resolutions so that we could at least apply for that grant.
So we've had
And
plenty of
I'm
discussion.
not
Can
objecting
we-
to apply it, I just would like the language to be accurate as to what
This
their
is the language
authority
from the
is.
state. I don't
All right,
have a ton of
let's-
control over that.
Let's move on to the charge, because we have more freedom to work with that.
Before we move on to the charge, let's resolve this. Is there any issue with number 3? Is there any question or issue?
So the
with number
question
3?
with respect to 3 was about the funding request for additional work to be done related to 4 pre-K classrooms. I now have the funding request in front of me, and it is, they have a task 1 is to adjust new construction opting D3 to reflect 4 additional pre-K classrooms and associated increase in enrollment.
And
Yeah, and is that what I'm trying to understand is whether that's part of the spec process, and in which case, when you said that the third item in the resolution of the 3 resolutions, that everything was done, in fact, there is something that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Right?
So, number 1, I didn't say that everything wasn't done. This is resolving that the schematic drawings and the outlines, the state, as part of their process, has to approve the concept design. And one of the reasons why they need to do that is because there are different types of reimbursement depending on the space and the square footage that are in the building. So when they approve a concept design, they are also looking at those percentages of spaces in the building and the corresponding appropriate grant reimbursement for that. So the state needs to approve a concept design. So we had presented several concept designs at the tri-board meeting that happened last September. Contrary to some thoughts that we've heard in our extensive community engagement, we had heard from residents that they wanted to ensure that not only would this project help us solve the challenges, the 3 challenges that we were faced, but in light of the housing that was proposed and approved in town, that we had capacity in the building to make sure that in case those population projections changed based on housing. And additionally, the Board of Education had some questions about how they were going to expand preschool services in the town. Third thing, in speaking with our building officers who have extensive experience in the industry, they were concerned, again, about the state process and that having the concept designs versus having the fully architecturally designed plans going into the grant process. And so what we had asked the consultants, we had gotten some as part of the Board of Education's standard process, they continue to get enrollment studies. We asked for projections on housing, and we wanted to make sure that when we were going out to referendum for the community, that we were going out with the most amount of square footage that we thought we might need, and thus associated cost, so that the Board of Ed had a chance to decide how they want to expand preschool services, and that we had built ourselves a little bit of cushion there for programming and for population. That is something that the community brought to our attention, and for a project of this magnitude, I thought that that was very good feedback, and we acted on that. So our work was completely done in September, except we took in the concerns of residents and went and achieved an addendum to our population studies. And because of that, we asked the consultants to scale up the options in square footage to accommodate housing that had been either approved or at the time proposed in Woodbridge. And so that is why there is additional work being done. It was in response to community input and feedback. And we thought that we took that to heart, and we thought that that was reasonable, and it was something that we needed to plan for.
And this is simply resolving that the Woodbridge Board of Education hereby authorizes at least the preparation of schematic drawings and outline specifications for the proposed building. It's not indicating that it's just saying that we're going to put together drawings, which is something we've already done, and we're just tweaking, is really what it boils down to. So,
Right.
again, this doesn't that question doesn't necessarily, there's no reason not to move forward with the resolution, with what's resolved here.
It was just
because of that.
understanding a
Understand.
prior
And that's-
statement, so there
and-
is a little bit of tweaking that is still being done, is what I'm understanding.
Correct.
Correct.
And
On the advice.
maybe I misheard you, but what I heard we were saying is we all done, but then I knew of
I
a
heard-
funding
Oh.
request,
You were done with
which
the
is actually.
schematics. That's what you said.
You are correct. You are correct. Yes, I did say that.
That's where I got
Thank you.
confused, because I
So-
was like, wait a
Sorry
minute,
about
I
that.
got this funding request. It's-
So here we are back to the resolution. There's 3 resolutions. There's a question on one. Amy, because of your law background, you feel uncomfortable. We also have somebody with a law background here who represents the town who is indicating that that's not an issue. That in his experience and in his knowledge, it should not be a problem in terms of providing the Board of Education any authority that they currently don't have, that they don't have within the charter. And the second one is will be taken care of hopefully within the next half hour, and this will not be signed by them. So, to that end, I think we've answered the questions as relates to the resolution. I would like to make a motion that we move forward with this resolution.
Should I read all 3 of them for clarity?
Please,
Do
for
we
the
want to do
public.
one at a time and vote, or we want to do them
They have to all be done together.
all together? Okay.
Okay. Resolved that the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen authorizes the Woodbridge Board of Education to apply to the Commissioner of Administrative Services and to accept or reject a grant for the proposed building of a new school building at the Beecher Road School campus. 2, resolve that the Beecher Road School Building Committee is hereby established as the building committee with regard to the proposed building of a new school building at the Beecher Road School campus. 3, resolved that the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen hereby authorizes at least the preparation of schematic drawings and outline specifications for the proposed building of a new school building at the Beecher Road School campus.
I'll second that motion.
And I just would like to make clear in discussion, it is not that I'm against presenting this to the voters. I think we just need very clear language about what the process is, very clear transmittal of all the relevant information in terms of impact, options, et cetera. And this particular one resolved, I just don't think, I cannot vote for something that allows them to accept a grant without the conditions that it's subject to our charter.
Okay. I will make a simple modification. I'm sorry, just to, all I'm thinking is, I'd like to move forward with the resolution as it is. If we have the opportunity to put additional language in it, let you folks know so that when we move forward, if it's an appropriate thing, we can move forward with it under that. But the motion is to move forward as it is. Any other discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the Beecher Building Committee appointments. And Maria, I'm going to go to you again.
Okay.
So wait a minute, it's a charge.
The
I'm sorry,
charge.
did I miss that? So the school
Yes.
district infrastructure, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yeah, no
we have a little
resolution.
housekeeping to take care of beforehand. On Monday, the Beecher Road School Infrastructure Upgrade Building Committee voted on their, to approve their minutes of the previous meeting and also to approve their committee summary report. And they've done this in preparation so that we can hopefully accept their summary report and then dissolve that ad hoc committee as a housekeeping matter today, before we move on to the Beecher Building Committee that will oversee, that will take over and oversee the pre-referendum work and the
So what action are you
construction project.
suggesting?
So the motion, let me make sure I read this properly.
Have we
Um,
received their summary report?
It's in your packet.
As of what time?
As of 3 hours ago. So, no, is the answer.
Okay.
I mean, we have to set.
Again,
We have to set a precedent that at a certain point, with an 18 line item agenda, we cannot be adding things the day of, arguably even the day before, or even the day before that, to do our jobs as best that we can. This is crazy.
Well, the committee just met on Monday to approve
So then this
this.
should have been on May's agenda. I mean, what can I say? Or at our special meeting.
You know,
Well,
lots of
in
things
the- in the
happen
sense
during
of-
public meetings. This is a public meeting where we have an
Yeah.
opportunity to look at it. It's not extensive. It's
Okay,
not,
no,
it's
please
not
don't
big.
talk to me like that, Steve. It's patronizing. So
Andrea, please.
no,
It's-
I can
Before-
defend myself from the way you talk
I-
to me.
he's just
Point of
making
order,
a
we need
I've
to,
made a
this is the
statement. I haven't
agenda
done
item
anything to you.
that we need to stick with. The Beecher Road School Infrastructure Upgrade Building Committee has submitted their report. They convened in January of 2024 with an updated charge and a membership that replaced the previous building committee. The charge included continuing oversight of the roof replacement project and the drainage and site work project underway at the Beecher Road School campus. Acting on the recommendation of the Woodbridge Board of Ed Ad Hoc Enrollment, Instructional Needs, and Space Planning Report of June 2023, the Board of Selectmen charged this committee in March of 2024 with seeking and vetting consultant proposals, overseeing the work of preparing a construction design plan, with the assistance of architectural and an engineering firm retained by the Board of Selectmen to address 3 district challenges: lack of appropriate educational space for current students and current curriculum and programming, lack of appropriate educational space to conduct curriculum and programming for projected enrollment, and existing infrastructure and concerns, including aging infrastructure, end-of-life systems, inefficient spaces, and noncompliance with ADA standards. The committee met between March 2024 and April 2026 and completed the following. Number 1, roof project completion. Number 2, drainage and site work completion. Number 3, education specification study and space matrix completed. Number 4, capital improvements summary for current Beecher Road School campus. Number 5, a feasibility study with cost estimation of 5 plans to address the district challenges. Number 6, community workshops provided for public input. Number 7, tri-board presentations on both February 12th, 2025 and September 18th, 2025. And 8, a joint meeting with the Woodbridge Board of Ed on February 26th, 2026. The committee unanimously recommended to the Board of Selectmen to bring the presented option D3 forward for application to the Connecticut Office of School Construction Grants in the June 30th, 2026 cycle and forwarded to the town for referendum on the project. That is their committee summary. And I'd like to make a motion to accept the summary report, and as their work is complete, dissolve the Beecher Road School Infrastructure Upgrade Building Committee.
I'll second that.
And I have a question. I think the reality is that I'm aware, I'm not aware of all the community workshops. I'm aware of one walk through the building that I wasn't able to attend. But now,
were
as we go forward with, what?
There were multiple. There were multiple
Yeah,
walkthroughs.
but I mean, I understand that. I'm not saying that there weren't. But my question is this, and now that we have a very detailed, specific proposal, and we're going to be going to a referendum, what would this committee or their membership still have any role in explaining how they came to where they did in this process, or are they, by dissolving them, which we may legally have to do, but am I just asking the members themselves to have forums, whatever, with the public so people can ask questions, for, whether it's about the various options, whether it's about the specs, whatever it is, because I do think, I think there's a lot of people who don't know anything about this project and will have questions once it becomes a concrete reality that it's going to a referendum.
Yeah,
So what happens if we dissolve this committee to all the knowledge and work that's been done to convey that to the residents in some productive way?
That's a great question. 4 of the 6 voting members of the Beecher Building Committee have been involved in this previous committee. So their work will move over, as well as the non-voting members who are advisory to the committee, like the superintendent, the principal, myself as Board of Selectmen liaison. We will all still be, as non-voting members, advisors to the committee, still on that committee. And so that work will continue on with the new building committee.
Okay.
And
We have
that-
questions about the new building committee membership, but I will take that as you're saying that these volunteers are willing to continue.
Yes.
In another capacity to inform people and
Yes.
explain, and that's what I think is very important.
Yes, no, I think it's a great
And
point.
since we are merely accepting, not approving the report, that's fine with me. I just wanted to make that because of that.
Yeah,
issue.
that's a great
I
point.
just want to say thank you to Maria for all of her hard work on this committee and to the Board of Ed and the administration for all of their work. It's a very short committee summary report, but we know it represents a tremendous amount of work, and to residents who volunteered to be part of this, being recently on the Board of Ed, I know that there's been a tremendous amount of care and heart that has gone into this work in really thinking about what the future of Beecher Road School is and what the needs are for this facility because of the needs for the safety and well-being of our kids moving forward. And so, as an educator and a member of this board and a former member of the Board of Ed, I just wanted to express all of my gratitude and appreciation for this building committee and the work that they did, and I hope some of them will continue on and bring that knowledge forward, because they really have poured a lot into this project and should really be recognized for all of their hard work.
No, I understand it's a very big job and a very big lift. I just think, unfortunately, the reality is there's probably quite a lot of people in town who haven't been paying attention to it, so the explanation will have to continue.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
And that is one of the reasons why we have retained help with that. And though that help that we've retained is not, their job is to get information out to people, not to advocate for one thing or the other. That they are specifically hired to help us get information out to the whole town.
So what information? Well, are
We'll
we
get
on
to
that?
we'll get to
Yes.
that later.
Yeah.
All we're being asked to do
Alright,
is accept
right.
this report and dissolve it.
So I think
Okay.
there's been a motion, there's been a second. Any other?
To accept the
To
report.
accept. This is to accept the
To
report.
accept the report,
And
and as their
dissolve.
work is complete, dissolve the committee.
I would just add dissolve the committee with thanks.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I will accept that.
Thanks for their volunteering.
With
Any other
thanks.
comments? All in favor? Motion carries. Now on to the building charge.
Could I just take a moment, or unless you
Yeah,
want to take
so
them one
I-
at a time, or
so-
to look through this?
Yeah, I think, well, we can walk through it, or we can do it. The effort here was, we were going to have a discussion of the building committee charge, and I thought it would be better to try and organize the thoughts and be able to present them to you. So I think we can just walk through it. And I think for the benefit of the public, we should walk through it as well. But I'm not sure which, I'm working on the one that's as of 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Okay, all
So-
right. So there'll be some changes, but let me just start it. At the time that we had this, there were no members. Voting members listed. And while there are now some listed, our concerns remain that we believe there should both be an architectural structure engineer on this progress, as well as somebody who's either a finance or budget professional, somebody who's going to ask lots and lots of questions about the dollars to ensure that the final building design is both thoroughly vetted and cost efficient. So I think those are important on any building committee, but especially on a committee for a project of this potential scale. And further, we understand that you know, the first selectman designated 2 building officers in the town precisely because they have construction expertise to bring to bear on building projects. So if that's a goal, shouldn't one or both of them be on the committee? We have, unfortunately, a terrible track record with construction in this town. We have a library which has a heating problem that's leaving them to leave the upstairs windows open in the middle of winter. We have, we actually have, we have a humidity issue in the center, and we have we now have a lawsuit with claims and counterclaims against another project. So I just think that we need to carefully craft this building committee to, on something of this massive scale, to minimize the risk that we're gonna have design or construction problems, and that we minimize the cost, you know.
So I agree with everything that you just said. So I want to maybe walk through this a little bit and kind of explain where we came. The other factor in committee membership is that much like your concerns, I think the Office of Grant Administration must have found similar problems with building committees. So they actually, in 2024, came up with stipulations for school building committees, that if they were going to give grant funding, they wanted certain expertise on the building committee. And it's probably along the same thinking that you have. Were probably issues in the past, and they said, you know what, we need to have certain types of people on the building committee. So I hear you. So two of the types of people that we need on this committee, the Board of Education chair needs to be on the committee, and which they are,
And that's
as
according to
listed
the
here.
state.
That's from the state, yep.
Okay.
So under, and I'll just skip just a point to you, but under number 4, special considerations, that general statute 10-292V is amended by Public Act 240151. That's the public act that stipulates it has, and they need someone with construction experience also on the building committee. So just to add to that, but now to go back to number 1 for the membership.
Okay.
So the chair of the Board of Education, we looked at, when we were putting this together, what other building committees in the state had. Most of them had more than one representative from the Board of Ed, from more than one party per se. So we built in 2 members of the Board of Ed and said to the chair, we would like that to be bipartisan. Justin Rem and Marty Halpern are 2 of our members from the Beecher Infrastructure Upgrade Building Committee. So they are going to your previous point, which I also agree with, to continue the work and to have people with knowledge of the studies and who have been with this process from the beginning. Justin also is in the construction business as well.
I don't know his resume. What does he do? What is he doing in construction?
I don't remember the name of his.
I don't know.
He owns
He owns a construction company.
Yes.
They'll build what? I mean, it's a big difference to build small things versus $100 million projects. So,
in the millions. So he has had, he has also had conversations with Dwight regarding the building committee, regarding input, regarding how, the processes and how this would all work. But both of them have been imparted incredible knowledge, have asked incredibly detailed questions, definitely want to be part of making sure we can build in efficiencies, looking at the plans, making sure that mistakes that were made in the past about even putting cafeterias in without bathrooms near them, and a lot of the other things that we've experienced, that those things, will not happen in the future. So people that can, in the industry, that can look at these plans with Dwight and Nigel. There is still one spot open, and we are currently, I was just not able with the holiday to connect with both of the architects in town that expressed interest. So we are hoping to fill that.
And what is Lana Moore's?
She is a resident in town. She's also a special education teacher at Beecher.
So does it have to be capped at 6?
Yeah, because I still don't see a finance person.
Yeah.
So
and why can't Dwight or Nigel just serve?
Dwight and Nigel are, for all intent and purposes, the same as an ad hoc committee. Yeah. They serve as an agency, if you will, and they support not only this project, but they also support various other building projects.
Could one of them be listed as a non-voting member at least? So at
they
least
are. They should be on.
They're not under non-voting. They're on a special like this whole if you go down, we're constantly working with them in collaboration with the building officers. It says it in multiple, under the responsibilities, that we're working with the building officers. Nigel's particular expertise is in cost estimation with large building projects, in particular.
In terms of finance, we have both our Director of Finance, Tony Genovese, and the school Director of Finance Operations, who will be valuable in providing financial oversight.
But we don't have, so I'll get to that in a minute. With respect to Tony as a Director of Finance, I thought that was on there because he was also at the time administrative officer, and he will not continue to be.
No, he's on there for finance.
But also they're non-voting. I think it's important for a financial person to be a voting member.
Just because you're in finance doesn't mean you have experience with with large construction projects.
No, but this is a huge, this is an unprecedented, arguably, amount of money that we're seeking for a project. We don't have a good track record with construction. We need someone with financial expertise to help us. We can't be reckless. Not saying that this is reckless, but that would help promote responsible decision making.
So in working with the Beecher Infrastructure Upgrade Building Committee and walking through this whole process with the architects, it appears to me from that experience that where we really need financial input is in the cost estimation, the contingencies, the escalation, all of those things that are built into the project. And we need someone who deeply knows that information and can help inform us, like Nigel was able to help inform us, all of the contingencies that were built into the cost estimation that was prepared for us. And because that's the type of expertise financially that I feel we need on this project, I think having Nigel as part of the building officer provides that for us. And it's an invaluable part of this process, Andrea. I would completely agree with that. But I do think that we have that covered in that expertise. There was a 700-page cost estimation document that was prepared, and Nigel was able to read it, comment on it, talk to us about it. And so I'm very confident with his ability to do that. And between Dwight and Justin really looking at that from a construction perspective as well, and making sure that we are finding efficiencies, we are planning appropriately for things, and we are looking at the plans. And ultimately, it was Dwight and Nigel that really felt that we needed a construction manager. And I know that's one of your points, and it's one of the points of the responsibilities below. So I can get to what that recommendation was and why that was put into this building committee charge.
Well, but can I just get on the point about Nigel and Dwight as building officials? When I look at this document, the first in its current 3 hours ago form, what I see is that the reference to the building officers is in 5H, which is upon approval of the construction design plan.
Number 3.
It's in B as well.
It's in the authority, Amy. The committee in collaboration with the town's building officers shall be advisory to the Board of Selectmen.
Right, but the responsibilities of the committee vis-a-vis the building officers is only in H, which says that once they've already approved the construction design plan, that then they seek bids and collaborations with the building officers. So what I'm trying to get at is, and I honestly don't know enough to know, but there could be very substantial choices that make a difference in the dollars that could go in potentially into the construction design plan.
So that's why it's in number 3, that they're part of this entire process.
Right.
Well, no, it just says they're advisory.
That doesn't.
It doesn't say that you'll be coordinating. It doesn't say that this committee will be coordinating
It says
with
the
them from
committee,
beginning.
in collaboration with the town's building officer, shall be advisory to the Board of Selectmen, because that's part of
But
our.
that's not a responsibility.
I think it would be different to say the responsibility is to collaborate with, it is a responsibility of the committee to collaborate with the town's building officers in formulating the construction and design plan. That's not what it says, but that's what it should say under responsibilities. That's a different thing. That's a different statement. I mean,
They are part of, by number 3, they are part of this entire process,
That's
including
where-
all of the responsibilities.
That's exactly the way.
but they're not given, there's no commitment by, that the membership of the committee has to work with them.
Under number 3, the committee, in collaboration with the town's building officers, shall be advisory to the
That's
Board of
just
Selectmen.
authority, it's saying they're advisory. That's what
Correct.
all that is. That
Yes.
is not giving the building committee the responsibility of engaging
Yeah.
with the building officers from start to finish of this
It's
project.
That is
saying the
the-
collective.
Yeah, and that is their
But they have no
responsibility.
rule
That's why
under
we
a
have,
selective.
They're not mentioned
But then add
specifically
it in the
until H.
responsibilities, what's the big deal?
I'm
you
sorry.
want to repeat the
What's-
authority line under
Yeah,
responsibilities?
because they're two separate lines for a reason. Authority is just saying advisory versus, the other one.
We have our building officers so that they are advisory to all of our building committees. That was the point of having them.
I'm aware, thank you for
Okay,
that.
so if you're gonna, under E, you're gonna prepare a construction design plan with the assistance of the architectural engineering firm prepared by the Board of Selectmen, right? It should be in consultation or in collaboration with the building officers down there. That's where the building committee ends up with a commitment to work with the building officers and get their input.
So,
At that
Amy, I don't
stage.
disagree with you at all. I think all of the responsibilities, A through G, are in
It should be-
collaboration with the building
So then
officer.
make that statement. I don't understand.
It is made in,
It's
from my
made.
perspective, it's made in number 3. The only way to clarify it is the committee working in collaboration with the building officers. So it's saying, from an authority standpoint, establishing what they are, who they are, what they're doing, will be working in collaboration with the building officers. So all the responsibilities there, as was indicated, will be in
So
collaboration
then
with the
why
building
is,
committee.
why, I'm understanding where you're coming from, Mika, but then I don't understand why in H it explicitly states, it mentions the building officers in that portion of the responsibilities and charges and nowhere else, which makes
So the
someone
reas-
like me think, then okay, that's the only place where they're coming in.
No, so because of the size and the scope of this project, it is our building officers who will be boots on the ground, so to speak, daily with the construction manager on the site. Not necessarily, we won't necessarily have all of the building committee members on site, and so that is why that is specifically there, because they will be on site with our owner's project manager, which is different than other building projects, smaller building projects that we've done in the past, where the architects have checked in with the building committee, as opposed to there being building officers or an owner's manager.
So
And
I
that
would
has to
put-
do more with the size and the scope of that, and that they will actually be boots on the ground. So that is really what that line item meant.
It's more an emphasis. In other words, we definitely want them associated with this, so we're mentioning it there, than it is necessarily, because that's an area
But
where,
I definitely want them associated with every part.
but they're giving them the authority, we're giving the authority to the committee in collaboration with them.
I think you should say under 3, we can move on from this, if you will put the committee working in collaboration with the
It's absolutely
town's
fine.
building officers.
I
Absolutely.
accept
Because
that
that's,
friendly amendment.
that's not clear.
Yeah.
All right, and then, I think that we still have the issue of what is the financial expertise on the membership of the board itself. And there is, for example, there's also on non-voting members, there is no Board of Finance representative.
Right.
On the police commission, there's no board of selectmen represented. On the police building committee,
It's-
there's no board of
keep it-
selectmen
keeping in
represented.
mind-
It was
keeping in-
open at the
Right.
time. I
But
was
keeping in
waiting
mind,
to
from
see
my
if that was
perspective-
appointed.
From my perspective, we can select the Board of Selectmen liaison to the police or to the school. Tom Handler is the Board of Finance. I can tell you unequivocally, based on my conversations with him, he will be engaged in the entire process. So he is the liaison already to the Board of Education, excuse me. He's the Board of Finance liaison to the Board of Education, so he will be engaged in this process, in this project.
Well, I think he ought to be listed. I think as a matter of just
I'm
good
sure he won't
practice,
mind if we do
it
list
should,
him.
it should be listed. And I do think that you're still lacking somebody who has, on the membership itself, who has a finance or budget background. So,
A voting member.
yeah, who's a voting member, yeah. So, I think you should have somebody who will bring that expertise to the town.
In addition to Nigel, as he certainly brings.
But he's not.
But
a
he's
voting
he's
member.
not a
Nigel,
voting member,
Tony,
you can make
and-
Can Nigel
Nigel.
become a voting member? It's an
Not
ad
Nigel-
hoc.
No, not Nigel, yes, he,
Well, you
So-
also have to remember with this committee, once we go to referendum, and once the owner's manager comes up with a budget, there is no straying from that budget.
and please understand that Nigel and Dwight are for reference, they're for expertise. They're there to answer questions.
I don't.
As a voting member, you can have an opinion in terms of what you may, it can influence, if you have an opinion, what you dictate to the group can influence on that, so, as a
Yeah,
voting
but
member.
as the minority,
So-
the minority here by 8 votes, we can tell you, we bring a lot of stuff to the table and it doesn't affect votes. And so, yes,
It works both
that's
ways,
the
Andrea.
hope,
That certainly works both ways.
but,
So
I
from my
just want to
perspective,
back up to Maria's statement, because that doesn't make sense to me. Once we have a budget, we're limited to that budget. Well, yes, and the cultural center had a budget and they went over budget and now they need money for furniture. And yes, and
We would have to go
Beecher's
back to-
pulling for this consultant when it was already budgeted
That's
in
that.
the first
So
thing.
I will speak to
So I
that.
don't buy that.
It was first of all, just to clarify a misunderstanding, it was in the original contract, but that part of the contract was never authorized. That original that 30,000 was never spent. You said the original
So if it
consultant.
was never,
So
that confuses me.
you for pre-referendum services, you've said now 3 times in the meeting that they already retained and paid for pre-referendum services, and now they just hired someone
That it
else.
was budgeted for in that.
It was not, and it was not retained. That contract was dealt with one piece at a time, and this is the third part of the contract. Their $30,000 was not spent previously and was not retained. So I just need to clarify that point because it keeps getting said, and I think for the public watching,
Well, it sheds light on the lack of information we have, because
Right, which is
so I
exactly-
appreciate the clarity, but
Yeah.
but
And
that's
that is-
what I know.
And I think that's to the point of why, it is important that we have someone that is going to help us get information
So-
out. And that's what they are
I
for.
would
And
like
that's
to
part of the, that's
talk
part of
about
the
that.
process.
Yeah, sure.
But in terms of the process from the building committee, as they outlined when they provided their report, there were open houses, there were meetings. We had 2 tri-board meetings. Contrary to what was said in public comment today, we had 2 tri-board meetings, both of which Board of Finance was a part of. So it's not as if nobody knows about this
Well,
and this
not
has been.
since it's been decided. We have
It
not had a
was,
tri-board meeting.
there's nothing else that's happened beside trying to get additional information. The last tri-board meeting we had, we were presented with the option that was recommended. That's what we're moving forward with. There's not been a vote taken on anything in terms of this. We're going through the process. This is all part of the process. But we've had public sessions. We've mentioned it a number of times in art. I can tell you for almost 2 years on my monthly reports, when I send out an e-news, there was always an indication about Beecher and what was happening with Beecher. Not always specifically about the Beecher infrastructure. So it's not as if it hasn't been communicated. If there's one thing I can tell you from being in this job is, you're right. A lot of people don't pay attention until it's time.
Yes.
And that's what we recognize. That's the reason it's so important to have a pre-referendum consultant help us make sure we get the information out. It is not their job to decide whether we want it or not. It's specifically to get the information so that our public is better aware of what we're doing and completely aware of what we're doing. But we have, the committee has made every effort to be as public and as open as possible with what's happening. We've had multiple meetings, we've discussed it ourselves, I know the Board of Finance has discussed it. So again, what we're trying to do now is simply move forward and take the next steps.
So with respect to membership, one last point. We had an instance here where with Amity, we ended up with Board of Finance members running Amity for a full year, and they saved a lot of money. So when people have a budget lens, it makes a difference. And so I have a concern that you do not have on your actual membership somebody with that budget lens.
Well, there's a spot open, and I did reach out to, several weeks ago, the chairs of the town committees and asked for, suggestions, asked for resumes of people to interview. And, I heard from some people, I didn't hear from others. So if you have a suggestion of someone you want to bring forward, absolutely, because we do have a spot on the committee open.
Oh, I think it needs to be filled in that particular lens.
There's an opportunity, and as mentioned, it is something that has been known. It's not new. This is not just coming up today in terms of asking for membership on this board, on this committee. So,
But we can move forward with this charge
Correct.
and return to.
correct. And
We do have
Be
to
thoughtful
return.
about that spot.
Correct.
All right, well, we've only gone through number one.
So,
I did add under authority, because I pulled up the Word document, I did add working in collaboration
Thank
for
you.
number 3. Yep.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So, with respect to, it is helpful to be more detailed that they're selecting their chairs, establishing meetings and all of that sort of things, and will be in accordance with town procedures for their minutes, et cetera. Okay, so when we get to 5B, the committee shall collaborate with a communications consultant retained by the WBOE with the goal of educating town residents on the project's goals, the work of the Beecher Committee, et cetera, that led to this project and the impacts this project will have on the town during the pre-referendum. With respect to the impacts this project will have on the town, we have some very specific concerns and requests about the financial impacts and having that information provided to residents. If we want to flip to that, we had a whole discussion of larger concerns that
Well, it's also in number 4, Amy. The charge does not specify the dollar amount. Is that what you're getting at?
No.
Nor the source of funding?
Nor does any charge.
That's for the
previous one did.
that's for the committee itself. But when you're talking, I'm just trying to go in the order of this new document.
Okay.
So in the order of this new document, the next thing is what education, basically, what information is going to be shared with residents using this professional consultant. And my concern is that one of the things that we were looking for is that Tony, in his role as finance director, under capital A, should be providing a municipal financial health analysis that's updating from the CERC report in 2009, which says where we are, 2019, and also comparing it. There has to be a specification, not only of what the bonded amount is, but what actually the loan payments would be over the lifetime, which is a very different number, as we all know from doing a mortgage. You may borrow $200,000, but you're paying $400,000 plus by the time you're done. I think
I
people.
can just make a comment that I've begun that analysis, and the one piece that I still need to get is the timeline and the funding percentages on that timeline. So that's the one piece I'm waiting for.
The timeline of the construction?
Construction, yeah.
Okay, so.
And the funding ratios, 10% first year, 20% second year.
Right,
that
so-
kind of-
so
So
we
all
need
of that information.
That's the part I'm waiting for.
Yeah, the building committee, neither the building committee nor the consultant will put that information together. Tony is working on putting that information together. They're just gonna take that information and make sure the consultant lets the town know on a wider basis with mailings, et cetera, of what that information is, so that everybody is informed coming to the referendum.
Right,
The
and-
point of this consultant is information. It's not asking people to vote one way or the other, it's giving them the information so that when they go to the referendum, they have what they need to make the decision they'd like to make. That is the point of the consultant, that's what the consultant's been charged with doing. And the building committee will not be coming up with that information. That information is coming from the town.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is that we have some very specific concerns about what that financial information will be, and we've outlined them here. And so one of them is, let me go back to
But as a
the
point of
list
order,
capital A.
does this involve
The
the
charge.
charge of the committee? Because I want to get through the charge of the committee. I want all of these
It does,
questions
because
need to
it
be
says
answered.
that they're going to work with the committee, right, shall collaborate with the community retained with the goal of educating town residents on the project's goals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and the impacts.
Correct. They're
I-
not
but-
coming up, they're not writing those financial impacts. Those are coming from the
I
town.
would like some specificity in 5B that says that the town finance director will provide this information. Because it doesn't say that. It just says impacts.
Well, there's multiple impacts, not just financial. So that's why that was meant to be all-inclusive.
I understand that, but with respect to making sure that residents get all the information they need to make this decision, I think that we have outlined a number of specific questions about the money.
Yes.
And the impacts, and I want to be sure that all of those will actually be addressed in this education process. And so that's what we're trying to be helpful here. I would love to see a new building. I don't know whether or not the town can afford it. I don't know whether, even if I could say as an individual that I could afford it, whether my neighbor would say that they could afford it.
But
When
I
it
think we're
comes
all
to
in the
their
same-
personal income.
Yeah.
I think
And I
that-
want to be very, very sure that when this residents make this decision, they have that financial information. And that is not something that has been forthcoming to date.
It's
Well,
not
we needed the-
available today. We
you're right,
don't
it
know
wasn't
what kind of-
available.
We're working, that's part of the process.
And that's why
We have to
Tony
put
is
a
on this.
building- We have to put a building committee in place, and we have to continue the process. We have to do the resolution so that we can put in the application to identify how much monies we can expect in terms of grant funding. This is all part of the process. So the pre-referendum consultant is there very specifically to disseminate the information as we collect it. They'll also be in a position to tell us specifically what information we may not have thought of that they've run into in other towns to make sure that we have everything that the residents need. The
So-
whole point is to make sure that the residents understand what it is, what the implication is, right down to how much it'll cost them in terms of their tax dollars.
Right, and
Just
I
like
agree.
you said,
I'm glad
because
you did
that's
that.
exactly what I would want to know.
But let me ask you this question, since they were retained by the Woodbridge Board of Education, right?
Yes.
The consultant. Will we, as the Board of Selectmen, get to weigh in as to what that information is? Or this consultant is hired by the Board of Ed, not us, and therefore we have no say when they come with a draft document for the residents? Well, did you put this amount in? Did you consider that cost? I feel
Those
like
are questions for Tony, not for the consultant's gonna give out the information, we give them.
Tony is
So
part
if you want information included, then that's the discussion to have with
But-
us here on the town, what you want
It's
included.
not only
But
Tony, it's
my-
Tony, it's Tom, it's the leadership, it's Chris, it's leadership that's associated with this, who is part of this, who
I
is
would
part
be-
of the members here, who are part of the overall committee, who have that responsibility.
I'm
They-
asking whether or not this consultant, which was hired by the Board of Ed,
Mhm.
has any obligation to actually incorporate this information.
Yes,
And where is that obligation?
they have been tasked with that, to get, and in the,
I would
in the
be more
information that
comfortable
they.
if the building charge, right, which says that the building committee is supposed to be working with that consultant,
Mm-hmm.
right, is very specific that financial impact information will be provided
Yes,
by the town's finance director as in accordance with the requirements. Ultimately, the Board of Finance is the one who sends it to referendum in a sense of they're the ones who say for a capital plan whether they accept it, reject it, or what they recommend, and then it goes through a process of a town meeting and then on up. So I think there needs to be some clarity about who's deciding what is the relevant financial
This is
information.
represented in our printout in number 3 and number 5 of just like the lack of procedural information in this. There's bits and pieces of it, but it's not a clear process.
well, this was not meant to be, to elucidate the process, this was meant to be the building committee charge.
Well, they are, yes, and the charge is specific to the process and what has to be done throughout the process of their existence to see us through to the referendum. There are, as Amy said, specifics that lack. It's unclear in many instances of who is responsible for what, as it pertains to the process. Who's responsible for approving expenditures related to the bid specifications? Is it the superintendent, the Board of Ed, the town finance director? I don't think there's any harm in making it more transparent and clear and specific. It's not.
So
I don't think that's a hard ask.
What did we put in for the police building commission with regard
Well,
to
we
who was
haven't-
getting the information?
We haven't talked about that. That's on our agenda. And actually, if you saw, and I know they were submitted somewhat late, but my comments on that is to make a standardized charge for these building committees, because then these conversations, that type of question is obsolete.
Right.
And there should be standardization.
My sense is you would still have the conversations, because there's always specifics that need to be addressed. And for the most part, particularly the questions that you did raise as relates to the building committee, generally speaking, are tied to our policies as far as procurement, our charter, our ordinance, and how we do things as far, bid specifications, how we pay it, who does what. Those are already outlined in our charter, our ordinance, and we are in the process of formalizing a document that's a procurement policy that will also help us and put in writing many of the policies that we follow but are not necessarily documented, specifically to make sure that these kinds of things are addressed. And what we can do is we can refer to the charter, the ordinance, and the policy, and make sure that we're covered in the processes will be followed. Our processes, we've been doing this for a long time. We've had a lot of building committees.
Yeah, and arguably
So,
not well.
believe me, there are always problems
I say that
with
with all
construction.
due respect to everyone who's given their heart and souls to these efforts, but we don't have a good track record of construction, period. We don't. And so this is our attempt of trying to ensure greater success, diving deeper than probably any board ever has for a building charge and committee charge. And don't we wish that perhaps we dove deeper, or those before us dove deeper in other committees to avoid some of the issues we've had.
We have taken measures to specifically improve on that. That's why Dwight and Nigel were put in place with the expertise that they have.
Right.
So yes, we understand that there could be issues, and we're not the only ones to experience them by any stretch of the
course, I
imagination.
didn't say that.
But one of the ways we're addressing that is specifically to bring in resources who have the expertise to help us in terms of getting that done. Those
And this-
people are associated and will be involved in this project.
And associatedly, it's mentioned that this charge is subject to the town of Woodbridge charter and ordinances, as well as to relevant state statutes in this particular case. And so all of those would apply.
We're trying to, I appreciate your point in terms of trying to not make mistakes of the past. You have 3 pages of questions for a page and a half worth of material.
Yes, that's how
okay?
thorough we
Many of
are.
your questions that I've looked at here don't pertain to the charge and don't pertain to the resolutions. They do pertain to the project.
I
Which
They
is,
do pertain
and,
to the
and
project.
because these are the 2 documents that we have that will be the foundation of going forward with this project, we tried in a level of being helpful to explain what those questions are, because I think unless it's clear, and even like this building committee, you can say, for example, oh, it's subject to the charter, but if a resident is trying to understand what the process is, if they don't understand, okay, well, do they get the bids and then we go to a bonding, or do we just use, Nigel's estimate of what the total cost is, then we do the bonding and then they go to bed? It's not laid out.
Yeah.
It's not clear.
And that's one of the
Consultant
things.
is gonna do some of
Right.
that work as well, to
And they're
explain to
gonna-
people how the process works in town.
Exactly,
But-
and there's going to be a website attached, just like Cheshire has, if you wanted to take a look at that and see, as an example, that the consultant's going to help us build and put together, where residents can click on. The process will be clearly delineated there. They can see where in the process we are, at what point, and the residents of the town can follow along on that process. So all of that communication is being worked on right now.
So
Once the
only-
referendum date is set, is there a contingency on that communication?
You, there is gonna be a point of time, called a quiet period where public funds may not be expended
Yes,
for the question that's on the referendum.
yes. So then all that information has to be taken down, is that?
No, it
correct
doesn't have to be taken
understanding?
down, you just cannot expend more funds.
You want people to have as much information as possible, so there's no
Of course, I
reason
know,
you
I'm
would not
just
want to
trying
take
to
the
understand the
information down.
process.
Right.
So,
But to your point, you're absolutely correct, Andrea. There comes a point of time where town funds cannot be expended on the referendum question.
So I think what's difficult for me also, though, is you're saying, well, the consultant will provide this information, but we as the Board of Selectmen should be interested in providing this information to people. I don't understand why we can't have a document that is clear. And frankly, it's not clear to me yet what the process is. So I think until it's clear to me what it is we're entering upon, I feel as if
Amy,
it's not appropriate for me to say go forward, because I don't know what we're going forward with. I don't feel like I understand who's doing what, and I don't understand a lot of the numbers as I tried to articulate in this document. And I think there needs to be more clarity at our
And
level
transparency.
and before we
it's
go
not-
forward.
We're not being untransparent.
Well-
We're trying to follow the process. It's been a public process for the entire time that
Yeah,
they've been.
can I speak to that though? I think
but
the
it's-
questions that you're asking, and I did not read through this
Sure.
thoroughly, but as I'm glancing through, they're all good questions, and they're all questions that need to be answered.
And will be answered.
There's no question about that at all. And I greatly appreciate the time that you're taking with this, because any large project deserves that. So I hear you. I think one of the challenges we are now coming on is that there is so much information that needs to get out to the public. We need it organized. We need it organized on several different levels, on a website, and mailings for people who don't routinely check a website. And we needed help with that. We need help building and maintaining a website, making sure the information is updated clearly, making sure all the information that comes into us, the information that's still ongoing, is clearly represented to the public. It's not that we don't want to do that. We are doing that as the information comes to us. The tri-board meetings were the last large pieces of information to come through. When we had that tri-board meeting, we gave that introduction and said we were not going to come back to the boards until the end of January, beginning of February, because we knew we had gotten feedback from the town. We knew there was some other work that we had to do to contribute to that, and we did exactly what we said we were going to do at the tri-board meeting, which is look at our population addendums, make sure they fit, and if they didn't ask for additional work, to make sure that we have capacity in the building if we were going to do a project of this size, that there was capacity for our community.
But we don't know that yet, correct?
We don't know what.
About the capacity.
We
Isn't that
do,
still
and that's what they're working
forthcoming?
on. That's what they're working on, that's what the funding request is for. is to
Yeah,
take
so I'm
another
saying
one.
we don't, I think this is where I'm getting stuck, because it feels like we're making a lot of assumptions. The process here feels a little bit scattered and out of whack, and that's not an indication of any poor work. Of course I know
Well, and
how
also-
hard it's been worked on and how diligently it's been worked on, but also, and I'm grateful you went back and are trying to get a better analysis of capacity. That's one of my greatest concerns going into this, leaving that previous tri-board, that it only increased capacity by 100 students, yet we have a housing growth plan that's still still to be determined. But we don't yet know what the capacity of this pursuit is.
We
right?
do.
So I don't get
Well,
this.
could you let
So
me
then what is
explain?
it?
So can you let?
And then what is the
I'm
dollar
happy to
amount?
answer that. I'm happy to answer that question.
Yeah.
And I can appreciate, certainly when you're involved in it, you see all the steps. It's not possible for every one of us to be involved in every single process in town. That's,
Yeah.
it's, we would do nothing else.
Yeah.
So we all, as the Board of Selectmen, try to understand what's going on in all of our boards and commissions, but getting down to the minutia, it's overwhelming. There's a lot going on in town. But I don't want to confuse not knowing, everything that's going on in every commission with the process is scattered or the process is unorganized, because that's certainly not how it's been. I certainly don't know. I try to keep abreast of what's happening on all of the boards and commissions. I can't tell you the minutia of what is.
So please tell me the capacity.
Sure. So we did go out, and about 2 weeks ago, got our final addendum to our population study. The consultants want to take that and make sure the capacity, the square footage of the building can accommodate that capacity, that updated number. Now, the concept design and the plan doesn't change. If you recall, and I think, Amy, you had a really good
What's the
question about
number?
this.
Did I miss it?
I'm in the middle of my
I'm
explanation.
just-
She didn't give a number. She didn't get a number.
Okay. I
yes.
just asked for a number, so I'm just.
Are you asking for a price number or
I'm
a
asking for
population
the,
number?
the population number.
She's explaining why she doesn't have it yet.
I thought
I
she just
do-
said you do have it.
Whenever you're willing to let me finish
I
my
am
explanation
willing, I'm
without
just-
interruption, I'm happy
It's
to
just,
finish
I
the
was looking for, I asked for a number, so I
I'm in the
know-
process of giving you that number,
Okay.
but you keep interrupting me.
No, I'm just trying to move things along and get the answer. So.
Can I go
I'm
ahead?
Sorry, yes, please.
Last Thursday, we got our updated population projections and housing projections from our population consultant. We are in the process of making sure that the square footage of the concept design can meet those numbers. And their reason for that is, for the purposes of the state grant funding, the unit of measurement that they use for what they will refund the town in their grants is the number of students. That's how they determine the square footage. So I think, Amy had a great question a few meetings ago when looking at the education specification document. I think you noticed they said something about 30 students a classroom. That doesn't mean that that's what we're putting in the classroom. That's their unit of measurement for square footage insofar as grant reimbursement goes. And so population numbers that we're looking at, it's in terms of not necessarily like fire code capacity of the room or fire code capacity of the building is just an example. It refers to, the number of students refers to what the reimbursable square footage that the state will give you. And so everything has to be put in terms of population. The number that we're looking at now is 1,040. That is the updated number. The second thing that we wanted to do, on the advice of our building officers, was to build in a contingency of square footage and cost when we went to referendum. Because to a previous point that you made about the finances, once a referendum is passed at a certain amount of money, you cannot go over that. You would have to go back for another referendum. And we do not want to do that for this project. There are already included in the cost that was estimated to us 4 different levels of contingencies or escalations. This would be a 5th level of contingency and escalation for square footage and the associated cost. The concept of the design is going to remain the same. They're just going to make sure that the capacity for number of students, which is what the state uses to guide reimbursement, is correct.
So just to make sure I understand, 1,040 is the projected number of students, or that is the capacity of the building as spec'd?
That is the population projection. That's the highest population projection for the next 8 years, and the building will reflect the square footage that the state will give us for that population number.
So that's only 170 students more than current enrollment.
That's a lot of kids.
And that's before our housing growth.
Well, that includes
Plan.
estimation on the approved housing in town.
Is that based off of 7 kids, as was told?
No, to be honest with you, I have not read through the entire report. It's not based on 7 children, but it is based on methods and metrics used to estimate populations in Connecticut based on what the birth rate trends are, based on the number of women of childbearing age. They are aware that our population projections contain a much higher than average in-migration factor.
250% relative to the
We
state?
usually generate about 250% of our birth rate, which all flows into why we have a very high in-migration factor. that's factored into our projections.
So I think you can see by the questions we're asking that there's a lot of information that needs to be shared. And I go back to my question, if the Board of Ed, not us, is the one who has hired this consultant to provide the information, what input does the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance have in making sure that the consultant provides all the information that the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance think should be presented to residents? That's a question that I have with that contract, and I think that's outside the scope of the charge, but it's a concern, and I hope we can go back to it and perhaps work with the Board of Ed to make sure that the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance have the opportunity to weigh in on all that information. As indicated by me, there's a lot of financial information I think needs to be included, and the Board of Finance made me think of things that I did not think of. Going back to the charge and the responsibilities, there is a lack of clarity in a couple of other respects. It has on C that they are going to put out an RFP for design, architectural engineering, owner's representative, project/construction manager, OPM. And then the next section, D, says they recommend the retention of an architectural engineering firm.
I'm trying to listen to you, I'm just distracted.
Okay, so C and D both refer to, C is advertising for an RFP and D is recommending, but there's different language in terms of what the RFP is advertising for versus what D they're recommending.
So
and I think the intent is to make it be the same.
Nope, they're two different processes.
Okay, well then that's what I need clarity on, because
Yes.
I don't understand it.
Yep, so those are two different processes. The first thing the building committee would need to go out and do is hire an architectural and engineering firm to take the concept design and design the building and the campus. The part of that process, and again, this was recommended to us from our building officers, and I would agree wholeheartedly with them that it's absolutely needed for this process. An owner's manager, construction manager, that is someone whose role it is to manage all of the subcontractors, they have incentives to stay under budget.
The construction
and with,
manager.
Correct.
Sorry, a little
and with
distraction.
Yep. And they have incentives to stay within certain timing.
Okay.
They work for the town, that is their responsibility, and that is why it was recommended that although other smaller projects have not had this type of person working on them, and this person really is going to keep control of the budget. We need to hire those two people to put together the bid package. That's all of the subcontractors.
But that's an example of how this process is unclear, step by step. It'd be more clear in terms of timing if it's first said D, or C, they advertise with an RFP for a design, architectural, engineering, and just leave it at that, right? And then so then they come back and they recommend an architectural/engineering firm, right? Then, once that's done and you have design plans, then they go out for a construction manager.
No,
You see what
from Dwight and Nigel, the construction manager is retained first.
Okay.
That's why they're both in, that's why it's written the way it was.
So they're hired simultaneously?
One of the reasons
Yeah, there was input from the construction, there was
But
input
you see,
from
it's
our
not
building.
clear to me. I
Well,
don't
it was-
understand.
So it's very clear to the building officers, and
But it has
this
to
was
be
put
con-
in,
But
this is
shouldn't this
the,
be clear to the public? Shouldn't it? Shouldn't that be a basic goal? And if we're Board of Selectmen members and it's not clear to us, then I
what the
think
process is. I mean, I'm certain, I think it would be great maybe if we had the construction officers, went through this all with you, but for the purposes of the charge of the committee, they weighed in on this charge and they are comfortable with the way this is written. This is how they would like it to be.
It doesn't seem
Or at
to-
least
And
for
it
those
seems like there's
two
really not-
items.
And
They're
you're okay with the amendment to,
bringing our discussions forth.
Understand, what it's indicating
Working
is
in
obviously,
collaboration.
and
Yes,
just what
I
we
wrote
said
that.
earlier, in terms of past projects. Not something we've
course.
done in the past. It's not something we've done in
I
the
understand
past.
that, and I'm glad that you're
So-
gonna make more effort with the projects, but, you know, another problem with this document and the lack of clarity is it has a reference to the charter at the bottom, but it never says where in the process that's laid out, that gets all the way through construction, where is the referendum?
The referendum is not in charge of the building
For a
committee.
sec, guys, I mean, I understand Amy and Andrea, this is like what's on your agenda, so obviously it's something that you can comment to, and it's salient points that you're making. You want to understand the process, there should be some document that you guys can refer to, that the public can refer to, of what the steps are. A charge, it's not really meant to be that document. A charge is a charge of powers and authorities that, quite frankly, are better served being a little bit more general, because all the nuances can never be perfectly built into something like this. So, I mean, I get it, and I understand why you're making the points you are on this item that's in front of this board on your agenda tonight. I mean, just from my own experience, this is a fairly robust charge. So, I'm happy to assist in, you know, laying out a memo of what, you know, my assessment of the steps are and my experience. I mean,
I don't think that's in it. We just wanted plain English, what happens when, where.
And specific roles.
And specificity. And
We
I think that the problem with this is the same, just to be clear, we're not beating up on this building committee. We had similar questions about the police commission, because the police renovation building committee, because we're trying to get to a process, to a document that is clear to the public as well as to whoever else would be actually working through on this, on the respective building committee, what they're supposed to be doing when. And there's no reason why you say it's good to have some generalities in it. There's no reason why, if a building committee needs to do an extra step, they shouldn't come back to the Board of Selectmen to say, please amend our building committee charge so we can do X. And then they do it.
I don't disagree.
So
Yeah.
I just think it would be better if it was clear. And it's not. And in that circumstance, you know, I don't know how I'm supposed to vote on something that I do not understand what the process is. So, you know,
I think you understand what the process,
you know,
you've gone through it yourself as a first selectman, so, and you understand the process. I mean, the process isn't different than it was for any building committees that we've had in the
I think
past.
the only building committee we had was for, we only had
Fire
roof
department?
projects. And that
I'm not
was
sure-
25
I'm not
years.
sure the years.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. We were busy fixing the buildings we had, not building new ones. And I think that, there's, look, I'm not trying to put up roadblocks. I'm trying to understand it and trying to make sure I understand what the process is. This is the first evening this has been presented to us. This is now a new version as of 3 hours ago, and I have questions and I have a lack of clarity about it. That's what I've got. And I tried to facilitate the discussion by having all of this information presented, put a lot of thought into trying to articulate what my questions were. But I'm not hearing answers to my questions.
Well, I think to answer, a couple of these points is glancing through, the referendum is not part of the charge of the building committee. I understand the need for clarity as to the process. I completely agree, and that clarity being communicated to the town. I think that's something that we need to do, and we need to get up on the building website as soon as possible, so that both us and the public have an understanding of that. Again, with the dollar amounts as well, and the impact, that is all information that needs to go out as well. It's just not something, if we're looking at approving a charge and members of a committee, and the process and the information that goes out is part of this committee's responsibility insofar as working with the consultant to make sure information is passed over. We welcome all suggestions of the information that should go on, just like we would if a resident called up and said, I see this on your on the building website, but I would actually like this information. The same thing, we would work to get that information and get that out to, up on the website and available for everyone who wanted to look, and understand the information. But the process of what happens between now with the entire project, with both the state grant process, with the referendum process, I agree, that's information that needs to go out, but that's not the charge of this building committee.
But the charge is, as it stands now, that the responsibilities are oversee construction of the project without any contingency about town approval. And then under J, there is seek grant funding and reimbursement from the State Department of Education for all eligible costs, when there's a resolution that says the Board of Ed is the one who's seeking the grant funding from the State Department of Administrative Services.
There's
So,
certain
I mean,
components, there are
there's
certain elements.
disconnects.
Well, there is a
and there
disconnect,
There
'cause-
is.
And
Sorry,
I
Maria,
think
if
you
may.
I think you offered an explanation under the resolution, but you're not proposing to amend this so that it's clear.
But I'll go beyond that. I would also expect that there could be grant opportunities that are not specifically related to that we'd want this committee to look into if they had the knowledge of them.
But all of it is
So-
from the State Department of Education.
Okay.
It's not like green building stuff, which might come from another source.
Understood.
That's as it's written.
Understood.
And I
But and here's where I think we differ. You're looking for clarity, and I understand that. And I'm saying, I don't see that there's lack of clarity in indicating that a building committee will seek grant funding for reimbursement, even if it's from just the State Department of Education, for all eligible costs or construction projects. There's no harm there. There's nothing wrong there. There's no limitation there. There's no adverse impact associated with that statement. So I recognize, yes, if you look at it in the context of something else that's happening somewhere else, you might be confused. That's just a matter of asking the question and getting the answer. But from a building charge standpoint, this does not detract from what, in my opinion, we would want them, if there's a potential to, seek grant funding and let us know about it. So I'm not seeing, and that's where I'm having the more difficult. I understand the clarity, and I think we all would want to be on the same page from that perspective. I don't know that we ever will be. So there is a time to move forward. This is a robust, as was indicated, a robust building charge. And we would like, as you mentioned, somebody from finance. We invite you to offer a name for somebody with a financial background who can participate in this. I've not seen anything where there's an amendment or a change required because of an impact that would be negative. I just don't see that,
and I respectfully disagree.
I
think
understand that.
I think it's
I
a
understand that.
confused charge. You have a motion on the table, you can move it forward.
I don't know if we have a motion.
We don't have a motion.
The one thing
remember at this point either.
No, we don't.
But I think we've discussed this enough at
We
this point in
have.
time. And
This committee will always be subject to the Woodbridge, the Town of Woodbridge Charter and ordinances, and there does need to be something in this charge about grant funding, because the committee dealing with the architect is going to have to interact, even though the Board of Ed is the applicant, and so therefore in the resolutions, the Board of Ed was listed as accepting or rejecting. The state may come back with the concept plan and ask for changes, and that has to go through the building committee. And so because of that, the building committee needs to interact on this.
So it could
So
say
that
work
is why-
cooperatively with the Board of Ed in its applications for grant funding, right? But it doesn't say that.
where are you speaking of, Amy? Is there some specific area there?
J, 5J,
Yeah.
seek grant funding. It doesn't say, it's not clear, so, because of that.
Well, that is what they would be doing if they have to make amendments. And so it is also in the building committee charge, because if the state changes or asks for changes in the concept plan, it's gonna have to go back to the building committee to work with the architects to do. That may not happen. There may be other grants to seek, but there needs to be something in this building charge that authorizes the building committee to also interact with that state grant
And who did you say to
application.
work with who?
Well, my understanding is that that it's the Board of Ed that is, from the last discussion we had about the resolution, it's the Board of Ed who's applying. So therefore, this should be work with the Board of Ed.
To seek grant funding and reimbursement.
Yeah,
Is that a problem?
to seek grant
I don't
funding.
think that's a problem. Maria?
And to
So
I
add
just don't
seek
think
grant
it's
fund.
necessary to make adjustments.
It's not necessary, but I have no problem adding seek grant funding in collaboration with the Board of Education.
So that's 2 adjustments we've seen to this. We had in
Yeah,
the
one was adding the in collaboration. from the-
Working in
the word
collaboration.
working was inserted earlier, and now,
And,
and
right,
now in J. Wow.
but we don't have a step that makes clear what happens at the charter time, and I do not think.
This is the charge of the building committee, so it
I
doesn't
know,
have
but
to
I do
elaborate
not
the
think
process
that,
for all.
I don't think it's adequate, I'm sorry.
No,
I
Appreciate
appreciate it.
Understood, you've made that
You know,
clear
if it
throughout.
was, if our process were that we would sit down and work on this document some more, I would be happy to do so, but I'm not prepared to vote on this document even with those 2 changes, which I appreciate, but still don't answer all my questions.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we move forward. Oh, do you want to?
I just want to make sure I get this amendment in here correctly. Yeah.
What I will say is on an ongoing basis, I'd welcome an opportunity to sit down with you at any point in time, and you, Andrea, to go over language that we feel might be appropriate and get your input as far as that's concerned.
It doesn't feel that way, but thank you for saying it.
So,
All right, it's 9:08 and I have to be home for medical reasons. I cannot be here till 11.
I understand.
So,
We're moving on.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the building charge and the voting members listed with the following addendums. Under authority, we should read the committee working in collaboration with the town's building officer shall be advisory to the Board of Selectmen and shall be subject to the Town of Woodbridge Charter and ordinances. And under J, for responsibilities, seek grant funding in collaboration with the Woodbridge Board of Education for grant reimbursement opportunities, including from the State Department of Education for all eligible costs of the construction project.
Second.
Is there any additional discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda.
I will, this addendum, you can put in the packet as the final. That way everyone has a copy of
Yeah,
it with
so
the
just send
addendums.
it- You're gonna send me the editor?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it right now.
The next item on the agenda is Police Renovation Building Committee Charge and Appointments. We've gone over this a couple times. In your packet, there's a revised charge based on input received from Selectwoman Amy and Selectwoman Urbano.
Which one?
This is the police.
But we didn't vote on the membership, did we? We voted on the charge.
Yes.
We included,
No,
the
I-
motion was to include the membership as
Okay,
listed.
all right, thank you. Okay, so, I'm sorry. I
No, you're
apologize.
fine.
no, you're fine.
Quick,
The
quick.
police renovation.
Police Renovation Building Committee.
So at our last meeting, you asked all of us to provide our comments in detail. I provided some, then Andrea offered some as well.
Yes, those were incorporated into the draft that's
Where?
in your folder now.
I have an April 1 draft.
There is a
For
April
a
8th
final
draft,
draft.
final draft.
Where is it?
It's in your folder.
So if you go to police renovation,
Oh, go to that topic.
and then it's the top one.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have discussion about this eventually, but I guess I'd like to make a motion to approve the final draft of the police building committee Police Renovation Building Committee charge.
Second.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it.
Andrea, your comments were incorporated in terms of the references to the tariff, the policy, the bid requirement policies, and the ordinances. Most of what you had input on related to specifically the process associated with those types of things, including invoicing and things of that nature.
Okay, so who are the other relevant stakeholders that you're thinking of?
Well, I think it's
Why?
broad so that if there are other stakeholders that come up, let's say, they can reach out to someone. So it's broad language, so it's not limiting language. So that if there are other stakeholders, they're permitted to talk to them.
And are they coming, okay. I had asked that they also, if they're going to consult with the Police Commission and the Board of Finance, they also come back and seek input from us, and that's not there. But
Say that again, Amy, please.
I asked, in terms of consultation, that I asked what was the role of not only the Police Commission and the Board of Finance, but also the role of the Board of Selectmen in this consultative process. So, it might be more efficient than them coming back to us and then we say, oh, but what did you think about X? So they ought to at least come to us on occasion, is what I'm suggesting.
The committee shall oversee construction and proposed projects and be prepared to report on the progress to the Board of Selectmen at the board's discretion. So we can call them and ask them to see us.
Where is that?
And
That's the
there's-
very last line.
And there's a slot for a liaison as well. In here, correct?
Yep.
So
Okay.
there's a direct connection too.
We had a second on your motion?
Okay.
We did, yes.
But it still doesn't have going to the town meeting. You wanted to use the catch-all of the town of Woodbridge Charter. So what happens, I still have this question, if somebody could explain it to me. Do you seek bids and then go to the town, or do you
No.
come up with a construction
No.
design
What
plan?
you do is, there's two ways to
Yeah.
go. You could either pay all the money up front to get construction documents, design documents, bid documents, go
Right.
out to bid, get a firm number, and then
Right.
it fails.
Right,
And you waste all that money and it fails. Or you can go with estimates and schematic drawings and then go to bid, to referendum, and then you have a number, and then you have to live with it.
right. And that's one of the,
Typically, we've done always the latter,
okay, okay.
which is you do the best you can with your resources to get it as good a number as you can. You put contingencies into the process, and it's a delicate balance because you want to put contingency in the process, but yet you don't want to have it too high where it's, you have to really balance that information.
You're borrowing more money than you have to.
Right, and so, and then you go and you get the referendum, and if it's approved, the referendum does two things. It approves the appropriation of the dollars and the ability to borrow to fund the project.
Okay, so,
And typically, the appropriation's inclusive of grants. So if you have a $10 million appropriation, it's $10 million, and if you get $1 million in grants, it's still $10 million.
right.
You probably remember all this when we.
That part I do remember,
Okay.
because you can't guarantee they
Right,
have to
you can't
appropriate the
guarantee-
full amount.
Correct,
You
right,
can't guarantee.
right. You have to appropriate the full amount.
So, why doesn't it say, upon approval of the construction design plan by the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen, the town shall follow the charter requirements for funding approval? And then say, upon compliance with the charter requirements for funding approval, the committee shall seek bids. So that it's clear that it goes to town approval before it goes to construction bids. It doesn't say that.
Again, this is a question about process and not the charge of the committee.
It is, but it's to make it
So,
clear.
I
It's to
don't think
make
it makes
clear.
it clear. I think it's confusing the issues. This is the charge of the committee as opposed to what are the processes that the town follows.
Well,
So, and I think.
Right now, it looks like the
noted-
charge would be is that they would go, as soon as the Board of Selectmen has approved the design plan, it would go seek bids and in direct contravention of what Tony just said, is what the way we do things.
No.
Because you would have gone through the process of getting bids when you don't know yet whether it's approved by the town to go forward. That's
I think what Tony said is we're going to get whatever the best information we can get in order to come up with a number. And the only way to do that is through getting bids, or are we talking a different process?
No, so upon approval of the construction design plan by the Board of Selectmen and approved referendum of the town.
Yes.
So you
Or
put
an
in there.
approval
Something
of
like that.
funding
The committee shall
by,
seek bids
by
on
the
blah, blah,
town
blah,
in
blah.
accordance with the charter, then the committee shall seek bids. That's
do
all
that.
I'm asking for. Because
No
that
problem.
shows that the approval has to be there
That's-
before they go get bids.
I think that's what you're saying.
Yes, that's it, that's what I'm trying to say. That's the process.
Related to the charge.
Yes, and it is related to the charge, because otherwise the committee thinks it has authority to go ahead and seek bids before it does.
How should that be worded in terms of town approval?
Doesn't the rest of the sentence say
accordance
that
with
in
the charter.
accordance with town of Woodbridge charter ordinances and purchasing
No,
policy? I mean,
it suggests that they seek bids in accordance with the town charter.
Yeah.
which
But
means that they have to follow the process of the town.
You know,
Woodbridge charter ordinances and purchasing policy.
I understand the point. It's just, you're saying, upon approval of the plan, the committee shall seek bids on all.
Yeah, which they won't. They
In
can't,
accord-
they cannot, after the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen acts, what we're saying is that they should not be seeking bids. On approval of the construction design plan by the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen, the town shall follow the charter with respect to funding requirements.
That's what the second half of the sentence
That,
says.
It just
period.
needs to be moved.
Then,
Just
then, should the project be
needs
approved
to be
in
moved.
accordance with the charter, the town shall seek, then the committee shall seek bids in accordance with the ordinances and purchasing
The in
policy.
accordance with the town charter can be repeated. It'll be put under the first sentence, after the first sentence, before the comma. It should be right after shall seek bids in accordance with the town charter, and then it'd say on all aspects of the it just needs to be before all aspects of the construction. So if
No,
it says,
it's before
upon
shall seek
approval of the
bids.
construction design plan by the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen, the committee shall seek bids.
No, that's not what Tony said.
I-
Tony said before you seek bids, you go to the town for approval.
So it's approval of the construction design plan by the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen
And,
and
The
the
town-
town pursuant to the
Correct.
charter.
and the town.
Yes,
Mhm.
Correct.
And the town.
Right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Charter, yeah, that's good.
Right. Then the committee shall seek bids. That's the process.
It works. Appreciate you
It
bringing
reads
it
the
up.
same to me, but that's fine.
I was a corporate
Any-
lawyer. It does not read the same.
I can tell. Anything else? I think we have a motion.
Yes.
Wait, I'm just trying to make sure that,
Mika, I just assume that a lot of my questions about like who approves and this is captured in the language, like in accordance with charter
Tony and I
ordinances
will-
and purchasing policy,
I'll
rather
let
than
him respond.
explicitly, okay.
Right.
I'll let him respond.
And
No,
I could,
that
yeah, and
works.
it's, yeah, and the way it's outlined in our purchasing policy and the way the expenses are paid is typically the design professional, the engineer that we hire, has to approve of the payment application. Essentially, they're our agent to make sure that what we're being billed for was actually done.
Okay.
And then once they do that, and then I sign off on it, and Mika signs off on it, we typically get the building officer involved also to make sure that there's a second layer of oversight on that, and that's usually how we proceed.
And so this is really just a charge to do the design, not to oversee a project, not to oversee the construction.
You know, this
it
committee shall
would
also
allow it if
oversee
it's
construction.
approved.
Yeah.
They would,
Okay, so then similar to Beecher, should it also have language about like the distinction between the committee's role and the authority of like the day-to-day oversight of that of the construction?
are you suggesting that it would be the building officer?
Yeah, like I think we did that for Beecher.
Typically
I
that's.
don't think that language is in here unless I missed it. Would
I
you-
just listed as a building officer as a non-voting membership.
Right.
It doesn't
I don't know, we
specifically
took care
indicate.
in the Beecher one to add, to make sure it was clear that the building officers are engaged throughout the
Building committee-
construction process and keeping tabs on that, and, you know, providing
Well,
the
could we-
day-to-day.
could we
It was
just say-
the building committee, working in collaboration with our building officers, will work to plan, design, and recommend.
Well, it's,
And oversee.
no, I think it's the last sentence.
The-
The committee, working in cooperation with building officers, shall oversee.
The construction.
Shall oversee construction.
Where are we? I'm sorry.
The
Last line.
final
very last line.
sentence, because that's more about the construction
Yep,
oversight,
gotcha.
Mika.
I appreciate it.
And the committee can't be expected to
Their,
be there
and
day to
their,
day.
that also, and their expertise is invaluable in a project like this, because
Yes.
they know what to look for and what,
Right, right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that
And
is
they
a
were
good
involved in the
clarification.
center
So
renovation.
the only other thing I
Dwight
just
was.
want to flag is that right now Tony's listed as both the administrative officer and the finance director. When we get to the next topic of his change, I would think that the administrative officer, once hired, would take over
correct.
a role.
The administrative officer is responsible
Right.
to make sure that the project is keeping within scope, is moving along, is, if there's any issues that come up, to inform either the first selectman or the finance director in my case.
So we should we list the AO as well under that
It is
final thing
listed.
about
It's listed.
overseeing, no, under overseeing construction, or no? Is it sufficient to list the
No, I
building
think it's
officer?
sufficient to just put the building officer.
All right, thank you.
Okay, no other questions, all in favor? Motion carries. Next piece of this is specifically we have two members that are vacant, we have two vacancies currently, and we'd like to make nominations to fill those vacancies.
I suggest we take them up one at a time.
Please.
Absolutely fine.
Make a motion to nominate Rob George to fill one of the vacancies on the Police Renovation Building
Oh.
Committee.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Any, motion carries. There's been a late change to the other one. We've got
Yeah.
I'll explain. Andy Esposito has expressed interest in doing this, and
Excellent.
I feel that that was an excellent choice, so we've identified Andy Esposito, who I think most of us know, and those of us who have worked with him in the past. He's a former, if you don't, he's a former police commissioner, and he's worked on many, he's worked on multiple building committees here in town, and has a very clear understanding as to how these things work, and is very conscientious in terms of the cost in particular. So we felt, in light of Andy
Excellent.
saying that he was available, we would nominate Andy as the other. the
He's
other
also
member
a
of the
former
committee.
Board of Finance member.
Yes, exactly.
That's a
So,
great fit,
Okay,
yeah.
so I'd like to nominate Andy Esposito as
You want to go ahead, you can second.
as the other member, the last member on this police commission, building committee. All in favor? Motion carries.
And are we filling out the Board of Selectmen liaison position, or are we not?
You want to go?
I'll take volunteers.
Yeah, I will, let me think about it overnight, but I
Sure.
am inclined to volunteer for that.
Okay. Had a feeling.
Huh?
I said I had a feeling.
Oh.
So, next item on our agenda
Do you want to go? You could go.
No, there's been stuff.
is the admin officer director's report. And Andrew, in light of your indication.
Can we just ask if she wants to change the agenda
I was
order?
going to say,
Thank
we
you.
can
I
move
really
the
appreciate the
town hall
consideration.
reorg up if everyone is in agreement with that.
Sure.
Thank
What do you
you.
want to
No
move up?
problem.
The town hall
Reorg.
reorg.
Yes.
And I would, the finance director report, I would like to,
Okay,
for the funding requests.
so as far as the town hall reorg, there's a significant amount of information in your packet now.
Well, I would like to suggest that with respect to the specifics, especially since we received it 11 hours ago, but also with respect to what I understand to be the ordinary protocol, that this should first go to the Personnel Committee.
It has. And we did discuss it. Andrea indicated in the last committee meeting that we had, very specifically that she was looking for a summary of all of the jobs and job descriptions, which was the reason for that being part of what was in here.
Okay,
But we didn't make a vote on anything to
We did not.
recommend.
We did not.
It wasn't, so in my perspective,
My-
it
my-
was that we would have that stuff in another personnel committee,
Mm-hmm.
discuss, and then, potentially make a vote for.
With consideration for the timing associated with decisions that Tony will make, my feeling is best that we not go through that particular point or that
That
particular process, and we openly discuss it here specifically for that purpose.
Mika, the
But
one.
it's, 5 hours ago, 11 hours ago to get this.
Amy, we've been
information.
talking about this for over a year. We've been talking
Well,
about
I
this
haven't.
for many, many months. You have, correct.
Mika,
But we have been talking about this for quite some time. The
But
information-
not the community coordinator position, not the full reorg. I mean, I understand with Tony's role, that's been longer standing.
This was always there was a new position on the table right from the get-go as soon as we talked about Tony's position change, because that enabled us to do what we were saying we were gonna do. So it was always intended. There has been a ton of information provided in terms of the roles, the responsibilities. We've organized it differently. There's just no reason to continue to discuss it. It's at this point in time, I feel there is enough information for us to decide as to whether or not we want to move forward with
So
this.
there's
We've
two-
heard from the public on this.
There's two reasons to discuss it.
Mhm.
One is the respects to what has been arranged with Tony, which I'm all in favor of. It is a limited time arrangement, and should Tony move on from working half-time with us, should we have a different arrangement after the grant falls apart, we could be facing a full-time finance director again, which is a substantial investment. So in actually hiring extra personnel, you create a long-term commitment versus what is a sunsetting grant arrangement.
In order
And
to-
I have some concern about that.
No, no.
That was one. And number two, with respect to the community coordinator, the reality is that the town has spent $2 million to invest of money that could have been going, for example, to roads. A little bit of that
This is
ARP
grant
funding went to
funding.
roads. Yeah, it was grant funding. A little bit could have gone to roads. There was a choice to invest it in that building. There is in the budget,
Which building?
The
community center.
Cultural center.
Community Center.
So
Doug,
just to be
on.
clear, there's a $2 million grant that was dedicated specifically for the community
Community
center.
center.
There was?
But,
Okay.
Yes.
yep, that was specifically for the community center.
But
But
was
there was
part-
about 333,000 from ARPA funds that
Okay.
were also contributed.
Okay, so
I
there
think
was
that's
three,
what you're
thank you,
referring to.
thank you.
Yeah.
So there was 300, on top of the grant, there was $330,000 that could have gone towards road and went to the community center. So the town has invested heavily in that building. When we look at other projects in this town, as recently as the dog park, people were told, if you want a dog park, you have to set up a nonprofit and you have to pay for building it. When it comes to Massaro Farm, that's what people were told. They had to raise the funds and build it. In that case, there was no money, as I recall, of a substantial source for the buildings. They were done through volunteers raising money. When it comes to.
federal grant, federal appropriations. as
Right,
well.
but they had to find it, right? Yeah, they had to find that, and they worked to do that. When it comes to the Darling House, it is a nonprofit who oversees that day to day and manages it. And the only thing the town pays for is the substantial projects like redoing the roof. We are facing here now a proposal for $110 million or more to pay for a new school. As I said, I would love to see a new school, but in that environment, we have to start thinking about what else should we or should we not be paying for. And my view with this project is, yes, there's substantial interest in it going forward, which is great. I'm glad to have people interested. There is also a woman who said she'd be happy to fundraise. I don't understand why the community center should be any different from Massaro, the Darling House, the dog park, and suddenly have an extra $80,000 to $100,000 a year of funding to keep it going on an annual basis. I think it should be run by a nonprofit, and if people are interested, they should put their money there. $80,000 to $100,000, I asked Tony once, he can confirm if I had misunderstood him, that's like payments on $1 million worth of debt. That's a lot of money. So there have to be choices.
Yes, there do. I appreciate your perspective on it. Another perspective is this is a great investment in our town, just as the library is a great investment in our town, just as many public facilities are. And there's not a ton of things out here for our town. And we've heard from some members of the public, and I know from talking to people in the public, that there's immense interest in there. There could be a friends group to that center that could help raise money to do things, but I think it's also a worthy investment for the town. So I hear you, and I'm offering that there's also other perspectives and strong feelings that this is a worthy town investment.
Additionally, we, as Andrea had indicated before, yes, I do have some difficulties in responding to my emails because there are a lot of different things that we do. We do not have the staff to adequately meet the needs of our residents as we stand right now. We have 7 people. During your administration, you had 8.5. That was 20 years ago. There was no website. There was no, you know, so it's, you had indicated that when we spoke about this another time, you had indicated that you felt we should be down to 6. You didn't feel that the assistant admin officer.
Let's not go into what I did or did not say at another conversation, because I think that.
From a dollar, you're talking about a dollar standpoint. We have an opportunity to provide a significant added value to the town residents. Many of the town residents who I speak, one of the things they'll always say, what am I getting for my tax dollars? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to give them something more than we're giving them right now? And wouldn't it be nice to be able to do that without a significant increase in terms of our operating expenses?
And I think we can do it with even less money because we can ask a nonprofit to run it. It's still going to have given them the building. There'll still be something that exists.
But it doesn't help me here in town hall and take in terms of the resources that I need for administration and for programming and for the other things.
It actually does, because it leaves more money in the budget for that rather than spending it on the community center.
Because you don't, all they're doing is what's there, and there's no reason, as Steve
you wouldn't have to
indicated,
pay for heat, you wouldn't have to pay for custodial. That's $40,000 in our budget before you get to the people.
If I could add, there's even, I think they're all valid points and something that we need to consider. But I would also suggest another point of view. As we get this up and running, I think that there is an initial investment by the town to get the programming up to speed, provide some services for the residents, but I also think that that does not necessarily mean it needs to be run the same way in perpetuity. I think putting an initial investment in, I think there's a chance for some revenue generation here too, to also offset the cost. And I think the initial investment to provide some services for the town, to see what kind of revenue they can generate themselves and perhaps be self-sustaining, is also another possibility that we can present. And in addition to that one, I don't think there's any reason not to explore something like that in the future as well. But I do think in order to get it, it's going to be finished the end of the spring, the beginning of the summer. I think an initial investment to bring it to the community, to see what kind of programming can work, what we can do, I think that is a wise investment in our town. And then I think, once we're able to see what programming can be done, what services can be provided, what services, if they're from out of town, we can, we can have programs that we can bring people in, and generate some revenue. I think, as a pilot program, so to speak, I think it is a good idea to have this initial investment in the town. And I think we keep a close eye on, tasking revenue generation and see where that leads us. And I think it's something that we can bring up in the future if we find it is or is not working.
With that in mind, because I've had that thought too. I mean, let me be clear, as I fully back Amy's notion of what has been demonstrated very successfully in this town of running very viable businesses, institutions that absolutely contribute to the quality of life in this community, and you could argue are providing services, Massaro and Darling House. So I don't think the pursuit of this kind of creative financial approach and solution to this compromises any quality of service or life that this center will bring. But with Maria's point in mind, I've been thinking about that too. And if the board was willing, and Amy, I'm not sure if you are, but what would it be like if we put a policy or a timestamp on to be reevaluated in 1 year's time, or 6 months and then 1 year to give opportunity for change and growth? Ensure some type, and add to the job description, facilitate the, explore and potentially facilitate the establishment of a nonprofit, or longer, working with the Board of Selectmen to establish this alternative.
I don't see any issue. From my perspective, what Amy's suggesting isn't exclusive of having this individual. There's two things. You seem to be putting 100%, Amy, seems to be putting 100% of what this individual is going to do associated with the...
No, it's half-time, but that's like...
It's not even half-time, Amy, really. But the reality is, with that additional resource, if Tony goes part-time, we have half of Tony exclusively as our finance director. We have a brand-new administrative officer. We have a brand-new assistant administrative officer. We have a brand-new public works director. Tony's time, we have Tony 20 hours a week.
Plus evenings.
So,
sorry, Tony, I read that.
So, from that perspective, not
and
having
flexibility to take calls when he's in Marlboro.
Yes. That actually,
I noticed that too.
That actually doesn't help us from a resource standpoint. So if there was a time that we needed an additional resource here in Town Hall for the function that includes oversight of the community center, it would be now. So as to offer Tony the opportunity to be able to work 20 hours, provide the new administrative officer some guidance and some knowledge that he has. And by adding this resource, we increase administrative time, we increase the administrative officer's time, we increase Tony's time in terms of being our finance director, and we increase programming, our capabilities for programming, because right now all of those functions are shared by two individuals. So when we split this offers us, and also if you look at it, if we're not able to support the scenario with Tony working half-time, then it won't work. And if it doesn't work, we're left, as you said, Amy, hiring two. And that's, if you look at the document that's on their reorg salary and benefits, scenario B looks at hiring a full-time finance director and a full-time administrative officer, which is what we would have to do if we did not specifically have Tony as our finance director, who can work part-time because of the knowledge that he has of our town and the fact that he's been doing two jobs. He has two responsibilities. So this affords us the additional resources we will need, particularly at a time where we have new resources coming in. It's not simply for we have a tendency to equate it because it's very important we have somebody who does have a focus on the community center, but it's not simply for that, and we shouldn't be. And it doesn't preclude us from, as you said, Andrea, pursuing volunteer arrangements for that facility.
Fundraising. I think
that
part of the
fundraising
job
and things of that.
description should be fundraising at a minimum. That should be included.
I don't think part of the job should be fundraising itself, because that's a lot.
Okay.
But I think it should be working with a group to explore fundraising opportunities and taking that as a function. I don't really have a problem with that.
Okay.
Because that's something. I'm sorry, Lauren?
No, I think we have an opportunity here and a responsibility based on what we've heard from residents to be stewards of this community and cultural center that has been in development for many years. I think this is wonderful way to accomplish that, but also provides a tremendous asset to residents, even who aren't going to the community and cultural center, through improved communications and someone who's focusing on listening to residents and thinking about what some of those needs are. And I think that's how you move things forward. We've had public comment from a lot of people who are really engaged, and they certainly could consider other funding options, but I also think people need to, it belongs to the community, so part of it is allowing people to see what the potential of the space is and what the opportunities are there. So I'd like to give it some time with the town being stewards and supporting liftoff here of this community and cultural center, and thinking about what the needs are of residents, and then how to look at revenue or funding over time. I don't think that's out of the question here. I think the question at the moment is how do we responsibly open this center that is going to mean a lot to a lot of residents in the town.
You may vote for it and I'll be outvoted, but all I can say is once you create a government benefit in a government office, it's very hard to shut it down. That's a reality. And I just think that's why I'm saying I realize I'm late to the party because I've just joined the Board of Selectmen, and I didn't propose this on February 17th because it was the very beginning of the budget process, and we had I don't know what it was, less than 2 weeks to look at the budgets. But it came to me and I brought it to the Board of Finance and I was trying to bring it to you all. I just think it's, I think once you start it as a town-run operation, it will be forever until we have some very serious discussions about what we can afford in this town and what we cannot.
Because similarly, we've heard a lot of public outcry about the cost of living and recent increases. And in the public comments for support of this is willingness to help and be part of it. And that, I think, aligns very well with the concept of the community and cultural center. Have it run by the community with town support, like Massaro, like Darling. I think it's a great model. And I think it achieves both fiscal responsibility and community values and connection. So I would be willing, understanding, though it would be helpful in hindsight to see kind of a percentage breakdown, Mika, of this position's responsibilities, 30% on this, or whatever. But I understand that this position meets other needs than the cultural center. I suppose I would feel more comfortable if there was some language added, some insurance, just knowing what I know about personnel oversight is some checks and balances pertaining specifically to the cultural center, gauging progress, trying to take steps. Like, I would only be comfortable supporting this if it was clear to me that this is not considered the long-term plan. I hear Amy's concern and agree that once you provide a government service, it's very hard to dial it back or change it. And so, but
Here's,
Also to that point, I think once we hire an administrative officer, they're going to be charged with a full reorganization. So I think it may not have been on this, but it was on one of the job descriptions that, the description may change. I think that coming out of personnel, that we are hiring an admin officer and that the job descriptions may change once they go through their full reorganization.
Yeah, and they might move responsibilities around based on what they see as efficiencies for town hall, which I think is perfectly acceptable.
right, but moving them around from one staff person to another is not the same as getting it off our budget or only supplemental budget rather than 80,000 or whatever it might be.
we've been moving it around. We've reduced. We have less resources in town hall than we did 20 years ago.
I was just responding
Yeah, no, I
to-
know, but that's what I'm
Yeah.
just indicating. That's what we've been doing. we've reduced. Everyone, we've made it very, very clear to the public. We say at every budget here, every annual meeting, that when you look at the increases as far as percentage increases over a period of time, 10 years, whatever you pick, the education budgets have gone up significantly more than the town budgets. The only way you do that is through attrition and through separation. So, in reduction, I should say. So we've been reducing town resources, period. Not only in town hall, but in other areas as well. And we're at a point now where where it's creating difficulty. We have less resources here at town hall between the finance and first selectman's office than we did 20 years ago. That's just a fact. And if you think about what we were doing 20 years ago versus what we need now, we have legislation that requires housing decisions that we've never had to consider in the past. We have websites that were not even a thing. We have emails that were not a thing. We have communication. We have cybersecurity issues. There's so much more to consider at this point in time, and we have less people than we did 20 years ago. So this is simply trying to bring it back to where we need to be, so as to be able to support the town in the way that we should. What this moment in time has afforded us is an opportunity to do it with a minimum impact on the budget, without adding the full cost of an individual over the period of time. If you look at it, if we had to hire a full-time finance director and we had to hire a full-time admin, it would cost us over the next 4 years more than this is. So,
Right,
and
and
if
I
we don't
see
have
the
the resources to
projection.
support Tony being in a part-time role, Tony might not want that role, or we might not be able to sustain that role in a part-time basis. We may need additional resources.
My fear is 2031. Like, what happens then? And I think
It's
Amy
there, you
brought
could
that up
see.
earlier.
Mhm.
Well,
It's up to 2030.
yeah, it's up to 2030.
2030 is the end of the grant. So 2030 reflects, I think, what you're asking about.
Yeah, see,
Oh.
the grant's 3 years, so 27, 28, 29 are the grant years.
So the total salary and benefits difference between the two full-timers and what we hear, it does increase, but at that moment in time, you've spent that much less. You're spending $38,000 more, $35,000 more.
At 2030, but then let's just say 2040 because of cost
Then it-
of living,
Then
all of that.
they
It's-
just keep going
yeah,
equally.
yeah.
They just increase equally.
So could it be a goal that or added to this job spec to have a goal of establishing a group, a fundraising group, a nonprofit, liaising with that person by 2030? Before 2030?
I think I would offer, I think what might be similar is the Friends of the Library group, which is its own nonprofit that supports, so the library is a town function, the town asset that we invest in, and the Friends of the Library supports that, and I think
Do they fundraise?
they do fundraise, yes. And I think that's what I could see being.
But they hardly provide the budget.
Yeah.
Well, it might be different, it's a different scenario here of what we're envisioning. And it's going to take some time to see what actually sticks and fits there. And that's going to come from not only the person who's in this position, but from how the community responds to the space and the community needs. But that's something I could see happening naturally. I don't necessarily think it needs to be in the job description. I take your point. I'm just offering that I think that's something, because given the support that we've seen, that might happen naturally pretty quickly. We've seen people want to have interest in this, and there might be people who are volunteering to help out with what's happening in the space, having a fundraiser event, and then creating a friends group. And I can see that similarly happening at the country club. It's one of those things that was envisioned there. There would be a friends group specifically to do that raises funds to help support whatever happens there. So that's what I would offer. And my question for Mika, the action is appropriate tonight. You were simply asking for the approval of this position as opposed to the entire reorg. It seems like you're positioning the proposed position within the reorg so that we see it. You're not asking for approval of the whole reorg, but I just want to make sure I'm clear what you're asking for tonight.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Very specific.
And could I ask, would this, should it pass, and then what are the steps following that, and will it be posted publicly?
It'll be posted internally first.
Okay,
If we don't have adequate candidates, then it will be posted publicly.
okay. Okay, so we
Is
have
that
it.
the standard process for how we do things?
Typically, yeah, yeah.
So I'm sure we're going to discuss this more, but I guess I'd like to make a motion then at this time that we approve the name of the position. I want to make sure I have it right. Community Communications and Program Coordinator position as described.
Second.
Just another question, would this position take over or really liaise, like, to alleviate sustainability in Earth Day?
I would imagine they would participate
that
in
a-
the same way
is
like
that
rec participates in with sustainability and partners, and library participates. And,
Yeah, but I think they bear, like,
Oh, they do, but I would expect they'd be a
disproportionate-
So
partner.
is there a salary range? I don't see anything. Are we in the job description?
Because it's something that we would specifically, we may have to go out to the public on, we don't put the salary on there.
You don't put a salary range?
We could provide you that information, but that's something I'd only discuss under executive session.
So, well.
Only because if you put it out there, then somebody
No,
knows
that's
what they
fine.
can ask for.
Well, doing it out there with the admin officer, but okay, yeah, okay.
I don't see it with the admin officer, no.
That might have been internal to us.
Okay.
I think in our
Yeah,
discussion.
That was,
I
that was
have it in my
that
notes.
was
The
a
job-
recruiter.
That's
so
internal.
That's internal.
That's
Okay.
Yeah. It won't get published when we publish the.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
To Andrea's point about communication, there are so many things in town that we need communication on and outreach to the public that sometimes looking at that job description, even if you took away the community and cultural
Yeah,
center, that
that
seems
could
like
be
a
the
full-time
whole
job.
Yeah, I understand. So, yeah, and I would like that to be. I would prefer to be presented with that whilst taking this approach, this nonprofit approach or friends group approach. So, you know, because that's a long-standing issue in our town, and as Mika just said, there's more and more issues now than there ever have been, and you know, we're like playing catch up.
Yeah. But certainly to get this off the ground and started, I definitely think we should provide the support.
And this would be how many hours a week?
40.
Or 35, okay.
40.
Does Woodbridge consider 35 full-time?
40.
It's
It's 40. 40 is full-time, except for the library.
They do not.
No.
It's 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
The library's 37 and a half.
Yeah, like
Says
it might
37.
depend on the.
But everyone else is 40. At least.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
My opposition is rooted in that lack of language.
Appreciate it.
And accountability.
Understood.
But I would really like for the admin officer or whoever to have, like, this is as a new position with this new, partly this new center, there needs to be like something in place, performance appraisals, some type of check-in, updates, adjustments accordingly.
Understood.
There was a request for the next agenda item to be the admin officer.
Is that everything for the
Well, that's the action appropriate. So that's why I was trying to clarify the point, so that we're not trying to, so that was set in that
In the
context.
interest of time.
Before we just very quickly, just to add to that packet for our future reorg discussions, Mika, because we also talked about this in personnel, was having a clear depiction of the first selectman's duties and roles under this new organization and how it's alleviated, impacted, adjusted. I think we talked about that.
We can take that up in personnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's certainly not an issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah,
could
no problem.
just help.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is the Administrative Officer and Director of Finance report.
Thank you. I have a monthly report through March of 2026. We have a slight year-end surplus of about $46,000. It's conservative, but that's an estimate.
Tony, how much do we have in contingency?
Pardon?
Contingency, how much?
96.
That's what I thought. We didn't change since last time, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so that leaves us just under 15% of our expenses as our fund balance at the end of the year.
Yep.
Some highlights, the revenue highlights for you are the same as last month. The intergovernmental revenues are a surplus of $158,000. We received additional funding because compared to budget in our town road aid funds and our excess cost grant, special education excess cost grant. So those are two sources of surplus for us. We have an anticipated shortfall in charge for services, including lost rental from the child center, transfer station fees are the two large ones, and some small shortfalls in recreation fees and senior fees. So those two categories will pretty much balance themselves.
May I just ask a question?
Sure.
Does the budget for FY '27 take into account this reduction in charge for services?
It takes
To
in
the
account.
full
It definitely
extent?
takes into account the income from the child center that
Right.
was removed.
I remember that.
The transfer station fees were kept the same in part as due to a discussion about revisiting the fees structures at the transfer station, and so that was kept the same. So, in light of if you don't revisit the fee structure at the transfer station, then you'll have a similar shortfall.
Okay. You better remind us about that.
Okay. The expenses we have, our legal fees are trending higher than budget this year, and so we're keeping an eye on that. Natural gas, I hope to fund in April. There's been a few accounts, fire station, town hall, and library that will have some shortfalls in those accounts. I'm trying to see if either of those departments can cover the shortfall within the department, and I'm hopeful at least one of them. The fire department, this is one of the major ones, has had some number of challenging repairs to their apparatus this year, and I know you've had some discussion on this. This includes the tower before the new one was purchased, unfortunately. The pump failure on engine 3 and an issue with the foam system. There's been rotted fuel straps on engine 2 and some significant brake issues and other issues on engine 2. That's one that's 24 years old. It was purchased 2002, I believe. And so that
That's
one's
the
seeing
next
some
one up.
age. That's the next one up, right? And so that one's starting to see some significant repair bills to it. So I will have an estimate from the chief, and we will be able to use some of that contingency to restore some of that funding for his account. The police department has had, we've discussed this also in past meetings. This is an adjusted wage amount as a result of the retroactive pay and adjusted wages. The shortfall's about $300,000, and so we'll have some a transfer for that. There is a surplus in waste management. We've seen some reduced tonnage in, particularly in MSW, which is solid waste, and some demolition reduction in tonnage, and so we'll have some surplus there.
Tony, can I ask a question in terms of the waste management? Just because of the amount seems very consistent with what we had been budgeting for a new container that we took out of the budget.
Right.
If this stays true to the end of the year, can we do something before the end of the year?
Unfortunately, I have that earmarked for other things.
Got it. Gotcha.
Human Services will have a shortfall of about $30,000. They've had some staff turnover. Benefits, about $60,000 in employee benefits. Most of that's in the retiree health care. And finally, our surplus in Amity is currently about $262. So if you add all these together, including some of the other minor issues that we have, that's where you get the $46,000.
And only because you mentioned Human Services, I thought it would be appropriate to mention there's additional turnover at Human Services.
Right, that's not factored into this. So
Right.
that'll make that increase.
Is that public?
Chris, yes, it is. She sent me.
She sent
me
a
an open email.
resignation, yeah.
Resignation letter, Christie. Christie's resigned. Yeah, big loss.
Yeah.
That's a huge loss,
Yeah.
and we just
Yeah.
made
She's
some
only been here
adjustments
a
to
few
keep.
years.
She's been here she's made quite an impact in the time
Yeah.
that she's been here,
Oh.
but she did.
Right, so that'll increase, unfortunately, as a result of that. So those are highlights for the fiscal year. Things have stabilized somewhat, so.
And hopefully no more snow.
I hope not.
Just tree damage, right? Awaits.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Hopefully no more wind.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
So,
That's,
what
you're
I
right.
mean.
You're right.
This is
The wind, yeah.
Okay, so funding
Thank you.
requests?
Okay. The first funding request is in Human Services, and it is to transfer 3240 from their part-time into their part-time all other budget. What they are going to do is change their model from, and there's a memo in here from Jeanette to explain, but changing their model from, they used to have an in-house chef, and then they went to outsourcing food, and the food has gone up significantly in price, such that it makes more sense for them now to go back in-house. And so the request is to transfer those funds into that budget, from the budget where they were paying for the food, outsourcing the food, and some minor repairs that they have in their maintenance budget.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2526-24 for $4,768.
Second.
So my only question is, does this impact next year's budget?
Yes, and I have a similar, it's a wash, it's not gonna change the total
Okay.
budget, but
Okay.
it's just from one line item to the other, and I have a
Okay.
similar memo for that, which I will bring to the Board of Finance at the conclusion of the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Got a motion second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Did someone second?
Yes.
Okay.
The second item is one of the few items that we removed from the budget to purchase with 26 funds, and one of them is automatic external defibrillators for the fire department. Theirs are coming up to the end of their useful life, and they'd like to replace the series of these defibrillators in all of their vehicles. I have attached the details for you, and this was what you discussed and heard from at the public, at the budget hearing when they presented.
Okay, so we didn't already approve this? I thought this was.
No, it was cut from the budget.
Okay.
And in an attempt to reduce the mill rate,
Okay.
and so to purchase this up front.
So I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2526-25 for $19,368 for the automated external defibrillators.
I just want to make one comment that the purpose was incorrect on this. It's from the, you'll see it says the leaking roof, that's the
Yes.
next one.
Yeah.
That should read the automatic defibrillators.
Right, got it.
Thank you.
Second.
So just one question then, do you think they'll come in? You've mentioned the problem, so the fire department was having. If making this transfer, will they still be all right? Or you're taking it from boiler replacement?
Yeah, so this, okay, so
So what
that's-
does that do to boiler
okay,
replacement?
So, this
Wait,
was,
this is for
I'll explain,
boiler?
That's a
Yes.
good question.
Oh.
So this was a boiler that we had originally funded for the police department. And the funding was $92,000. And so I discussed this with maintenance, and he said that the boiler could easily make another 2 seasons. And so the question is, the building project will be replacing the boiler in concert with the HVAC and the air conditioning. It's all one in the ventilation and all that. So that's why this is coming from that project.
But the money could come from,
It could come from- certainly come from
the
contingency.
money for boiler replacement could go to some of our other
It could.
maintenance issues.
It could,
instead of
absolutely.
the-
That's the idea.
Instead of going to defibs.
It could. You could take this from contingency if you want to change the source. That's fine. I just figured it was one capital project to another.
And this
That's why I did that.
boiler, they think it has 2 more years, but a new construction wouldn't be done in 2
Hopefully,
years, do you
hopefully
think?
two heating seasons, we should be able to have that
That
replaced.
doesn't give us much with this, with this market, that doesn't give us much cushion.
Right.
Does it matter?
Replacing the boiler as on its own right
It's
now.
not, it doesn't make sense to replace it on its own when you're replacing everything
Correct.
else. That's the main.
I certainly
Yeah.
agree with that
And-
logic.
and
But
also-
should it break, would it be more expensive to replace before the project is done?
I don't know.
Right, and we're leaving some funds in there for repairs to it if we have to keep it going for a little bit. This was for a full replacement with a new boiler.
I think my point is more that you're taking money from something that's about maintaining, mechanicals and you're putting it into an entirely different department as opposed to using contingency to pay for the fire department. I will go along with it, but I mark the concern that we're not maintaining our HVAC systems, and I'm sure if given the opportunity, Brad Parsons could find other uses for this money.
He probably could.
That's all I just want
I'm
to
sure he
note
could.
that.
I'm sure he could.
So, but I will go along with it as it presented.
Call a vote.
All in favor? Motion carries.
The next item is at the cultural center, the roof over the boiler was not, there's a leak that we've discovered that was not at the time of the signing of the contract. So
What does that mean?
it means there's no money left in the project budget because it's been earmarked for other things.
Is the boiler not new?
No, it's the
The
roof.
roof.
But
The
if,
roof- the roof
did the
is
boiler
fairly new.
cause it? Is
No,
how
it's
you
got nothing to
presented
do with the,
it?
it's got nothing to do with the boiler.
Okay, so
It should
how
say-
is
it
this
should-
happening if they just finished the project?
Because it started leaking subsequent to when they built the contractor
The
started.
roof was
Yeah, the
on
roof was not-
separately.
roofs
The
are
roof
not
was
part of the
separate.
project.
Roof
Yeah.
was,
The
the
roofs
roofs
have
weren't.
not been done?
The
The
roof
roof was
was
not
done a
done.
while ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Years
Thank you.
ago. That was done,
Alright.
if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
All the
around-
roofs were done
Well, good,
at
because,
various times. One was done in '06, one
Damn.
with the fire, one was done in 2012, one was done in
okay,
2018.
thank you for, that's an important clarification.
Right.
So I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2526-26 for $7,850 for the Community and Cultural Center boiler room leak.
So that's also coming from,
All
but
three of
that's
these
maintenance to maintenance, Amy, so
Yeah.
that must feel better.
Right.
Smidgen. You could argue the roof leak is exactly what contingency is
Fee
meant
is
for.
for.
You could. You can, and you could feel,
But
if you want
I-
to change the
I'm-
source,
I'm-
it's not
I'm-
going to hurt my
I'm-
feelings.
No, no.
It's, yeah, we still do have, what, oh no, we're getting close now.
Getting close.
We're in April. We got 3 more months.
Right.
Next,
We gotta
next
call,
item?
we gotta call the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. All in
Oh.
favor?
God.
Motion carries. Forgetting that part. Next line item transfer.
Same source, and this is for the item that was discussed earlier.
Right, and on this one, I do have objection. I think it ought to come
Well,
out
we
of the
can
Board
wait
of
till,
Ed budget.
I'll make the
Oh, wait.
motion, then you can make your objection. So I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2526-27 for $12,200.
Second.
Okay, and I have a couple questions. Do you want to start?
Yeah,
Amy?
so I specifically asked Chris Martin, did they have $70,000 if they were paying for other things related to the preparations for the referendum, they should pay for this too. So
Okay.
I think it should go to the Board of Ed.
I agree. And I'm just also confused because
At least save something for poor Brad.
didn't I read in another document for another meeting that the referendum support was 30,000? Or did I make that up?
I'm not sure where that's coming from, other than the original
For
construction.
20,000?
The original construction solutions document, that was the last part of that contract, was
But-
pre-referendum services, but that part was never, engaged or
Right,
paid for.
which you said earlier.
Yeah.
But then I thought more recently Superintendent Montini did move funds. I thought it was like $20,000 to go towards this. Am I
No, just recently.
just
Recently, the Board of Ed allocated from their surplus, from their budget surplus, to cover that part of the contract, which
Okay.
was and a portion of that money is for postage and printing
okay?
for some of the mailings. It's not
Thanks.
all consultant fees. There's a huge chunk of that is in postage and printing
So-
for their communication.
Thank you, Maria. And just a question, regardless of the source of funding, whether we approve this or it's Board of Ed, we don't know yet when the referendum will be. We haven't set the date. Earlier in our previous conversation on this, we discussed that there's a law that
The quiet period.
the quiet period. So I just want a point of clarification. to clarify, because I think we misrepresented information, and this is what I apologize, I distracted you all with when I went to Nick, that Bertram and Moses has this dated 2011, March 7th, document, Connecticut expenditure limitation during a referendum, and it does say, importantly, any advocacy materials must be removed from the district website during the pendency of a referendum.
Yeah.
So it is that the materials would have to come down.
You cannot advocate for or against a project, but information, factual information can be on the website. You
So if
can't,
there's like a fact sheet about
Okay.
the budget or
So-
the building, that can stay around.
In some, okay,
but
that's
you are,
helpful.
but you are correct, Andrew, you can.
And so we'll have
the
to be
advocacy.
very clear on what's advocacy versus information in throughout that process, I guess.
So, just as a point of clarification,
yeah.
the website and the current pre-referendum consultants are not for advocacy. They are only for information.
Okay.
And I'll make one other point that when we've done these projects in the past, if there's been any question about it, we've always consulted our bond counsel, which is
Okay.
Coleman and Comley,
That's
and they've been very helpful with that.
okay. Thank you. So
Tony, where's this money coming from?
I would just make a point about the Board of Ed. At the end of the day, and as from sitting on the Board of Ed, I remember these conversations of, what's the town and what's the Board of Education. At the end of the day, it's all the same bucket because those funds would get returned to us, to the town. At the end of their budget year, they always return. Should they have a surplus, there's always an amount returned to the town. So I'm just responding to, we've heard some comments and some public comments about what should and should not be paid for out of the board budget. It's all the same to me, because if they either cover it now or it gets added back to us later, it is all the same pot at the end of the day.
To
I
me,
agree,
though,
Mary.
with respect to this particular funding, the difference is that we have less money left in our budget than they do at this point. And I just think that we need to reserve, particularly with our maintenance problems, we need to reserve our money, and let the Board of Ed pay for this.
We've not specifically discussed this with.
We have not.
With the Board of Ed. It was a request that came in. We have a meeting with them coming up. My sense is that we should table this. And until such time as we have an opportunity to really discuss it with them and indicate to them that the sense is that we should, as you said, Maria, ultimately it's the same pile of money. But so
not if there's a maintenance emergency before
for
the
us,
budget
if we use the
season.
money.
Right,
for-
before
correct. And
before it
that's-
gets returned
And
to
that's
us.
why it gives us an opportunity to let them know what our state of affairs is and why it makes sense for them to pick up this tab. So, well, if it's agreeable to everyone, we'll table this last one and move on.
And just for, a point of reference as well, they did pick up the tab for the addendum to the population studies
So,
as
yes, they
well,
did.
out of their
Thank you
surplus,
for-
because they did that before. So the Board of Ed has been authorizing, towards the end, of this towards the project's end.
That's it for funding requests?
That's
Tony? Bid waiver?
The bid waiver is, the Community and Cultural Center Building Committee has requested a bid waiver to purchase used furniture. This is an example of where the budget originally had $100,000 for furniture-related fixtures. And most of that was cut out of the budget to be reallocated towards other more pressing needs. So the committee has a request here for $33,000 to purchase used furniture for the facility.
I'll make a motion to approve the bid waiver request for furniture for the Community and Cultural Center.
So
Second.
Can I just understand, it's just waiving the bid process?
That's all, it's waiving the bid
but
process.
It's not
It's already
asking for
funded.
funds.
Yeah. And this is an example of a total appropriation or a total amount historically in Woodbridge has been left to the discretion of the building committee. That's how we do it. That's what we've always done it. Just making that point.
Well, I am glad to see them looking for used furniture, and it's both less expensive and it's more sustained.
First and
Any
second.
other,
I
There was a
I
second.
motioned,
And
Lauren
right?
seconded? All in favor?
Okay.
Motion carries. Thank you. And
intermunicipal agreement.
intermunicipal agreement.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
So, do you want me to just say a few words about this?
Sure, please.
Okay, so this is an intermunicipal agreement, and the agreement is between the town of Marlborough, the town of Woodbridge, and the Capital Region Council of Governments. And it defines the terms of the agreement between the two municipalities. And I'm not going to go through all the terms, but just to say that this agreement has been reviewed by their council and by our council, and so.
And it is with them right now. Our council has weighed in on it with Marlboro, because we did make some changes.
Correct.
And we resent it to them, so it is with them right now to consider the changes that we.
They're okay with
They're
the
okay with
changes.
it, good.
Yeah.
So it's something that.
They made one slight change. Is it changed in here? Let's see. Yeah, it's been changed. Yep.
Yep.
Tony, will you have to commute to Marlboro?
So Marlboro's actually shorter
Is
to
it
where I
from
live
you?
than here.
Okay.
And it's all back roads,
I used to
country.
have to
It's a
work
nice
in
country
Marlboro.
road drive as opposed to 95.
See if
There's
you
a
feel
deep
like I'm a wizard.
headquarters there.
Where's that?
There's a deep headquarters there.
Yeah, they have a lot of state property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So again, this has been reviewed by our attorney in detail, and some of the, just to give you an indication, some of the changes that were made or that were reflected on where upon is spelled incorrectly in the very last item.
And Marlboro's spelled incorrectly in a few places. It's spelled like cigarettes, as opposed to the.
So we'll have to make those adjustments. But the changes that were made were just to outline appropriate actions should something change dramatically, should Tony decide he just doesn't want
Right.
to do this, should
was the
something
big
happen
change that
to
was
the
made.
finance
Yeah.
director, or something along those lines, that the towns both understand what the implications and how to resolve those types of issues.
Well, do you need a motion to authorize you to sign it
Yes, we
with
do.
the ability to correct Scrivener's errors?
Yes.
Yeah, that's appropriate, thank you.
That's my motion.
Second.
Thank you. Any additional discussion with Scrivener's errors?
No, you have the authority to
Yeah.
correct, you have the
Yes.
authority to sign it with correcting also Scrivener's errors.
Understood.
So would this be effective on May 1st, I read? And then what happens while, so I guess the question I have is,
Basically, this
come
is
May
Tony's
1st,
last
does that
meeting.
mean we have no admin person? And
Tony has agreed that he will assist until such time as we bring in. It's just
To the
important
best
that
I
we.
can.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't-
They don't think that's fair.
I'm sorry?
I
I
don't think
feel-
that's fair. If he's not being paid for it, he shouldn't have to do it.
unless it's eating away at his finance time.
Yeah, I can't do that. I
But-
would not have the time to.
Yeah.
Also why we need to build in some,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
support
and I
staff
hope
and
Randy, Frank, I know we
succession
have-
planning and.
I thought we were, we got some updates on Randy.
Well, separate from this,
They
but I
would-
wonder about hiring, temporary
You wanna make it
services
June?
to
That's what
help
I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
with
they-
administrative
the-
functions.
They were
The
open.
town managers, when I spoke to him about it, prefers May 1st, but would be okay with June 1st.
The town manager
Are
in
you
Marlboro
okay
is a very good man.
As long as we don't have another one of these meetings in May.
Make no guarantees.
No guarantees. So,
You're booked for evenings, remember.
It says it explicitly right in there.
I checked.
So that will be that's one of the adjustments that will be made. The date, it'll be dated June 1st instead of May 1st.
That's fine.
Is that fine with you?
Yep, that's fine. It'll get through to.
Well, and I still suggest we seek temporary administrative services, to have in place, whether that's June 1st, because it doesn't look like we'll have an admin officer.
I will work it over with Tony, and we will bring it up at the next time we get together during the meeting that we have for the strategic plan, we can bring it up and talk about it then. No, I'm only kidding. We'll do it.
That might be part of his strategic plan.
And only strategic planning. Mika, what is the timeline for posting the administrative officer position?
We'll
Remind
post
me
it
what
within
we
the
have
next
left to
couple
do.
of days. We'll
Okay.
finalize it and we'll get it posted. I
Yep.
don't want to speak for you, Tony. This is really on you.
It's, everything's complete, you just have to sign off on the,
But could we
Job
vote on this,
description.
and then
Yeah.
I do have a couple
Oh,
of questions
sorry.
about the
All right. All in-
AO thing.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Motion carries.
So,
thank you.
with respect to the administrative officer, I would just like to note one significant concern, and I actually gave it all in writing to the consultant. I think one of the responsibilities of the first selectman is to directly supervise our emergency responses, and that's because the first selectman is the incident commander in event of emergencies, and I think you know, as I wrote to her, I think that it's important that whoever the first selectman is, be the direct, do the direct reporting, because it will foster a working rapport that is critical in an emergency situation. I also think the first selectman should be directly managing the land use agencies and the economic development, given the prominence of the development issues that we have in our town. I just think naturally that's what, at least for now, first selectman has to be working on those issues, zoning and economic development.
Is there any,
So the description has them as COO and in charge of all direct reports except for tax collector and assessors, which I also pointed out to the to the consultant, were something that Tony had to do as the finance
Right.
director.
but you,
Correct, yeah.
but what you mentioned was agencies, not departments. That's
No, I said directly to manage those departments. If you have an emergency in this town, you will be the incident commander, and you will have to direct the police department and the fire department and the EMS in coordination.
And this, as written, is saying the administrative officer
Is
would?
charge of all departments except the two that Tony will supervise.
And I would-
in addition to finance.
So
I
I'm more accustomed, obviously, to so I'll ask for assistance on this, to a corporate way of doing things where, from a dotted line perspective, is what the term that we use. The police department would report to specifically for the reasons you just outlined, police and fire would report to them. However, for HR matters, et cetera, they would be handled by the department head or by the
yeah,
admin
no, I think that's the
officers.
distinction, is
So-
that for HR, standard labor issues, that
Right.
could be. But when it comes to reporting about the substance of the work that they
Mm-hmm.
do, I think that it should be going directly to whoever the first selectman is, in order to be able to, as I said, facilitate these critical, you need a working relationship with the police chief and the fire chief if you're gonna suddenly have a hurricane come your way.
I welcome it.
Okay, so maybe if we could, you don't see that right now in
Where is that? Is
the
that?
description of the administrative officer. It says that they are
Where?
CEO of all departments except,
Just like where in our
COO,
packet
they're
is
they're operating
It's
officer,
in the
not
town hall
CEO.
reorg.
Oh, thank you.
no, I know
Right.
it's OO,
Right.
but it's for all departments, but it says all departments except finance.
And we just need to clarify that.
I'm just asking you to clarify that, because I think it's important to the town for emergency response. I'd be happy to give you, here's exactly everything that I gave to them. I had ended up with 2 documents.
Thank you. That
You
saves me
can read
writing.
it.
Not a problem. It's, appreciate you
Hey,
bringing
I
it
had
up to
to
make the
prepare for
distinction.
her discussion. I have it all. So that's
Thank
what I
you.
gave to Randy. I wanted to give it to you. So please take those in consideration before you actually advertise the job.
Sounds good.
Maria, was your question answered? When will this be advertised?
Yes.
Okay, and so I know this is off topic, but it's kind of not. Can we talk about Public Works being part-time versus full-time? No.
Not until after our agenda is all done.
Okay,
See?
so
let's,
because I think that could also help, especially, I know Adam Parsons supported it. Warren Connor said it in the budget meeting that would be okay for part-time. And I think in context of our budget, adding this new position,
okay,
just,
appreciate it.
Just to piggyback off of that, when this person is hired and they do look at the reorganization, I think there's a chance to find efficiencies there, perhaps shared services with other small towns as we continue to do. I think, you know, all of that should be on the table when they look at the.
But you don't wanna hire someone full-time, cause Public Works is going out around the same time as the AO, right? So you don't wanna
Yeah.
hire someone at the same time, full-time, and then be like, oh, sorry, this is now.
I think it'd be
I'll
helpful to
have to-
advertise it part-time
what
and
we're
see whether
doing
you get
is-
any response.
We've talked to our consultant a little bit about this. They've offered some advice on this, which is the reason we didn't pursue full-time, but we, another time. Let's continue this on. Let's move on.
Okay.
The next item
I'm
is.
sorry, I have to leave, and I appreciate you moving the
I appreciate it.
agenda around.
Understood.
Thank you.
Nick, I'm not sure that you had anything specific, you know, so I asked it that way.
Yeah, so, I mean, Lucy Street is pending, but we've got that later on the agenda. I mean, the only thing I could just speak to is that former Selectman Vogel's question that came up a few meetings ago about the Regional Board of Ed makeup and whether it's consistent with our charter. I reported at the last meeting that we had, I mean, this really boils down to a federal lawsuit back in the 70s. I confirmed again several days ago with the clerk that they're actively, there's a whole like 200 documents that I had to sift through, identify the relevant ones that I need to look at to get an understanding of what the final judgment that came out of that case and the subsequent appeal of that case, which is really how the regional board is set up, and whether that connects or disconnects with what our charter says, when that charter provision was actually put into place. So that's still all in the works. They're telling me within the next several weeks they should have things to me, but it's in some warehouse that they've got to dust all this stuff off and literally pull the physical files and send it over. So that's in the works.
Thank you.
I'm sure Dave, as a member of the Charter Revision Commission, will follow up with you.
I hope he does. That's fine. But yeah, whatever they need to do to be consistent with whatever, that's
Yeah.
what we'll do.
Well, that's good. He's raised the issue. Now
Yeah.
you can
Yep.
advise him and the others on the Charter Revision.
Yep,
Keep us posted. Thank you.
will do.
Next item on the agenda is the ordinance committee update. Steve?
Ordinance committee met a couple weeks ago, and one of the things that came before us, we heard today in public comment from the youth who were here about the VOICE program. We didn't have the benefit of Nick's attendance at that meeting, but I think the youth were looking at the Hamden example model where an ordinance has been put in place to effectuate VOICE. A question that I would ask, and I think we discussed, is do we need an ordinance to have some kind of pilot of this program? We discussed the merits of this and some concerns, I think, and I was glad to hear from the youth today. I would certainly like to see this go forward in some form, but I'm not certain that we need an ordinance. I understand it exists in another town, so Nick, since we didn't have the benefit of your presence, I'd be curious if you have anything to say at the moment regarding that.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So I haven't actually seen this initiative implemented in any of the towns that I have worked with and currently represent. I've heard it raised in different capacities in the past. I don't think you do need an ordinance. If you want to, like, not permanently, because you could just change it down the road, but, you know, put something on the books, so to speak, to effectuate this policy, or, you know, them as members, fine, and I guess we could build it into the ordinances under the agencies or whatever this board is contemplating. I think it's too much, though. I think, you know, as a policy call of this board, I mean, they're just suggesting, and I mean, you heard the proposal more than I did, they're advisory. They're not gonna be voting members. I don't think we need ordinances that say, oh, they're ex officio, you know, so to that extent, I think it's a policy call that this board can vote on and
So-
make and implement.
I think the only distinction that I would raise or would want to understand from my perspective is if they will be acting as members of the board, so taking part in conversation, discussions and things of that nature, and not voting, but they will be taking part, so they'll be sitting at the table, so to speak.
Sure.
And provided that can be done, because it's generally not done, like members of the public can't do that, is what would we have to put in place to make that viable just for this particular, in this scenario?
Can we pass
resolution
for
or
a
something along
pilot,
that, yes.
And prescribe the period, just the way you can have an ad hoc committee. I mean, that would be what I would do. And I would also think that we should first go to the committees that are most involved in affairs that directly impact the youth, whether it be recreation or
We've had that,
they
yeah.
still go to the library these days, but we could choose a few, make sure the commissions are on board with this idea, and then have a term-limited pilot program and see how it works.
We have reached out, I've reached out to a few of the board chairs and just asked them about that, to that end, Amy.
Okay.
And particularly the ones that I think would be impact human services, recreation, library, and others. But we can, one of the things they wanted us to identify is also which we would do. Because I did also indicate to them when we met, very specifically, that I did not feel it would be appropriate and or necessary to do it for all the commissions. They really took the list of commissions and said 2 people, they're looking for 44, that type of thing there. And I don't know that that's the way to start this.
So, in the application that was in the proposal, they talked about listing choices
Yes.
and areas of interest. So, I think for the purposes of students completing an application, I think you'd be able to take a look at the application that comes into your office and maybe connect with that. Only thing that I would like to see as a supplement to this is some sort of guidance counselor, a school counselor or a teacher recommendation for the program, highlighting, the students' engagement and things like that. I think that would help with placement too, and thinking about what might be a good fit. Hearing from,
Well, yeah, to that end, I'd actually like them, so they said they wanted, part of it is so for college applications, and there ought to be some understanding that they have to be engaged, right? Rather than just listing it on their resume.
Well, participate, you mean?
They're
Well, I think that that's
participating,
what I'm
show up in
getting
the
to.
meeting, and I think you're getting at the
I
same
think
concept.
that a student should, there are plenty of programs that students list on, college applications and things like that require review, a letter from a teacher or a counselor or whatever else. And I think that should be a minimum requirement. It also requires that the student go communicate with another adult, advocate for what they want to do. So it's kind of like a first step in knowing that they are really interested and engaged. Like, I think if they just have to fill out a sheet of paper, you could wind up maybe with students who were there to check a box on a college resume, and not, we want students to be actively engaged in civic life. And so I think having the student write a personal statement and having the student attach a letter, maybe it's also from someone in town that they've already been working with as well. But I think sometimes school-based. I know we have students who are homeschooled as well, so there could be another strategy for that.
We pushed this on the agenda specifically because if it required an ordinance, it was something that we were going to need to move quickly on, specifically because they were looking to start it in September. Being if an ordinance is not required, this is something we can take up and, in terms of now we can talk to them and go through the process without necessarily, and understand it a little better, outline it better, and move forward from there. So it is, from my perspective, it's something that I'd very much like to see us move forward with. So.
Agreed, and given that we maybe don't need to move forward with an ordinance, and understanding that things tend to go from one agenda to the next and pile up, I don't know if we need to talk about this at a future meeting. I wonder if we can sort of express support for working on this and sort of, they need to liaise with the first selectman's office, I think. So I'd like to sort of express support for doing this as a program and leave it to
Further
put it on you, for you to work out details.
As a pilot program?
As a pilot program,
Please,
to work
please
it,
limit that, yeah.
So I guess that's what I would offer. I guess I don't know if it needs a motion even for this, but I would say I would like
I think
to.
we can agree by consensus.
Yeah, you can just do for next school year
Yep.
and
Yeah, so this
Set a
allows them to
final
get it
application.
going now, because they talked about their application
They're,
period
and they're
being-
looking for the next academic school year, so I
Right.
think
Yeah.
that's what they
That-
said, they
But
wanna
we-
do.
Right,
that
but
for
the-
That's why I wanna,
September.
that's why I wanna
but we can
dispense with
kind
it
of
today.
review it by school year as
Yeah.
well.
Well,
It
right,
doesn't have to be in perpetuity.
I think they wanted the applications in this
Yeah,
spring
May,
to
right.
review, so that
Exactly.
when the students came back in August or September, they were already placed on their committee.
Right,
That was my
that's
understanding.
what I was getting at,
And
to try
it's-
to finish this now.
Right.
To express support for it, so that they can go ahead with it and get moving on it, so
And as
then
far
the
as-
details can be sorted out in,
I will work
And
with,
as far as a pilot, I think we should talk to the board chairs and see who is, what projects are coming up, who has the capacity to determine which committees to start with.
understood.
Yeah, and I'll just add in developing this pilot, I mean, what the 55 pages has a lot of material in it and timelines and all of this, but we should put specific guardrails on this to start with. And I say that not to disenfranchise these students from participating in what makes sense, but from a FOIA perspective, are they really members? I mean, we should give them a seat at the table and participate, but they're not voting, but sometimes non-voting, so, I just want to be clear.
Why don't we say non-voting youth advisors?
Yeah, they're advisors, yeah.
yes, I agree, that's a great set of words for it.
And that's still something they can put on the resume, their
Yeah, agreed.
college application. Or youth
Very good.
representative, if they prefer that.
Representative might be a nice one, yeah, advisor.
Yeah.
Representative
Think of our
advisor.
representatives.
All right,
Exactly.
next item on the, okay, I think we're all in consensus on that?
Yes.
Thank you. There is a consensus, Allison. Let us know. I'll make a note. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda.
Make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Are there any items that anyone has an
Can't
issue
remember
with?
what's in it. Hold on, just let me find that place. It's
Minutes,
just the
tax
2 minutes.
refunds, and
Yeah.
resignations, yeah.
The only thing in it is the minutes, though. There were no tax
Oh,
refunds.
There were none for
right,
this one.
and the
Okay, fine.
resignations.
Okay.
All in favor? Motion carries. Call for the annual town meeting.
Yeah, I did not see a draft of that. Was there a draft given late?
I didn't either.
I did not see a
No,
call.
because the call that gets signed is
It's a
all
motion.
that language.
Go on, I'm sorry, move.
Well, Karen and I went through the schedule, the call, and in the minutes that I went through with Jerry on the April meeting, it was just that to set the date. The motion I put was in the minutes, and the call gets signed after the preliminary budget hearing because the Board of Finance has to meet
Right.
a final
To make
time.
budget
And
adjustments,
those
right.
recommendations may or may not include budget
Correct.
changes,
That's
so the
correct.
signed call with all of that language with the numbers can't be done until after the preliminary
So
budget
you
hearing.
want to have a motion to set the annual town meeting date? Is that what you
They
want?
have done that every single April, that's what this is on Jerry Shaw's list for,
But that's what
yes.
I'm saying, that's what we
Yep.
need.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
what is the date?
It's May 18th.
May 18th.
And I'll move that in accordance with the Charter of the Town of Woodbridge, Article 3, Section 3-2, the Board of Selectmen votes to notify all electors and citizens qualified to vote in a town meeting of the Town of Woodbridge that the annual town meeting will be held on Monday, May 18th, 2026, at 7:30 in the Center Gymnasium to consider and take action on the funding year 2027 budget as recommended by the Board of Finance.
Did you set the time? Did you-
7:30.
Okay,
Yes, you
okay.
did.
All right.
Is there a second? Thank you.
Second.
Lauren got it.
Lauren got it.
Is there any additional discussion? All in favor? Next item on the agenda is adopt the annual state affirmations. These are signed annually every April and are required by the state. And I'll make a motion to adopt and authorize. No, I won't do that.
Yeah, I have one, only one. They all look fine, but
Mhm.
one. There was I think it's the first one mentions Karen Crosby as an alternative to Jeanette Glinspan for as a contact, and it didn't make sense to me to keep that in, because, both
She's-
because you don't need two, and because we don't know how long Karen's
It's
gonna
gonna
be
be
with us. So I would just suggest under that one.
Yeah.
Which one was that? Is that the
It's
eight,
the
the eight
grievance
municipal
procedure.
The
grievance?
municipal grievance
Grievance.
procedure, that we just delete
Jeanette.
Karen as an alternative. It's sufficient to have Jeanette Glicksman as the ADA coordinator, and it goes on to say that Jeanette follows up, et cetera. So,
That works.
Thank you.
sorry, folks, but that's what happens when you're a corporate lawyer. You notice these things.
So-
Okay, so I would move with that one change, that, for this document, that what do we need to do?
Authorize the
Approve
first selectman to sign the following state affirmations.
all of the, okay, fine, I do that.
Do you know,
I'll do
did you
that
get the
one
reference that Amy got?
Yeah,
'Cause I
I
didn't get
made
it.
that change, because then I have to put them all in letterhead to get you to sign later, but I did make that one change.
change.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's the only one I need, yeah,
Perfect.
otherwise, I didn't see anything.
We have a motion? We have a second? Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. The last item on our agenda is Lucy Street update, and I will keep this brief. You do have a copy of the lease agreement in your packet. Please review it at your leisure. It's not something we need to act on today, or that I anticipate us having to act on. What I really wanted to alert us with, this is with New Samaritan, who is a group that will be taking over the property. And they have this document that we prepared, and we're waiting to hear back from them and their lawyer, so we'll be getting together on that. One piece of this in section 5 that outlines some of the tax, as we've discussed for a while now, but for Lauren and for Amy's sake. When they do this type of thing, the town generally negotiates some sort of a tax arrangement so that they are able to maintain the affordability. Once this takes place, all of these units, currently there are 6 of the 30 units that are deed restricted as affordable. Our intention is to make all 30 of them affordable. In order for them to do that, they need some assistance from the town from a tax perspective. What they are requesting is that currently, the tax rate on this property is about $42,000, just upwards of $42,000 a year. That's the new, recent tax. Prior to that, that's a new assessment. Prior to that, it was 32. They are requesting from the town that we negotiate for an $850 per unit rate for taxing. And that would be $25,500.
So we'd go down from 32,000 or 42,000 to
42 for
25.
1 year, prior to reval it was 32, and we go down to 25.5.
And for how long a period?
For as long as they have the property. What we've looked at and what I've verbally discussed with them is an increase based on whatever percentage increase they have in rent, that we have that increase in the amount of dollars. So
So if if they increase rent by 5%.
then the 850 increases by 5% or some percentage thereof. So that was just kind of right now we're going back and forth in this, so I'm just like kind of.
Just to confirm though, under the proposed mechanism for this tax incentive, which was the same mechanism employed initially with Mr. Capone, this is 1265 little b of the Connecticut statutes. Amy and Lauren, you weren't privy to these conversations, but when this came up during the course of the last year or so, initially there was some discussion about whether additional improvements would be made by the party that's coming in. And I had discussed a need to pass an ordinance first authorizing this board to entertain a proposed tax agreement under this different statutory mechanism. Understanding what's happening here, I understand New Samaritan is also working with CHAFA for an influx of some funding that they are going to use to improve the property beyond just sort of the deferred maintenance stuff that has been the topic of conversation in these meetings. So the point is, there isn't a prerequisite ordinance under my understanding of what is in the works here. Should New Samaritan, move forward with this arrangement. But it's a 30-year period that they get the tax break. And
Yeah,
that's
that's
it.
what I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 30 years.
It's not forever.
Well, it's a
And
long
that's
time.
I mean,
So-
30. It's
so-
a maximum of 30 years.
So it ignores any revow.
It would. Yeah.
And what commitment do we have of continued proper maintenance of that facility? Because that's a huge problem.
We've added language that gives
Yeah.
us opportunity to go in there and, if they don't do things, we can do things and bill them.
We wrote a whole new lease.
Okay.
Basically, Doug Lamonti, who was here the other week or whenever our last meeting was on the Connecticut carpentry stuff, he's our main transactional guy at my Westport office, and he wrote up the whole new lease, and that was part of the considerations, so that we don't get into this same situation, or at least the town has the more authority to go in and say, no, this isn't going to work.
Well,
Some
my
type of
only question
recourse.
is, do we bill them, or do we somehow do we have more leverage if we assess them by tax? Because at some point.
For rent, like,
If we have to do
if we
maintenance
have to do
repairs
our
or
own,
something
yeah,
along those lines.
I'm trying to think, how do we have the most leverage to actually get the money out of
I-
them? If you apply a tax to somebody, it's pretty hard for them to get out of it. I'm just asking, because I
Yeah.
think if there's any way to give it a little more teeth, I mean, what makes them have to pay our bill? If they're already ignoring the maintenance.
The other thing to consider
Yeah.
too is however this is structured, what precedent does that create if we are thinking of other ways to incentivize affordable housing or affordable ADUs in town? You know, what precedent does whatever is set up here mean for perhaps a future ordinance where that's
Yeah.
concerned?
I mean, and I'll personally, Amy, take another look at the draft lease too, as I'm sure you will, and we'll see if.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, so we'll circle back on that. But Maria, this, I mean, legally, it doesn't set any sort of binding precedent, but it also doesn't, unlike the previous iterations of this discussion, there isn't going to be, at least not yet, it's always still an option, an ordinance on our books that sort of announces to the public or a potential developer, hey, you can ask the Board of Selectmen for a tax break. You're not guaranteed to get one, so we don't have that sort of like marketing ordinance on our books right now, nor would it be necessary for purposes of moving forward with New Samaritan on Lucy Street. But, I mean, that's still something the ordinance committee could consider, and it has been implemented in other municipalities with, you know, not a huge amount of fallout or you know, people just lining up, but it has been implemented, and it has resulted in some developments that, large developments that have ultimately earned other municipalities moratoriums from 830G and so forth, so it's something to consider still.
One of the things I think we could do, if you're worried about precedents or wanting to sort of do, we could have, in authorizing Mika ultimately to sign this, we could have a document that says, you know, whereas or in light of the following circumstances, we authorize it, so we've laid out what is the particular advantage of this, going from 6 to 30 affordable, you know, getting the long overdue maintenance finally resolved, things like that, so we can show the consideration in our view of what we're getting.
Right.
And I think that might be helpful, because that just, you know, it grounds it in this particular circumstances, but doesn't create a precedent where somebody says, well, you gave it to them, so why not give it to me automatically?
And we may want to continue to give tax incentives to increase our affordable housing stock, but I just want to make sure that whatever we're doing here, someone can't point to that and say, well, I want that, even though we're getting less of a
That's what I'm
benefit
saying,
from
so
the
I think
town.
we would
Yeah.
articulate what we see in that resolution.
You would
that
have,
all right?
yeah, you think you would have to.
I
That
think
would
we
be the
would
way
to
do it.
explain it to the residents and to the public why we're giving this tax break. You
Yeah.
have to provide, so to speak, consideration.
Right.
We do
Received
pick up,
in return.
we do pick up
Thank you.
points toward moratorium with this type of arrangement.
Yeah, well,
It
we
would, I mean,
don't, but we don't have to say that, we can just say we are increasing our our affordable
housing
housing
stock.
stock by
Right.
X to Y,
Yeah.
you know?
Understood.
in units, which is a positive.
It is.
So, and
So-
as well as taking care of longstanding maintenance problems.
The principal at New Samaritan has been away, so she's out this week, so I haven't gotten feedback back from their attorney or from her in terms of, you know, our language. So once I do, we'll have an update and go from there.
Thank you.
All right. That's the last item on the agenda?
So are you hoping that you're gonna have this on the regular May agenda?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm hoping we have it on the May agenda for action.
That's what I mean.
Yes, so that everyone understands that.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. To nod to the May.
Motion carries. Thank you.